Chapter 34, 29 9 volumes of Annihilation, Purple Void Divine Water? What's that? Is it very precious? Jian Wushuang asked with a frown. In his opinion, Demon Master Qinhua was a genius expert, left behind by the Amethyst Demon Sect. All the treasures accumulated over the years in the sect were in his hands, including a large number of natural treasures. As long as there were high-end treasures in the divine beginning realm, Demon Master Qinhua should have all of them. If even Demon Master Qinhua could not come up with a treasure, it would be the rarest and most difficult to obtain in the entire divine beginning realm. No, the purple void divine water is not an overly precious treasure, Demon Master Qinhua said calmly, although the purple void divine water is not very precious. It is one of the most important treasures needed to help this little guy rebuild his meridians and change his fate. Moreover, the amount required is very huge, a total of 100 million drops. 100 million drops. Jian Wushuang was stunned, although he did not know about the purple void divine water. Even if it was just ordinary river water, 100 million drops together could become a river. It's because I need too much that I don't have so much, Demon Master Qinhua said. Since the purple void divine water is not expensive, it's not difficult to get 100 million drops. Just leave it to me, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Well, with your power in the temporal temple, it's indeed easy for you to get 100 million drops of purple void divine water, Demon Master Qinhua said. However, what Demon Master Qinhua did not know was that Jian Wushuang did not want to get so much purple void divine water from the temporal temple. Instead, he immediately thought of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance was the #1 alliance among the 3 freedom alliances in the divine beginning realm. Its power spread across every corner of the divine beginning realm. Naturally, there were many secret nests of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance in the 3rd heaven. At this moment, Jian Wushuang brought Demon Master Qinhua and Zhao Meng to one of the secret lairs of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance in the northwest 19 regions. Qinhua, wait for me here with this little guy. I'll get the purple void divine water for you, Jian Wushuang said. Okay. Demon Master Qinhua nodded slightly. Jian Wushuang entered the secret lairs alone. Jian Wushuang had not been to the secret lair of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance for a long time. He should still be a heaven-level member, although his strength had long surpassed heaven-level or even emperor-level members. And after entering the secret lair, Jian Wushuang went straight to the treasure pavilion. Heavenly Sword Marquis, long time no see. An indifferent voice sounded. Sir Tiansua, long time no see. Jian Wushuang also smiled at the figure who appeared in front of him. The treasure spirit of the treasure pavilion, Tiansua, could be found in any treasure pavilion of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. What do you need? Tiansua asked directly. Purple void divine water, Jian Wushuang said. 1 drop of purple void divine water, 1,000 saint elixirs. How much do you want? Tiansua was still calm. 100 million drops. Jian Wushuang said. That much? Tiansua did not look surprised and said directly, Purple void divine water can only be exchanged for 100,000 drops with the authority of a heaven grade member. But if you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Box Novel. Thanks. But what? Jian Wushuang looked over. With your authority, you can exchange for 100 million drops with so many saint elixirs, Tiansua said. Why? Jian Wushuang was puzzled. You may not know this, but your authority in the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance has been upgraded to the original level, Tiansua said. What? Jian Wushuang was stunned. He clearly remembered that he was only a heaven-level member before. When did he become an original level member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance? As far as he knew, an original level member was the true core of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. His authority was also very high. He did not even go to the core level test, and did not even complete the emperor level test. How did he become an original level member all of a sudden? As your authority was raised by the 3 palace masters of the heaven-cleaving palace, Tianzi said. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang was speechless. Although he had never met the 3 palace masters of the heaven-cleaving palace, they had given him a lot of benefits. From the beginning, they let him enter the heaven-cleaving mystic realm, and later, they gave him life-saving items, and now, without his knowledge, he had upgraded his authority in the heaven-cleaving alliance to the primitive level. The 3 palace masters are too nice to me. What are their intentions? Jian Wushuang was puzzled, but he did not think too much about it. After all, he had not really dealt with the 3 palace masters. When he did, he would naturally know their intentions. Since I have the authority to exchange for it, it's easy. 1,000 saint elixirs and 1 drop of purple void divine water. 100 million drops would be 100 billion saint elixirs. However, I don't have so many saint elixirs, so I'll use divine power instead, Jian Wushuang said. Okay. Tianzi nodded. What else do you need? I also need something that can be very helpful for comprehending the destruction principles, Jian Wushuang said. I have too many treasures that can help you to comprehend the destruction principles. However, based on your current authority and strength, I can eliminate most of the lower-level treasures for you and make a list of the treasures that are of high level and can be of real use to you. Tianzi said with a wave of his hand. A dense information appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. Although this list had been selected by the Heaven Shuttle and 99% of the treasures had been eliminated, there were still tens of thousands of treasures left, which were very helpful for comprehending the destruction principles. Of course, the exchange price and authority were also very high, and many ordinary Heaven and Emperor level members could not exchange for them. Jian Wushuang carefully read the list. After looking through it for more than half a day, Jian Wushuang finally made a decision. Sir Tianzi, I want to exchange for the complete 9 volumes of the Firmament Extermination and the most advanced Blizzard Divine Palace, as well as 100 Destruction Divine Fruits and 10 Heaven Exterminating Elixirs, Jian Wushuang said. Oh, Tianzi's expression changed. That's generous. Let's not talk about the Blizzard Divine Palace, Destruction Divine Fruits, and Heaven Exterminating Elixirs, but the 9 volumes of the Firmament Extermination were left by an expert at the peak of the 6th Void Realm in the Divine Beginning Realm who had studied the destruction principles to the extreme. It contains his lifelong comprehension and the use of the destruction principles. Every bit of it is extremely complete. It can be said that the entire destruction principles is included in it. This can be said to be the best supplementary treasure for comprehending the principles of destruction. In the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, many people who comprehend the principles of destruction want to exchange for the 9 volumes of the Obliteration Azure. However, most of them only exchange for 1 volume at a time. Yet, you want to exchange for all 9 volumes at once. Chapter 3430 Changing Fate. Lord Tenzho, just tell me how much divine power you need to exchange for these items, Jian Wushuang said. He knew that the items he had exchanged for were of great value. For example, if he had only exchanged for the first few volumes of the 9 books, it would not have been a big deal. However, if he had exchanged for all 9 volumes, the price he would have to pay would probably be much higher than the entire wealth of an ordinary principles master. However, the 9 volumes of Obliteration were indeed very useful to him. It must be noted that he had already mastered 2 rules and fused them together. The next step was naturally to find a way to master the 3rd principle. Jian Wushuang had already planned to comprehend the 3rd principle by comprehending the destruction principles. After all, he had the highest affinity for the destruction principles, which was no weaker than his affinity for the space-time principles. The speed of comprehending the destruction principles would be much slower if he just blindly comprehended it. The 9 volumes of Vast Heaven included everything from the entry to perfect mastery of the destruction principles to the use of it after perfect mastery. It was extremely detailed, which was indeed very useful to him. As for the Blizzard Divine Palace, It was a test method to test the destruction principles. The Blizzard Divine Palace was divided into 33 levels, which corresponded to different levels of comprehension of the destruction principles. Jian Wushuang also wanted to go to the Blizzard Divine Palace to temper himself while comprehending the destruction principles. It would promote his comprehension. Although the Blizzard Divine Palace was not as expensive as the 9 volumes of Vast Heaven Extermination, it was almost as valuable as a supreme treasure. The last 2 divine destruction fruits and the heaven-destroying elixir were supplementary treasures that were very helpful in comprehending the destruction principles. With the help of the divine destruction fruits and the heaven-destroying elixir, Jian Wushuang would be able to comprehend the principles more quickly. It could be said that these things were what he needed. As long as they were really useful, Jian Wushuang would not care about the value of these treasures. I've calculated it for you. The treasures you want together are worth 30,000 drops of divine power. If you add the 100 million drops of purple void divine water you asked for, it's a total of 32,000 drops of divine power, Tianto said. 32,000 drops? Jian Wushuang's expression changed. As far as he knew, the average principal's master of the 3 void realms only had about 10,000 drops of divine power. 32,000 drops of divine power, that was more than the total wealth of many experts of the void 3 realms. Oz, the reason why the price is so high is because the value of the 9 exterminating song scrolls is too high. In total, the treasure pavilion usually exchanges 25,000 drops of divine power for the 9 scrolls. However, because you are an original level member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, I gave you a discount. It's only 20,000 drops of divine power, Tianto said. No problem. This is 32,000 drops of divine power. You can count it. Jian Wushuang took out an interspatial ring. Tian Sua glanced at it and nodded slightly. Not bad, Heavenly Sword Marquis. I didn't know you were so rich. Jian Wushuang smiled. Although he was only an immortal saint and could not condense divine power, his strength was far above that of ordinary principal's masters. Moreover, during the battle on Saha Island, he had been blessed by the Blood Wave realm. He had killed several principal's masters with 1 sword attack. Among them, the Nether Master and the 4 divine flame guards were experts at the peak of the Void 5 realms. Jian Wushuang had killed them with 1 sword attack. Naturally, he had also taken their interspatial rings, so his value had skyrocketed. 32,000 drops of divine power was not a big number for him at the moment. Heavenly Sword Marquis, just wait here. The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance will send you what you want in a few days, Tian Sua said. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Box Novel. Thanks. Jian Wushuang waited in the secret lair. Only 3 days later, someone from the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance handed him the items he had exchanged for. After the items were in his hands, Jian Wushuang met up with Demon Master Qinhua and Zhao Meng. Qinhua, this is the purple void divine water you need. Take a look and see if it's enough. Jian Wushuang handed the interspatial ring filled with purple void divine water to Demon Master Qinhua. Demon Master Qinhua took it and glanced at it before nodding. It's enough. With this purple void divine water, I can definitely help this little guy change his fate. But before that, I have to find a quiet place. After all, it takes a long time to complete the change. Even if I do it myself, it will take at least 3 months. Heavenly Sword Marquis, you'd better protect us. Don't let anyone disturb us. No problem, Jian Wushuang agreed readily. 3 days later, this is it. Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Qinhua stopped in a remote mountain range. Heavenly Sword Marquis, it'll change this little guy's fate here. Although this place is remote, during the process of changing my fate, people will inevitably be attracted to me. I'll have to rely on you to keep them out, Demon Master Qinhua said. Qinhua, from your words, It seems that many people will be attracted to you once you change your fate. Jian Wushuang looked at Demon Master Qinhua in surprise. You'll find out later. However, there shouldn't be any great experts around this territory. With your strength, you can handle everything, said Demon Master Qinhua. I'll try my best. Jian Wushuang rolled his eyes. Zhao Meng, come with me. Demon Master Qinhua led Zhao Meng into the depths of the mountains and immediately opened a cave mansion, ready to change his fate. As for Jian Wushuang, he sat down in a nearby mountain and took out a black scroll. This black scroll was the first scroll of the 9 exterminating firmament scrolls. Although Jian Wushuang had a high affinity for the destruction principles, which was no less than his affinity for the space-time principles, he had not really entered the rudiments of the destruction principles because he had not tried to comprehend them before. Now that he wanted to comprehend them, he naturally had to start from the most basic level. The first scroll he took out was also aimed at the rudiments of the destruction principles from the beginning to the end. Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged on the mountain and soon began to comprehend the principles of destruction. Gradually, a large amount of power of the principles of destruction began to gather around him. Time passed. For the first 10 days, the mountain was very quiet. Jian Wushuang was still meditating on the principles of destruction. Deep in the mountain, Demon Master Qinhua had already begun to help Zhao Meng change his fate. But at first there was no movement, and the surrounding territory was very quiet. No other experts passed by. Until a month after the beginning of the change, there was finally a change. Chapter 3430 won the power of the will of the heavenly Tao Buzz. The world shook violently. Then a strange wave spread out in the cave mansion where Demon Master Qinhua and Zhao Meng were. Is this wave fate? Jian Wushuang stopped comprehending the destruction principles and looked at the cave mansion. The strange fluctuation swept in all directions, causing the entire heaven and earth to change. At the same time, vast power of the will began to condense at an astonishing speed in the sky. Oh, the power of the will of the heavenly Tao! Jian Wushuang raised his head and sensed the existence of the power of the will of the heavenly Tao from the void. Moreover, the power of the will of the heavenly Tao continued to condense and increase at an astonishing speed. It seems that the power of the will of heaven is also unacceptable to the will of heaven. If Qinhua wants to successfully change the fate of the little guy, he has to face the power of the will of heaven. However, this is the third heaven after all, where the power of the will of heaven is the strongest. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes slightly. He could sense that the power of the will of heaven was rapidly condensing. Soon, the power of the will of heaven had already surpassed the principles master of the 4 void realms, and it was still increasing. After a while, the power of the will of heaven had surpassed the 5 void realms and reached the level of the 6 void realms. At this point, the power of the will of heaven finally stopped condensing. It's equivalent to the level of the 6 void realms. Thanks, the power of the will of heaven in the third heaven is indeed not weak. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly, but he did not care at all. When the power of the will was condensed, it naturally sensed his existence. However, the power of the will did not have any intention of attacking Jian Wushuang. Instead, it concentrated all its power on the heads of Demon Master Qinhua and Zhao Meng. When the power of the will of heaven was condensed to the maximum, boom! The world-destroying divine thunder suddenly descended. The world-annihilating divine thunder carried the full power of the will of the heavenly Tao. It instantly streaked across the sky and struck toward the cave abode where Demon Master Qinhua and Zhao Meng were. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang did not react at all. He knew very well that although the power of the will of the heavenly Tao represented the will of the heavenly Tao, it was not omnipotent in the divine beginning realm. Instead, it had to abide by certain principles, which also determined the power it could gather, now that Demon Master Qinhua and Zhao Meng were defying the heavens and changing their fate. The power of the will of the heavenly Tao could only be mobilized as much as the power of the 6 void realms in the 3rd heaven. However, if Jian Wushuang interfered at this time, it would give the will of the heavenly Tao a chance to mobilize more power than the power of the 6 void realms. The loss outweighed the gain. Moreover, Jian Wushuang also knew that the power of the will of the heavenly Tao, which was comparable to the power of the 6 void realms, was far from enough to deal with Demon Master Qinhua. Sure enough, the Demon Master of the cave mansion attacked directly. A majestic power suddenly rose, which was extremely powerful and instantly destroyed the world-destroying divine thunder that fell from the sky. It did not affect the power of the divine thunder in the cave mansion at all. The first world-destroying divine thunder was directly destroyed, but the power of the will of the heavenly Tao did not stop at all. Boom! 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 One after another, incomparably huge bolts of world-destroying divine lightning descended. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, MyBoxNovel. Thanks. Any one of these world-destroying divine lightning was comparable to an attack of a void 6th realm expert. However, at this moment, the densely packed, world-destroying divine lightning was continuously attacking. If it were to meet with a weaker principles master, it would be very easy for it to be shattered into pieces. Even if they were similarly experts of the void 6th realm, they had to simultaneously block these divine lightning and destroy all of them at the same time, not allowing the divine lightning to have even the slightest bit of power within the cave abode. He was afraid that he would not be able to do so. However, Demon Master Qinhua had already reached the peak of the 6 realms of the void and was only 1 step away from the peak. His strength far exceeded that of an ordinary expert of the 6 realms of the void. If he wanted to destroy all the divine thunder, he could do it. Thanks. The power that the will of heaven can mobilize in the 3rd heaven is indeed extraordinary. Jian Wushuang was secretly amazed. In fact, Demon Master Qinhua could have brought Zhao Meng to the 2nd heaven or changed his fate in the 1st heaven. In that case, the power of the will of the heavenly Tao would not be as powerful as it was now. It would have been easier for him to resist. For example, Demon Master Chenyuo's master had changed his fate in the Amethyst Demon Sect in the 2nd heaven. At that time, not only his master had helped him, but also the many strong warriors of the Amethyst Demon Sect and the sect-protecting formation. Even though the heavenly Daosul had mobilized an extremely powerful force, it was unable to annihilate the Demon Master Qinhua in the end. But now, the Demon Master Qinhua alone was enough to withstand the power of the heavenly Daosul. In the sky above, the heavenly Daosul continued to pour down world-destroying divine thunder and bombard the cave abodes below. Perhaps the heavenly Daosul had already understood that it was unable to do anything to the Demon Master Qinhua, but to the heavenly Daosul, even if it only affected the Demon Master Qinhua to a certain extent, making it impossible for him to continue changing Zhao Meng's fate, it was already worth it. Unfortunately, no matter how much the will of the heavenly Tao attacked, it was easily blocked by the Demon Master Qinhua. The heaven-defying change of fate in the cave abode did not stop at all and continued. In a flash, 2 hours had passed. The power of the will of the heavenly Tao had finally been exhausted, and the will of the heavenly Tao could only retreat helplessly. With the departure of the will of the heavenly Tao, the world became calm again. Is it over? Jian Wushuang's expression changed, but then he shook his head. No. Qinhua said that it would take at least 3 months to complete the heaven-defying change of fate. It's only been 1 month. As expected, not long after the will of the heavenly Tao retreated, the earth suddenly began to rumble, and the entire sky seemed to tremble. A unique aura suddenly spread out from the cave mansion in the middle of the mountain range, and it swept in all directions in an instant. This scene was very similar to the birth of some special treasures. Moreover, the noise was shocking. This noise is really big. Within the range of my soul perception, the whole world is shaking crazily. Such a huge noise No wonder Chinhua said before that during the process of changing fate, many experts will be attracted. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. He knew very well that the commotion was very shocking. The scene was like the birth of a treasure, so it naturally attracted attention. Although they had chosen a secluded place to change fate, such a huge commotion could still attract some of the experts nearby. For these experts, Demon Master Chinhua probably did not have time to deal with them. Naturally, he could only leave it to Jian Wushuang, who was guarding the side. Chapter 3432 Hua, Sect the Third Heaven, the Dragonfire Domain of the 19 Northwest Territories. This Dragonfire Domain was the most unique existence among the 19 Northwest Territories. This was because the other 18 territories were under the control of the Illusionary Moon Sky Sect and the Burning Heart Sky Sect. Only this Dragonfire Domain was not under the control of the two great sky sections. However, it was sandwiched between the territories of the two great sky sections. The situation was naturally quite delicate. However, it was also because the Dragonfire Domain was not under the control of the two great celestial sects that many experts from the surrounding territories had come here. Some of them had established their own forces and sects here. Therefore, there were many more experts in the Dragonfire Domain than in the other territories. There were many large and small forces in the Dragonfire Domain. Among them, the strongest ones were the three great sections. These three great sects were the Azure Demon Divine Hall, the U Palace. Among the three great sects, the Azure Demon Divine Hall was the strongest. The other two great sects were second, and each of these three great sects had several principals, masters, overseeing them. At this moment, within one of the three great sects, the Yuhua sect. Within the grand ceremony, the three principals, masters of the Yuhua sect, gathered here. Their expressions were extremely unsightly. The news has already been confirmed. The Azure Demon Divine Hall was indeed the one who destroyed the Crimson Water Island. Moreover, they were able to destroy the island with ease. After destroying the Crimson Water Island, the Azure Demon Divine Hall still has the intention to attack the surrounding sects. A middle-aged man with long green hair said in a low voice, "The Azure Demon Divine Hall is finally unable to hold back anymore." Sect Master Yu Hua clenched his hands tightly, his expression cold. This is within expectations. The Azure Demon Divine Hall's strength is already much stronger than the other factions in the Dragon Fire Domain. Even our Yu Palace is still quite a distance away from them. Not long ago, there was news that the Azure Demon Divine Hall had obtained a fortuitous encounter, and his strength has increased by another step, reaching the 5th level of the Void Realm. The 5th level of the Void Realm. This is already one of the top experts. No one in our Dragon Fire Domain can contend against him. The Azure Demon Divine Hall naturally doesn't have to worry about anything. They will directly start to annex the other sects and factions around them. The white-robed woman said in a deep voice, "The Azure Demon Divine Hall has only destroyed one Crimson Water Island. It won't be long before the Azure Demon Divine Hall acts against the other sects and factions. In the end, they will naturally not let us, the Yu Palace and Ascendants, sect off. With our current strength, we have no chance of winning against the Azure Demon Divine Hall." When they heard this, both Sect Master Yu Hua and the middle-aged man with long green hair fell silent. Indeed, although the Yuhua sect was one of the three great sects in the Dragon Fire Domain, their strength was far inferior to that of the Azure Demon Divine Hall. Usually, the strongest Azure Demon of the Azure Demon Divine Hall was only at the peak of the Void 4th stage, although it was much stronger than the peak of the Void 3rd stage of Sect Master Yuhua. Azure Demon was not confident that it could kill the Sect Master Yuhua. Hence, the Azure Demon Divine Hall had been restraining itself. However, now that Azure Demon had reached the Void 5th stage, his strength had soared. If they were to fight head-on, Azure Demon had a chance to kill Sect Master Yuhua. After all, there was a gap of 2 levels between the Void 3rd stage and the Void 5th stage. What about the Great Yu Palace? They should have also noticed the movements of the Azure Demon Divine Hall, right? Sect Master Yu Hua asked. Of course they have. However, when I sent a message to ask, the Great Yu Palace still appeared rather calm. The middle-aged man with long green hair said, Humph, of course they are calm. After all, the Palace Master of the Great Yu Palace has already reached the 4th stage of the Void Realm. Furthermore, he has an extremely powerful supreme treasure in his hands. Even if that Azure Demon has already reached the 5th stage of the Void Realm, he still can't do anything to the Palace Master of the Great Yu Palace. Hence, the Azure Demon Divine Hall will more or less have some misgivings toward the Great Yu Palace. The Great Yu Palace knows this as well, Sect Master Yu Hua said with a cold snort. But if the Azure Demon Divine Hall succeeds and annihilates all the other sects in the Dragon Fire domain, including my Yu Hua sect, then only Yu Palace will remain. Sooner or later, it will be swallowed by the Azure Demon Divine Hall, the white-robed woman said. Who knows what that old fellow from Yu Palace is thinking? Sect Master Yu Hua said in a low voice. The 3 principals, masters of Yu Hua, were all very worried about the Azure Demon Divine Hall at this moment, but at this moment, a unique aura suddenly swept over. The 3 principals, masters, immediately sensed this aura, and at the same time, they discovered that the surrounding void began to faintly tremble. What's going on? Sect Master Yu Hua immediately raised his head. This aura came from that direction, and it seems to be very far away, the white-robed woman said. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Box Novel. Thanks. What a huge commotion. The green-haired, middle-aged man looked surprised. It's still coming from within you, Hua, despite being so far away. Such a huge commotion. Could it be that a universe, true treasure has been born? Sect Master Yu Hua's eyes immediately lit up. This aura does seem to be coming from the birth of a true treasure, said the white-robed woman. If it is a true treasure, said the middle-aged man with long green hair, then it must be an extraordinary, true treasure. It might be a top-tier, true treasure. Haha, the heavens are really on our side. We were worried that we wouldn't be able to face Green Demon Godly Palace. Now, a top-tier true treasure is attacking us. If I can get my hands on that top-tier true treasure, I might be able to raise my combat power to the next level, which is comparable to the 4 levels of the void space. I won't be too afraid even if Green Demon attacks me personally, said Sect Master Yu Hua. He immediately gave the order. Let's go. We'll rush over immediately. Without any hesitation, the 3 principals, masters of the Yu Hua, immediately rushed toward the source of the disturbance. The 3 of them pushed their speed to the limit, afraid that others would get there first. As they flew at high speed, the 3 principals, masters of Yu Hua, still used nearly 15 minutes to get close to the source of that unique aura. This place is so remote. The green-haired, middle-aged man looked around. The more remote the place is, the more likely it is that a true treasure will be born. And from the looks of it, the 3 of us should be the first to arrive here. That true treasure is ours. Yu Hua, Sect Master, looked eager. The true treasure is in that mountain range in that direction. The white-robed woman pointed in a direction of the mountain range in front of them. The 3 of them were ready to rush there. But before they could get close to the mountain range, "Stop, you 3! A voice suddenly sounded in their ears, and then a figure appeared in front of the 3 principals masters. This person was carrying a long sword on his back, and the muscles on his face were wriggling. It was obvious that he had changed his appearance. This person was naturally Jian Wushuang, who was staying around the mountain range to protect Demon Master Qinhua and Zhao Meng. Chapter 3430. 3 people who block the way. The 3 people who were excited immediately stopped. When they saw Jian Wushuang in front of them, their pupils constricted. "Who are you?" "Sect Master Yu," Hua asked in a low voice. "It doesn't matter who I am. The important thing is that you must have been attracted by the noise coming from the center of the mountain range, right? If I'm not mistaken, you must have thought that a supreme treasure was born here, right?" Jian Wushuang said indifferently, "Yes." "Sect Master Yu," Hua nodded. "In that case, please go back. The noise was not caused by the birth of the supreme treasure. It was caused by a friend of mine who was in closed-door cultivation in the mountain range," Jian Wushuang said. "Nonsense." Sect Master Yu Hua shouted. "This aura is so unique. It must be caused by the birth of the supreme treasure. How could it be caused by a cultivator in closed-door cultivation? Also, did you just say that it was your friend who was in seclusion?" But this aura spread so widely and created such a big commotion. To create such a big commotion, the person in seclusion must be at least a top expert of the fourth or even the fifth realm of the void. You, a mere saint, are not qualified to be friends with such an expert. You are clearly lying. "Your Excellency," Jian Wushuang was about to explain. "Shut up." The middle-aged man with long green hair shouted. "A mere saint dares to block our way. He's really courting death." As soon as he finished his words, the middle-aged man with long green hair trembled, and an aura of the third realm of the void instantly burst out. The three principals, masters of the Yuhua sect, were all quite strong. Among them, the Yuhua sect master was already at the peak of the third realm of the void, and the middle-aged man with long green hair had just reached the third realm of the void. Only the white-robed woman was slightly weaker. However, she was also at the peak of the second realm of the void realm. Now, as soon as the middle-aged man with long green hair revealed his aura, he immediately transformed into a fierce beast and rushed toward Jian Wushuang, intending to kill him. "It seems that I can't let them leave just by talking. In that case, I'll have to beat them back." Jian Wushuang's eyes turned cold, and he suddenly rushed forward. In an instant, he was in front of the green-haired, middle-aged man. At the same time, the long sword behind him had been unsheathed. An immortal saint and a principal's master of the third realm of the void collided in an instant. Peerless sword technique, Shi Xiang. Blood Mountain sword slashed out ferociously. In an instant, a scarlet sword light, like a blood-red lightning, easily tore through space and slashed toward the green-haired, middle-aged man with a shocking power. The green-haired, middle-aged man had originally intended to kill Jian Wushuang, so he did not hold back because Jian Wushuang was just an immortal saint. He waved his saber, which also turned into dazzling golden light. It was extremely gorgeous. The two suddenly collided. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Box Novel. Thanks. Clang! A crisp sound of collision rang out, and the surrounding space directly cracked. It should be known that Jian Wushuang had already activated his life divine power. Although he had not used the heaven-cleaving skill, he could control 3 parts of the power of his will. With the life divine power and the Shi Xiang move, the power of the explosion was definitely not weaker than that of an expert at the peak of the fourth void realm. The cyan-haired, middle-aged man had just reached the third void realm. At the moment of the collision, the cyan-haired, middle-aged man's saber was instantly slashed in a different direction by the terrifying power contained in the blood-red sword light. However, the blood-red sword light did not lose its momentum and directly hit his divine body. Bang! The sword light swept over, and the terrifying power instantly smashed the god body of the middle-aged man with long green hair into pieces. The divine body of the middle-aged man with long green hair also immediately collapsed and turned into a sky full of divine power. This divine power rapidly gathered in the void. After a moment, it gathered again, and the figure of the middle-aged man with long green hair appeared again. However, at this moment, his face was filled with astonishment. Behind him, Sect Master Yu Hua and the white-robed woman also widened their eyes in disbelief. A void third-level principles master was fighting head-on with an immortal saint. Moreover, they were fighting head-on. In the end, in an instant, this void third-level divine body was smashed into pieces. What kind of situation was this? Could this person be an extremely terrifying principles master? Is he intentionally concealing his aura? Sect Master Yu Hua could not help but ask, "That's not right. If he really is the principles master who intentionally concealed his aura, then no matter how well he concealed his aura, once he attacked, that divine power aura wouldn't be able to be concealed. However, the divine power aura on his body is indeed at the level of an immortal saint. Even when he waved his sword, it was still the same. However, he's just an immortal saint," the white-robed woman said. "There's only one immortal saint in the divine beginning realm." The white-robed woman suddenly raised her head. "Oman, Heavenly Sword Marquis. He's Heavenly Sword Marquis." Sect Master Yu Hua, the white-robed woman, and the middle-aged man with long green hair, who had just been defeated by his divine body, all stared at Jian Wushuang. Seeing that the three of them had already said his name, Jian Wushuang felt helpless. He had come to the third heaven because he did not want to be too ostentatious, so he deliberately changed his appearance. Even if someone provoked him, he usually did not make a move and let Demon Master Qinhua deal with them. But now Demon Master Qinhua and Zhao Meng were in the cave mansion in the mountain range. He had to protect them and deal with the three principles masters. Once he made a move, his identity would naturally be exposed. "Three of you, I have no intention of making an enemy of you. However, it is true that a good friend of mine is in seclusion in the cave mansion. I am guarding him outside. During his seclusion, no one is allowed to disturb him. So, the three of you should leave," Jian Wushuang said calmly. The three principals, masters of the Yu Hua sect, had gathered together, but at the moment their expressions were very serious. At the same time, they were secretly discussing. "I didn't expect that the immortal saint was Heavenly Sword Marquis, and his strength is indeed as terrifying as the rumors say. No, he should be stronger than the rumors say." The green-haired middle-aged man said in a low voice, "I had already used all my strength to attack, just now, but in a head-on clash with him, I was completely crushed by him in terms of power. Moreover, my divine body was instantly destroyed. I'm sure that the power that the Heavenly Sword Marquis sword just released in an instant has already surpassed most of the experts of the Void Fourth Realm. It has even reached the peak of the Void Fourth Realm. With such strength, even if the three of us attacked at the same time, we might not be able to contend against him. The strength of Heavenly Sword Marquis is obvious. If the three of us choose to fight him head-on, it would definitely be irrational," the white-robed woman added. Chapter 3434 One man against a wall in the vast void space. The three principals, masters of Yu Hua sect, were gathered there, and the one standing in front of them was only an immortal saint. However, the three principals, masters, still felt tremendous pressure. "Two of you, do you think what Heavenly Sword Marquis said is true?" Sect Master Yu Hua looked at the two people around him. Of course, it must be false. Such a commotion is obviously caused by the birth of a supreme treasure. How could it be caused by a powerful warrior in seclusion? The middle-aged man with long green hair said, "I think so too. Heavenly Sword Marquis must have sensed the birth of a supreme treasure just like us and rushed here. He was just one step ahead of us. Because the supreme treasure hasn't been fully born yet, he came out to ask us to leave," the white-robed woman said. "We all think that Heavenly Sword Marquis is lying, but his strength is obvious. It won't be easy for us to get the supreme treasure from him." The green-haired, middle-aged man frowned. With the strength that Jian Wushuang had just displayed, even if the three of them attacked together, they would probably be defeated by Jian Wushuang. There's no rush. The appearance of this supreme treasure is so big that the entire Dragon Fire domain will probably be alarmed. We, the Yu Hua sect, are the first to arrive because we are close to this place. However, as expected, many experts from the other two sects and the Dragon Fire domain should have also arrived. Heavenly Sword Marquis can block us, but I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to block all the experts from the Dragon Fire domain, Sect Master Yu Hua said. But if we wait for the other experts from the Dragon Fire domain, the Yu Palace and the Green Demon Divine Palace to arrive, then we won't have the advantage of fighting for the supreme treasure, the white-robed woman said in a low voice. There's nothing we can do about it. Well, think of a solution when the time comes. Let's retreat to the side for now. After Sect Master Yu Hua made his decision, the three of them flew directly to the side. Jian Wushuang had been paying attention to the movements of the three of them, so he naturally saw their movements. Although the three of them have retreated, they didn't go too far. Instead, they just stayed around. It seems that they don't believe what I said and still want to wait for an opportunity. Jian Wushuang shook his head secretly. He felt quite helpless in his heart. He knew very well that the commotion caused by Demon Master Qinhua and Zhao Mang was like the birth of a top-tier treasure. Although he had explained to the three of them, it was still too difficult for them to believe him. Now, the three of them had retreated to the side temporarily because they were afraid of his strength. However, it was clear that they had no intention of leaving. Instead, they were waiting for an opportunity and for other experts to arrive. As expected, not long after, another expert was attracted by the unique aura and rushed to this mountain range. This time, it was only a solitary expert with the strength of the third realm of the void. After arriving, this solitary principal's master, like the Yu Hua sect, attempted to enter the cave mansion that emitted the aura to investigate. Of course, he was immediately stopped by Jian Wushuang. A solitary expert of the third realm of the void was easily crushed by Jian Wushuang. He had no choice but to retreat to the side, but he did not leave either. As time passed, more and more experts were attracted by the unique aura. Apart from Yu Hua sect, most of the principal's masters who stood at the top of the Dragonfire domain were attracted. However, most of them were solitary principal's masters. There were not many of them, so they came one by one. They were all easily blocked by Jian Wushuang. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed since the commotion in the cave mansion. At this moment, there were already 8 principals, masters, gathered around the cave mansion. In addition, there were many immortal saints. After these immortal saints arrived and saw the situation in front of them, they knew that they had no ability to compete. However, they did not intend to leave. Instead, they stayed to watch the show. More and more experts are coming. Jian Wushuang stood in the void in front of the cave mansion and spread his soul power, watching all the experts around him. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, myboxnovel.com. Thanks. There are 8 principals, masters here. Although most of them are not strong, they can cause me some trouble if they join hands. Moreover, there are still experts coming. It won't be long before all the experts in the Dragonfire domain come here. This is not small trouble. Jian Wushuang sighed. At this moment, Jian Wushuang noticed that there were 4 principals masters in the void in front of him. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and immediately went up to meet them. Bang! With a violent boom, a 5-meter-wide spatial black hole appeared in the void, crazily devouring everything. The 4 principals masters had also stopped. Heavenly Sword Marquis, Yu Palace doesn't want to be your enemy. However, the supreme treasure in the middle of the mountain range is not something you can occupy alone. Get out of the way, or don't blame me for being rude. A burly red-browed elder stared at Jian Wushuang. He stared at Jian Wushuang. The red-browed elder was the palace master of Yu Palace, an expert who had reached the 4th realm of the void. Palace Master Yu, I've told you that there are no supreme treasures in this mountain range. You've made a mistake, so I advise you to leave as soon as possible, Jian Wushuang said coldly. Humph, you're too stubborn. Palace Master, you obviously did not believe Jian Wushuang's words. He snorted, and a large amount of red flames burst out from his body. causing the entire world to sink into a sea of red flames. Palace Master Yes figure suddenly flashed, and the scarlet hammer in his hand fiercely smashed toward Jian Wushuang as if it could split the heaven and earth apart. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang's eyes turned cold, and he immediately attacked. Clang! Clang! Bang! In the blink of an eye, Jian Wushuang and Palace Master Yu collided 3 times in the void. The 3 collisions were head-on and head-on. In the first collision, Palace Master Yes' body trembled, and he immediately sank. In the second collision, the scarlet hammer in Palace Master Yes' hand was thrown away. In the third collision, Jian Wushuang's Blood Mountain sword was not hindered at all. It directly struck Palace Master Yes' divine body, causing it to collapse by more than half. He also retreated in a sorry state. In the blink of an eye, the battle between the two had been decided. Palace Master Yu was completely defeated. The terrifying strength Jian Wushuang displayed in this battle also frightened the people from the palace and the surrounding spectators. In the end, the 4 people from the palace had no choice but to retreat to the side temporarily. Yu the Great! Just as they retreated to the edge, the 3 principals, masters of the Yu Hua sect, walked over. Chapter 34-35 Azure, Demon Divine Hall. Sect Master Yu Hua, how long have you been here? Palace Master Yu looked at the 3 people from Yu Hua sect who had arrived. It has already been more than 2 hours. Other than Heavenly Sword Marquis, our Yu Hua sect was the first to arrive. However, after we arrived, we were blocked by Heavenly Sword Marquis, so we had no way to come into contact with the cave abode, Sect Master Yu Hua said. In other words, you don't know what's inside the cave abode. Palace Master Yuda asked. We don't. Among all the people present, Heavenly Sword Marquis is probably the only one who knows. However, Heavenly Sword Marquis said that a good friend of his was in seclusion inside the cave abode. The movements in the surroundings were also sent by that good friend of his. I don't really believe this reason, said Sect Master Yu Hua. I don't believe it either. Palace Master Yu also said solemnly, but as you can see, this Heavenly Marquis Jian is terrifyingly strong. He defeated me with just 3 strikes. His strength is probably comparable to an expert at the 5th level of the void. With him blocking the outside, it won't be easy for us to force our way in. Yes, said Sect Master Yu Hua. Not only is Heavenly Sword Marquis powerful, but he also has many techniques. Rumor has it that he is also good at the shadowless escape technique of Blood Blade Master. Once he uses the shadowless escape technique, his speed is also incredibly fast. Even if we join forces with all the great beings present, we might not be able to do anything to him. Most importantly, the strange phenomenon in the cave abode is still continuing. This means that the true treasures in there should not have been completely born yet. If he has already appeared, then it will be easy. At most, all of us will rush forward together. Even if the Heavenly Sword Marquis is extremely powerful, he will not be able to stop all of us at once. There will always be people who will seize the opportunity to enter the cave abode and leave with the supreme treasure. However, since he has not appeared, without the supreme treasure that has completely appeared, there is no way to directly take it away, Palace Master Yuda said. Let's wait and see. When this phenomenon disappears and that supreme treasure is fully born, we will swarm forward together. At that time, Heavenly Sword Marquis won't be able to stop us, Sect Master Yu Hua said. I'm not worried about Heavenly Sword Marquis. I'm worried about the Azure Demon Divine Hall. Palace Master Yuda's expression was solemn. The appearance of this supreme treasure has caused such a huge commotion. Not only our Yuda Palace and your Yu Hua sect, but the Azure Demon Divine Hall must have noticed it as well. If I'm not mistaken, the experts from the Azure Demon Divine Hall are also rushing over. I'm afraid that they will arrive here soon. Azure Demon Divine Hall, Sect Master Yu Hua's face darkened. Among all the forces in the Dragon Fire domain, the Azure Demon Divine Hall was the one that Yu Hua sect feared the most. Let's wait and see. Even if the Azure Demon Divine Hall arrives, our two families might be able to compete with it, even if we join hands, Sect Master Yu Hua said. Okay. Palace Master Yu nodded slightly. Obviously, Yu Palace was willing to join hands with Yu Hua sect when they faced the Azure Demon Divine Hall. Ri's time passed, more and more experts gathered around. But no one was able to break into the cave mansion because of Jian Wushuang's obstruction. At this moment, in the void not far away, several figures flew over side by side. The leader was a middle-aged man in a cyan suit. Even the middle-aged man's eyes were suffused with a single cyan light, making him look very evil. When they saw the person who had arrived, the hearts of the many experts who had gathered in this area tensed up. Azure Demon Divine Hall. The people from Azure Demon Divine Hall have finally arrived. Then the person in the lead should be Azure Demon, right? It's said that Azure Demon had obtained an opportunity not too long ago and had already broken through to the 5th stage of the void. The 5th stage of the void is unrivaled within the dragon fire domain. One after another, respectful voices rang out. Even the principal's masters from Yu Palace and Yu Hua sect could not help but feel apprehensive when they saw the arrival of the Azure Demon Divine Hall's people, especially when they saw the leader, Azure Demon. In the blink of an eye, the group of 4 from the Azure Demon Divine Hall had already arrived at the center of the mountain. The leader of the group, Azure Demon, looked around and had already noticed the many experts gathered around him. Why aren't these people entering the cave abode? What are they doing outside? Azure Demon revealed a puzzled expression. Who knows? They probably haven't started fighting over the treasure yet, because it hasn't fully emerged yet. A principal's master from the Azure Demon Divine Hall beside him said, let's ignore them. Since our Azure Demon Divine Hall has already arrived, this supreme treasure is ours. Azure Demon coldly snorted, Come, let's go in. The 4 people from the Azure Demon Divine Hall, led by Azure Demon, rushed toward the cave abode that was emitting a strange sound. When they saw this scene, the surrounding experts did not have any intention of stopping them. Instead, they revealed strange expressions. The people from the Azure Demon Divine Hall are heading toward that cave abode. That cave abode is guarded by the Heavenly Sword Marquis. We have seen his strength. He is probably not much weaker than the 5 Void Realms. Although Azure Demon is also extremely strong, it is not certain who will win against the Heavenly Sword Marquis. Visit Rietal, me for extra chapters. Let's see. Even if it is Azure Demon, it won't be so easy to pass the Heavenly Sword Marquis. The surrounding experts were all looking forward to it. Even the Yu Palace and the Yu Hua sect were looking forward to the Azure Demon Divine Hall and the Heavenly Sword Marquis. After all, the Azure Demon Divine Hall could be said to be the dominant force in the Dragon Fire domain. Although the Yu Palace and the Yu Hua sect were also one of the 3 major forces, their overall strength was much weaker than the Azure Demon Divine Hall. Neither of them had the ability to fight against the Azure Demon Divine Hall. But Heavenly Sword Marquis, who was blocking them, had the ability to challenge the Azure Demon Divine Hall. Sure enough, just as the 4 people of the Azure Demon Divine Hall were about to approach the cave mansion, Jian Wushuang came up to them. Please go back, Jian Wushuang said coldly. Who are you? You are just an immortal saint. How dare you block our way? A principal's master of the Azure Demon Divine Hall immediately shouted. My name is Heavenly Sword Marquis. Jian Wushuang remained calm. In any case, his identity had been recognized by others. Fortunately, he had no intention of concealing his identity, so he announced his name. Heavenly Sword Marquis? Hearing this name, the 4 principals masters of the Azure Demon Divine Hall, including Azure Demon, were shocked. It could not be helped. Heavenly Sword Marquis name was too big in the divine beginning realm. He is Heavenly Sword Marquis, the most terrifying immortal saint in the history of the divine beginning realm? A brown-haired elder looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise. He is blocking our way and wants us to leave. Could it be that the people around us, including Yu Palace and Yu Hua sect, are unable to enter the cave mansion because they are blocked by him? Another blood-haired youth frowned and said, "They thought that the experts from Yu Palace and Yu Hua sect did not enter the cave mansion because the treasure had not been born yet." However, Jian Wushuang's appearance changed their minds. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 34-36, Azure Demon. Heavenly Sword Marquis, what are you doing here? Azure Demon stared at Jian Wushuang. A man's name was like the shadow of a tree. Jian Wushuang was so famous in the divine beginning realm that even though Azure Demon had reached the level of the fifth void realm, he did not dare to underestimate him. It seems that the four of you are here for the supreme treasure in the cave mansion. But I have to tell you that there is no supreme treasure in the cave mansion. It is just a good friend of mine who is in seclusion there. He is also the one who caused the disturbance in the surroundings. Therefore, the four of you should go back, Jian Wushuang said indifferently. Your good friend is in seclusion. Azure Demon sneered in his heart. Then he said, "It seems that the reason why the people of Yu Palace and Yu Hua sect haven't been able to enter the cave mansion is because of you. Although I don't know why you are able to keep them out. I have to tell you that the Azure Demon Divine Hall is different from Yu Palace and Yu Hua. You'd better make way now. Otherwise, I don't mind teaching you a lesson on behalf of the people of the Temporal Temple." Teach me a lesson? Jian Wushuang's face darkened. Azure Demon, I'm afraid you're not qualified to teach me a lesson. How dare you? Azure Demon's voice turned cold, and his body suddenly moved. The moment Jian Wushuang saw Azure Demon move, he also attacked. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Jian Wushuang activated his life divine power. In an instant, he exerted his power to the maximum. The Blood Mountain sword in his hand turned into blood-red lightning and suddenly slashed out. It was the peerless sword technique, Shixiang. The space was instantly cut open. This huge sword shadow could tear everything apart. Many experts standing in the nearby void, especially the principals masters of Yu Palace and Yu Hua sect, could not help but be frightened when they saw this sword move. Previously, Jian Wushuang had used this sword move to block all of them, whether it was Sect Master Yu Hua or Palace Master Yu, who had already reached the fourth realm of the void. They could only be crushed by that sword move. But now, Jian Wushuang was facing Azure Demon, who was already at the fifth realm of the void realm. Humph! Azure Demon snorted, and his power suddenly increased. Rumble! Endless cyan air waves swept out like a vast cyan ocean. In this cyan ocean, Azure Demon waved his hand, and a cyan stone staff suddenly expanded and stabbed toward the blood-red sword light. Boom! The two collided, and a terrifying power instantly erupted. The void was like a piece of paper, exploding under the two powers. Huge space cracks filled the sky. At the center of the two shocking powers, the blood-red sword light could not withstand the opponent's terrifying power and collapsed. Jian Wushuang immediately retreated and finally regained his balance. This scene made the onlookers' pupils shrink, but they were not too surprised. As expected, Azure Demon is stronger. It's normal. After all, Azure Demon is an expert of the fifth void realm and Heavenly Sword Marquis. Although he is extremely powerful, his battle strength is probably at the peak of the fourth void realm. An immortal saint has the battle strength of the peak of the fourth void realm. This is already incredible. If he is any stronger, it would be unjustifiable. Many experts began to discuss among themselves. Heavenly Sword Marquis, no wonder you were able to stop the people of Yu Palace and Yu Hua sect by yourself. You were able to fight me head-on. You are indeed very strong. Moreover, you are just an immortal saint. Unfortunately, your strength is not as good as mine. If I want to enter the cave mansion, you can't stop me." Azure Demon's eyes were cold. He stared at Jian Wushuang. "Haha, Azure Demon, it's too early for you to be happy." Jian Wushuang laughed and said, "That was only the first time we fought. I was just testing your strength. Now let's fight again." Hearing this, Azure Demon narrowed his eyes and said, "You're boasting." Whoosh! Azure Demon moved and attacked again. Similarly, the green air currents that filled the sky formed an enormous green ocean, and Azure Demon was the absolute ruler of this green ocean. He held the staff in one hand, and the green stone staff in his hand magnified endlessly, then stirred the entire ocean. He suddenly smashed out. It must be known that in the first collision, just now, Azure Demon had only used the long staff to stab out. But now he had used the long stick to smash him. The power of the long stick must have been stronger. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang was not afraid at all. A faint smile even appeared on his face. Just as the long stick was about to hit him, Jian Wushuang's body shook, and he suddenly used the heaven-cleaving skill. Once the heaven-cleaving skill was used, Jian Wushuang's power instantly soared to a whole new level. Visit Rietal, me for extra chapters. Peerless Sword Manual, Shi Xiang. The same sword move, the same blood-red sword light, smashed down like lightning. No different from the sword move that had collided with Azure Demon just now. However, the power of the same sword move was completely different at this moment. In the blink of an eye, the blood-red sword light collided with the enlarged cyan stone stick again. Boom! The commotion caused by this clash was much greater than the previous one. When the surrounding spectators saw the two terrifying auras coming into direct contact, they even felt that the world around them was trembling crazily. That shocking aura caused everyone around to tremble in fear. However, this time, the head-on clash did not end in a stalemate like the previous one. Instead, the victor was determined in just an instant. The green ocean that covered Azure Demon's body was swept away by the power of the sword light in an instant. The entire green ocean disappeared, and the green stone staff in Azure Demon's hand was also slightly changed by the power of the sword light. The terrifying power caused Azure Demon to stagger and almost fall. How is this possible? Azure Demon's eyes were wide open in disbelief. He really could not believe that Jian Wushuang was suppressed by him in the collision just now. However, the power of his stone stick was even stronger now. In the end, he was completely crushed by Jian Wushuang's sword. However, before Azure Demon could be shocked, his heart was shocked because Jian Wushuang had already attacked again after repelling him with his sword. Swish! Jian Wushuang moved like a ghost and appeared beside Azure Demon at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, he slashed out with his Blood Mountain sword. Wushuang Sword Manual, Star Dream. Among the 7 sword moves of the Wushuang Sword Manual, the sword move that focused on cutting and tearing was the most important. Jian Wushuang also used the heaven-cleaving skill while using his full strength. The heaven-cleaving skill made the sword move extremely terrifying. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 34-37 Plan not good. Seeing the star dream, first style attacking him. Even Azure Demon's face changed. At such a close distance, Azure Demon could clearly sense how terrifying this sword was. If he could block it, it would be fine. But if he could not, the terrifying cutting power of this sword style could cut through his divine body. It could probably cut through his protective armor and cut through his divine body. Get lost! Azure Demon suddenly shouted. The cyan stone stick in his hand blocked in front of him at the fastest speed, and the terrifying sword light also cut into his stone stick. However, Azure Demon's power was not as strong as Jian Wushuang's. Moreover, this was a hasty defense. The terrifying power contained in the sword light immediately knocked the cyan stone stick aside, and it still had a lot of power left to cut into Azure Demon's divine body. The sword light cut through Azure Demon's protective armor, and sparks flew in all directions. Azure Demon felt a burning pain, but when he looked over, he took a deep breath. A deep white mark appeared on his protective armor, and a sword mark appeared on his divine body. Obviously, although Jian Wushuang's sword attack did not directly tear his protective armor, it had reached the limit of his protective armor. Moreover, the tearing power contained in the sword, it still penetrated his protective armor and injured his divine body. Whoosh! Azure Demon suddenly retreated and immediately pulled away from Jian Wushuang. After he regained his balance, Azure Demon could not help but feel a chill in his heart. The tearing power contained in Jian Wushuang's sword was too terrifying. As an expert of the fifth void realm and protected by the supreme treasure armor, he almost could not withstand it. Fortunately, I used the stone stick to block most of the power of this sword. Otherwise, this sword might still be able to break my divine body through my supreme treasure level armor, Azure Demon thought to himself. At the same time, he looked at the long sword in Jian Wushuang's hand. That sword is so sharp. This was Azure Demon's understanding of the Blood Mountain sword. He knew very well that although Jian Wushuang's sword was powerful and the tearing force was strong, without the help of a divine sword that was good at cutting, it could not penetrate his supreme treasure armor and damage his divine body. In fact, Jian Wushuang's Blood Mountain sword was his original divine weapon. It had been growing under his nourishment and increasing its power. Jian Wushuang even used his own blood essence to nurture the Blood Mountain sword. When Jian Wushuang came out of the Blood Wave realm and had the battle strength of a principal's master, the Blood Mountain sword had already transformed into a supreme treasure. Over the years, as Jian Wushuang's strength continued to increase, the level of the Blood Mountain sword had also increased. It should have reached the level of an advanced supreme treasure by now. It was an advanced supreme treasure, and the most terrifying thing about the Blood Mountain sword was its sharpness. Such a sword treasure, coupled with the Star Dream first move, instantly exploded with a tearing force. Of course, it was terrifyingly powerful. Azure Demon, how about it? Do you want to fight again? Jian Wushuang stood in front of Azure Demon and looked at him with a sneer. Azure Demon's face had become extremely unsightly. He had already seen that Jian Wushuang was indeed stronger than him in the fight just now, especially that extremely sharp sword strike. It made him feel a lingering fear. If he was alone, he really did not want to fight with Jian Wushuang anymore. Heavenly Sword Marquis, even if you are very strong, I'm afraid it won't be so easy for you to occupy the supreme treasure in your cave mansion by yourself, Azure Demon said. I have already told you that there are no treasures in the cave mansion. You just don't want to believe it, Jian Wushuang said with a bitter smile. How about this? You can wait here, quietly like the others. It won't take long. In 1 or 2 months at most, my good friend will come out of the cave mansion. Then you'll know whether this is true or not. Of course, before that, I can promise that I won't step into the cave mansion. How about it? Humph. Azure Demon snorted and did not answer. However, he turned around and walked toward the experts of Yu Palace and Yu Hua Sect. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang's expression changed slightly. I'm afraid Azure Demon doesn't believe me. Indeed, Azure Demon did not believe Jian Wushuang's words. He was afraid of Jian Wushuang's strength, so he gave in temporarily. However, he and the others from the Azure Demon Divine Hall had already arrived in front of the principals, masters of Yu Palace and Yu Hua Sect. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Yu Da. Sect Master Yu Hua. What do you think? Azure Demon asked in a low voice. What else can we do? Even you can't pass the trial of Heavenly Sword Marquis. What can we do? Sect Master Yu Hua said directly. In fact, they were the most shocked when they saw Jian Wushuang forcing Azure Demon back and damaging his divine body. They could not imagine that Jian Wushuang, a mere immortal saint, could be so powerful. Heavenly Sword Marquis is indeed very strong. I think his battle strength is close to the peak of the Void Fifth Realm, and am no match for him in a one-on-one fight. However, he is only one person, and we can't do anything to him in a one-on-one fight. However, if we attack him together, Heavenly Sword Marquis can't stop all of us alone. At that time, we can ignore him and fight for the supreme treasure in the cave mansion, Azure Demon said. That's true. But the problem is that the true treasure in the cave mansion hasn't been fully born yet. It's not wise to fight for it now. However, if we wait until the true treasure is fully born before we fight for it, Heavenly Sword Marquis will be the closest to the cave mansion, and his specialty is speed. When the true treasure is fully born, he will enter the cave mansion immediately and get the true treasure. At that time, we can only watch helplessly. After all, even 3 great Saint Realm Masters can't kill Heavenly Sword Marquis. If we want to kill him and then snatch the true treasure from his hands, it's just a pipe dream, Palace Master Yuda said. In that case, we can only wait for that ultimate treasure to be born before we make our move. We will wait for the unusual sound that is emitted from within the cave mansion to begin to weaken before we charge forward together. Azure Demon said, when an ordinary ultimate treasure was born, the unusual phenomenon that was emitted would begin to weaken. At this moment, it was most suitable for them to make their move. In that case, let's do it this way. However, that Heavenly Sword Marquis is so powerful that it is a problem for all of us. Among all of us present, only you, Azure Demon, are able to fight him. Therefore, I am afraid that you will have to deal with him when the time comes. Sect Master Yu Hua suddenly said, Humph, the fight for the supreme treasure relies on luck. At that time, we will just have to fight evenly. Azure Demon coldly snorted. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 3438, Swarmed Forward Time, continued to pass, and the surrounding experts were waiting patiently. They were all waiting for an opportunity. Jian Wushuang naturally knew this, but he could do nothing about it. After another half a day, the huge heaven and earth phenomenon that erupted from the cave mansion finally began to weaken. This weakening was immediately sensed by the many great beings who were patiently waiting in the void space. The heaven and earth phenomenon is beginning to weaken. That true treasure is finally about to be born. After waiting for so long, it's finally here. The gazes of the great beings in the surroundings became fiery. And then, attack! Attack together! Quick! Seize the supreme treasure! The experts who were waiting here all attacked at the same time. There were dozens of experts, including more than 10 principals, masters, and many powerful immortal saints. They all attacked at the same time and rushed toward the cave mansion. Jian Wushuang's expression changed at this scene. Damn it! Everyone is rushing toward me like crazy. Although I'm strong, I can't stop everyone at once. Jian Wushuang frowned. In the next moment, he made up his mind. I have no choice but to stop as many people as possible. In the void, Jian Wushuang made his move. One finger painting the sky, space-time prison. Buzz. With a simple stroke of his finger, the power of space-time principles gathered in his body suddenly surged up and swept out in all directions like a sea wave. In just a moment, it covered the entire mountain range. The space-time restriction had already taken shape. Then, draw the Earth as a prison, space-time restriction. Buzz, buzz. The vast power of the space-time principles that covered the surrounding heaven and earth instantly swept toward the many experts rushing forward. Space-time restriction. This move, with Jian Wushuang's current strength, could even have a great binding effect on experts at the peak of the fifth void realm. The strongest among them, Qing Mo, was only at the threshold of the fifth realm of the void. The others were even weaker. Under the space-time binding, their speed was greatly reduced. Their bodies were also greatly restricted. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, MyBoxNovel. Thanks. Jian Wushuang's speed completely burst out. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Jian Wushuang's figure was like a ghost, appearing in front of the experts, one after another. The blood mountain sword in his hand also swept out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The cold sword light attacked, forcing the experts to stop in order to block Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship. In that instant, Jian Wushuang actually blocked more than half of the people who rushed over. Among them, the strength of Qing Mo and Palace Master Yu were also blocked by Jian Wushuang, however. There were also some people who went around them. There were only about a dozen of them, but Jian Wushuang could not stop them. There was nothing he could do. No matter how powerful he was only one person. He could not split his body, so it was already his limit to be able to stop so many people in an instant. Those who were lucky enough to not be stopped by Jian Wushuang rushed toward the cave mansion at the fastest speed. The most conspicuous one was Sect Master Yu Hua. Sect Master Yu Hua was indeed lucky. To be exact, he was smart enough. While everyone was rushing toward the cave mansion, Sect Master Yu Hua was indeed at the back. Moreover, he was rushing toward the cave mansion from the edge, deliberately keeping a distance from Qing Mo and Palace Master Yu. Jian Wushuang stopped Qing Mo and Palace Master Yu at once, but he could not divert his attention to stop Sect Master Yu Hua. After Qing Mo and Palace Master Yu, Yu Hua was the strongest. Although there were more than a dozen people who could still make their way to the cave mansion, none of them were qualified to compete with Yu Hua for the supreme treasure in the cave mansion. Haha, this supreme treasure belongs to the Yu Hua sect. No one can compete with me anymore. The eyes of the sect master were filled with fanaticism. His face was also filled with ecstasy as he rushed toward the cave abode at his fastest speed. As for the people around him, they had already been left behind by him. Now no one could stop him. He was getting closer and closer to the cave abode. Finally, he arrived at the entrance of the cave abode. At this moment, the heaven and earth phenomenon transmitted from the cave abode had completely disappeared. If the phenomenon had completely disappeared, then, under normal circumstances, it meant that the true treasure had completely emerged. The timing is just right. Sect Master Yu Hua was ecstatic, and he prepared to rush into the cave abode. But at that moment, Sect Master Yu Hua suddenly noticed that in the cave abode, in front of him, a figure had appeared out of nowhere. This is, before Sect Master Yu Hua could react, the figure in front of him had already attacked. In the void outside the cave mansion, Jian Wushuang was still trying to block the other experts, while those experts who were looking for an opportunity to bypass Jian Wushuang were still rushing toward the cave mansion at their fastest speed. But at this moment, boom! Heaven and earth shook violently, and a shocking power suddenly erupted. The moment this power was created, everyone in the void could not help but stop what they were doing. Everyone looked at the cave mansion in astonishment. They immediately saw a huge gray hand grabbing the divine body of Sect Master Yu Hua like it was grabbing a chicken. The leader of the Yu Hua sect was a peak third-level Void Realm Principles Master. In terms of strength, he could be ranked in the top 3 in the entire Dragon Fire domain. However, such an expert was grabbed by the huge gray hand. No matter how hard he tried, he could not break free. Then, the huge gray hand flipped and placed the leader of the Yu Hua sect in its palm. Then it clenched. No, The leader of the Yuhua sect let out a hysterical roar. However, his body was already completely submerged by the huge gray hand. Furthermore, the terrifying power contained within the huge gray hand had almost instantly shattered the leader of Yuhua sect's divine body. Furthermore, the divine power within his entire body was annihilated inch by inch until there was not a single bit left. In just a short moment, the leader of the Yuhua sect had already died. This is Sect Master Yuhua is dead. A peak 3rd stage Void Realm expert just casually clenched his hand and died so easily. The many experts in the Void, including the Azure Demon Divine Hall and the Great U Palace's Principal's Masters, were all looking at this scene in horror. Their bodies were all trembling as if they could not accept the scene before them. Chapter 3439 New Life, Sect Master Yuhua, Rule Master at the peak of the Void Realm, was killed like a chicken. This scene really shocked everyone present. Even the powerful Qing Mo and Palace Master Yu were shocked. Only Jian Wushuang, he casually smiled and said, "I told you that there was no treasure in the cave mansion. It was just a good friend of mine who was in seclusion. You refused to listen. Now my good friend is angry." Jian Wushuang's words stunned everyone. Then they continued to look at the cave mansion. As expected, an old figure slowly appeared at the entrance of the cave mansion. When the old figure appeared, boom, a terrifying aura that could suffocate all the experts present suddenly spread out. The aura was vast and mighty, crushing everyone present. At this moment, everyone's facial expression changed greatly. This aura, the 6th level of the Void. It's a super expert of the 6th level of the Void. Moreover, such a dense aura has probably already reached the peak of the 6th level of the Void. Heavens, there's actually an old monster that has reached the peak of the 6th level of the Void hidden in this cave dwelling. The experts present were all shocked. After the demon master of the demon master Qinhua, who was at the entrance of the cave dwelling, released his aura to suppress everyone present, he coldly said, "This old man is in closed-door cultivation. If you don't want to die, scram." His voice contained a shocking killing intent, causing everyone who heard it to tremble in fear. "Go, quickly leave. Quickly leave. Run." Without any hesitation, the many experts present immediately scattered and fled in all directions. Even the principals, masters of the Azure Demon Divine Hall and Great U Palace, including Azure Demon, did not hesitate to flee. The 6th level of the Void, and it's an old monster at the peak of the 6th level of the Void. Such a super expert is not someone we can afford to provoke, Azure Demon muttered in his heart. He knew very well that not to mention that there was no so-called top-tier supreme treasure in the cave abode. Even if there was one, he would not be qualified to fight for it if there was a powerhouse at the peak of the 6th level of the Void there. The 6th level of the Void was much stronger than the 5th level of the Void. Didn't they see that Sect Master Yuhua was killed like a chicken? If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Box Novel. Thanks. Although there were many of them present, and most of them were quite strong, if they really made that powerhouse at the peak of the 6th level of the Void unhappy and started to kill, it would definitely be a massacre. No one could stop them. In just a moment, all the experts who had been crazy about the supreme treasure in the cave mansion had fled, leaving no one behind. Even though their sect master, Yuhua, had been killed, the remaining 2 principals masters did not have any intention of taking revenge. They also fled far away. The Void finally calmed down again. As expected, Chen Yuo's attack is much more direct than mine. Jian Wushuang smiled. Although his battle strength was comparable to the 5th realm of the Void, in terms of deterrence, he was far inferior to Qinhua, who was at the peak of the 6th realm of the Void. Jian Wushuang put away the Blood Mountain sword and went directly to the sky above the cave mansion. "Qinhua, what happened here didn't affect the little guy's ability to change his fate, right?" Jian Wushuang asked. Fortunately, it was the most important period and no one broke in. Otherwise, all the previous efforts would have been wasted, Demon Master Chinhua said. The period when the cave mansion emitted a huge heaven and earth phenomenon was indeed the most important period for Demon Master Chinhua to reconstruct the veins of the little guy. During this period, no one should disturb him. Fortunately, during this period, the experts who rushed over were all blocked by Jian Wushuang alone, until the process was over and the heaven and earth phenomenon disappeared. The experts would then rush in again. It was convenient for Demon Master Chinhua to make a move. How is it now? Jian Wushuang asked again. The little guy's meridians have been reconstructed. Now he just needs some natural treasures to nourish and stabilize them. It will take some time, but there is still no risk, and he won't make such a big noise like before, said Demon Master Chinhua. That's good. They'll continue to stand guard outside. You can take your time, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Okay. Demon Master Chinhua nodded and returned to the cave mansion. Jian Wushuang continued to stand guard outside the cave mansion for the rest of the time. Because of Demon Master Chen Yuo's intimidation, the experts who had been scared away did not dare to come again. Everything went according to plan. After 2 months, Demon Master Chinhua walked out of the cave mansion with Zhao Meng looking at the 2 people who walked out, especially the smile on Zhao Meng's face. Jian Wushuang knew that he had completed his heaven-defying change of fate. His meridians had been reconstructed, so he could cultivate like a normal person in the future. Moreover, his innate advantage and cultivation talent would be much better than ordinary cultivators. After all, Demon Master Chinhua was a living example. Chinhua, congratulations on taking in a good disciple. Zhao Meng also congratulates you. You can finally become a cultivator, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. I will never forget the kindness of all the powerful masters who gave me a new life. Zhao Meng directly knelt down and respectfully kowtowed 3 times to Demon Master Chinhua. Get up. Demon Master Chinhua waved his hand, and Zhao Meng could not help standing up. Heavenly Sword Marquis, thank you for guarding outside during this period of time. Demon Master Chinhua also thanked Jian Wushuang. It's just a small matter. There's no need to be so polite. Jian Wushuang waved his hand. Well, the heaven-defying, fate-changing for this little guy has been completed. Now, it's time for us to set off for the demon region, Jian Wushuang said. Well, if possible, we don't have to go there as quickly as possible. We can walk there slowly. I'm thinking of teaching this little guy on the way and giving him some experience, Demon Master Chinhua said. Sure, I'm not in a hurry. Jian Wushuang smiled. He had 2 things to do in the demon region. The first was to meet his family in this life and find out the true identity of Miss Shower. The other reason was to find a way to kill the current Grandmaster of the Blood Clan. However, there was no need to be too anxious about these 2 things. Besides, Jian Wushuang had just exchanged many treasures from the treasure pavilion of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance to comprehend the destruction rules. He also wanted to study the destruction rules on the way. Therefore, he did not mind traveling slowly. After making a decision, the 3 of them set off immediately. Chapter 3440, Location, the Third Heaven, was extremely vast. The journey from the Dragon Fire domain to the Demon Field was extremely long. Without using teleportation and some space passages, it would naturally take time for the 3 of them to reach the Demon Field. On the way, Jian Wushuang tried his best to comprehend the destruction principles. As for Demon Master Chinhua, he focused all his energy on teaching Zhao Meng. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. Zhao Meng was sitting cross-legged on an empty land. His body was filled with vast divine power. Suddenly, the void shook slightly, and Zhao Meng withdrew all his divine power. A brand new divine power aura spread out from his body. It's done! Zhao Meng cried out in surprise. Jian Wushuang, who was in the void beside him, also saw this scene and could not help exclaiming in admiration. This little guy's cultivation speed is really fast after defying the heavens and changing his fate. In just 10 years, he has already advanced from an ordinary person who doesn't even have a trace of divine power to the immortal saint realm. There were many levels between ordinary cultivators and immortal saints. To become an immortal saint in just 10 years, this speed was indeed terrifying, of course. The reason for this was not only because of Zhao Meng's talent, but also because he had used a large number of natural treasures when defying the heavens and changing his fate. These natural treasures were all absorbed by Zhao Meng, causing his body to have an incomparably large amount of energy, in addition to the careful teaching of Demon Master Qinhua. The speed of his progress was amazing because of the cultivation of various resources. Although this little guy's progress is admirable, I've made a lot of progress in the past 10 years. Jian Wushuang smiled. In the past 10 years, he had spent all his energy on comprehending the destruction principles. His affinity for the destruction principles was no less than the space-time principles. With the help of many treasures, his progress was also remarkable. In a short period of time, he had completely comprehended the first 2 volumes of the 9 volumes of Vast Heaven. The first 6 volumes of the 9 volumes of Vast Heaven contained everything from the rudiments to the complete mastery of the destruction principles. The remaining 3 volumes contain the application of the destruction principles. Comprehending the second volume was not only the rudiments, but also some attainments. The further I go, the more difficult it becomes to comprehend the 9 volumes of Vast Heaven. Although I only used 10 years to comprehend the first 2 volumes, I don't know how long it will take for me to comprehend the first 6 volumes, Jian Wushuang muttered. At this moment, Demon Master Qinhua and Zhao Meng walked over. Young man, congratulations on finally becoming an immortal saint. With your speed of improvement, I'm afraid it won't be long before you catch up with me, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. It's all thanks to Master's guidance that I've made such great progress. Besides, although I've made great progress, I'm still far from being comparable to you, Heavenly Sword Marquis. If I can reach your level in this life, I'll be content, Zhao Meng said. His words were also filled with reverence. He had traveled with Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Qinhua for 10 years, so he had a certain understanding of his master, and Jian Wushuang. He knew that his master was a super expert and stood at the top of the entire divine beginning realm. As for Jian Wushuang, he already knew Jian Wushuang's origin. He was the #1 genius in the history of the divine beginning realm, but he was an immortal saint who could suppress many principles' masters. Even his master, Demon Master Qinhua, was just a guard by Jian Wushuang's side. Such a figure, Zhao Meng could only respect him. It's good that you know yourself. You've just broken through to become an immortal saint, but you're only a rank 1 true saint. In the divine beginning realm, you're still an ant-like existence. You still have a long way to go, Demon Master Qinhua said. I'll follow your instructions, Master, Zhao Meng said. Well, don't hurt this little guy anymore, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. According to the star map, the monster territory is not far ahead. There are all kinds of special races in the monster territory. They fight each other and are far more powerful and fierce than human cultivators. It's said that there are territorial disputes everywhere in the monster territory. Many races fight and kill each other all year round, and there are many experts in the monster territory. Therefore, we should try not to cause any trouble when we get there, Jian Wushuang said. The demon region is so big. Where can you find your family? Demon Master Qinhua looked at him. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Box Novel. Thanks. After traveling together, Demon Master Qinhua also knew the purpose of Jian Wushuang's visit to the demon region. 101. Although I don't have a specific address, I can roughly guess their location, Jian Wushuang said. Oh. Demon Master Qinhua looked puzzled. Jian Wushuang took out a star map at a leisurely pace. Look, this star map shows the locations of the territories of the many races in the demon region. They are very scattered. In addition to these races, there are 8 large cities in the demon region. These 8 cities are very special. Almost 99% of the places in the demon region are filled with fighting and killing. However, fighting is forbidden in these 8 cities because these 8 cities are places where the races trade with each other. They're not only experts from different races, but also human cultivators and some chambers of commerce for human cultivators. To put it simply, these 8 cities are the transit points for the trade between different races. Any race must put down their hatred for each other when they enter. In addition, there are a large number of city guards in each of these 8 cities to maintain order in the cities. No matter who it is, they are forbidden to attack in the cities. Because of this, compared to other places in the demon region, these 8 cities are definitely the safest. My family members were very weak when they were brought to the demon region. They were not suitable to live in other places in the demon region. The only place where they could survive was in the 8 cities. After all, as long as they were in the cities, even an ordinary person would be safe. Miss Shower has an unclear relationship with the Nine-Tailed clan. She is probably not too far away from the Nine-Tailed clan. Naturally, she will place my family members in the cities closer to the Nine-Tailed clan. Among the 8 cities, Piaho City is the closest to the Nine-Tailed clan. The other 7 cities are far away. Therefore, it is not surprising that my family members are in Piaho City. Jian Wushuang had studied the star map of the demon territory. Without being noticed by Miss Shower, he could roughly guess the locations of his relatives in this life. In his opinion, his relatives in this life, most likely, Miss Shower would be placed in the Piaho City. Chapter 3441 Piaho City. After determining the location of his relatives in this life, Jian Wushuang went straight to Piaho City. As one of the 8 pure lands in the demon region, the entire city was huge. There were many experts and human cultivators in the city, and the city was heavily guarded. A large number of city guards were stationed in every corner of the city. In Piaho City, the city guards would immediately take action if there was a fierce battle. Apart from stopping the battle, the 2 people who participated in the fierce battle would also face punishment in their eyes. Moreover, this was because the fierce battle did not cause too much commotion. If the fierce battle was very fierce, or if someone killed someone in the city, they would be directly executed. Because of this, the Piaho City was relatively safe. After entering the monster territory, Jian Wushuang rushed to the Piaho City as fast as he could. The Piaho City is indeed vast. Even with my soul perception, I can't cover the entire city, Jian Wushuang thought. He had tried his best to spread out his soul power, but he could only sense a part of the city. But it was this part that allowed Jian Wushuang to sense a familiar figure. It's really here. Jian Wushuang smiled and directly rushed toward the figure he sensed. In the void near the street in Piaho City, a large number of figures gathered here. Chi Hu, this is the floating fire city. How dare you hurt me here? A delicate young man in a white robe shouted in a low voice as he was surrounded by people. Standing in front of this young man was a burly man who was over 3 meters tall. His skin was completely black and he was wearing battle armor. This burly man was clearly from a special race. His body also emitted an incomparably valiant aura. The burly man parted his mouth and smiled when he heard the words of the delicate-looking young man. Qiu Yin, you really are like this even though you say that you have not seen the world. It is true that fighting is prohibited in Drifting Fire City. However, as long as you do not cause too much of a commotion in a normal fight, you will only be punished a little at most. With my status, you can also be exempted from any punishment. In other words, as long as I do not kill you, I will be fine no matter what I do to you. Men, break both of his legs. Yes. 2 rank 7 true saints immediately attacked from behind the burly man. The white-robed young man had just reached the level of an immortal saint, so he naturally did not have any ability to resist the 2 rank 7 true saints. In just an instant, the white-robed young man's legs were broken. Bastard, The white-robed young man clenched his hands tightly. His body was being pressed to the ground by the 2-rank 7 true saints. He could not even raise his head. He could only roar and curse. But the more he struggled, the happier the burly man became. "Ha! I told you not to give me face before. You think that I can't do anything to you in Piaho City? What a joke! Come on, chop off his arms as well," the burly man ordered. To an immortal saint, breaking his arms and legs was nothing. He could recover very easily. However, in his heart, this was a blatant humiliation to the white-robed young man. In front of everyone, he was wantonly trampling on his dignity. When the 2-rank 7 true saints heard the burly man's order, they immediately planned to chop off the white-robed young man's arms. But right at this moment, if you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, myboxnovel.com. Thanks. Stop! A low shout suddenly rang out, and then a large number of figures charged over from the void beside them. When they saw the people who had arrived, a commotion immediately appeared in the surrounding void. "Quick, get out of the way. The City Protection Army is here." Fighting is forbidden in fluttering Fire City. Now that the City Protection Army is here, there will be a good show to watch. Not necessarily. That Scarlet Tiger is the young Grandmaster of the Scarlet Gold Clan. His status is obvious. Moreover, he did not cause any deaths. Even the City Protection Army would not dare to do anything to him. Many people were whispering in secret. In the blink of an eye, the City Protection Army had arrived in front of the crowd. "Release him," one of the captain-level saints immediately reprimanded. However, the 2-rank 7 true saints who had pinned the white-robed youth to the ground did not react at all. They looked toward Chi-Hu, who smiled sinisterly and waved his hand, indicating for the two of them to let go. "Now." An azure-robed woman rushed out from the crowd and hurriedly picked up the white-robed youth. "Mother." The white-robed youth forced out a smile when he saw the woman. "Bastard." The green-clothed woman clenched her teeth in anger when she saw the miserable appearance of her son. The commander of the City Protection Army by the side also frowned. He said, "Chi-Hu, although you are the young chief of the Scarlet Gold Clan, this is, after all, floating Fire City. Aren't you treating the City Protection Army and the many tribes in the Demon region too disrespectfully by acting in such a manner?" "Haha, I merely taught an ignorant person a lesson. Moreover, I did not cause any deaths." "Why? Do you City Protection Army plan to settle scores with my Scarlet Gold Clan over this matter?" The burly man, Chi-Hu, laughed fearlessly. The expression of this City Protection Army captain changed. The City Protection Army of Piaho City and the City Protection Army of the other 7 cities were actually supported by the top tribes in the Demon region. Their existence was indeed to maintain order within these 8 cities. Usually, the principals in these cities were extremely strict. However, if the matter involved some top races, for example, although the current Scarlet Gold race was not one of the 4 great celestial races, their strength was only second to the 4 great celestial races. Such a powerful race, and the other party was the young Grandmaster. Therefore, the City Protection Army had to have some scruples. Under normal circumstances, as long as a person like Scarlet Tiger did not go overboard in the city and killed people on the streets, the City Protection Army would turn a blind eye. This was how it was today. "Scarlet Tiger, you have already taught him a lesson. Today's matter ends here. If you attack this person again in Piaho City, our City Protection Army can no longer pretend that we did not see it," said the City Protection Army's captain. "Haha, that's fine. For such a small character, teaching him a lesson once is enough. I have no interest in teaching him a lesson a second time." Chi-Hu smiled coldly, then turned around. "Let's go." After saying that, Chi-Hu and his subordinates planned to leave. The City Protection Army did not dare to stop them. But at this moment, 3 figures suddenly blocked Chi-Hu and the others. wanting to leave after teaching them a lesson, leaving nothing behind. Aren't you being a little too relaxed? A cold voice suddenly reverberated in the air. Chapter 3442, beheading. His voice reverberated in the air, drawing the attention of the people around him. Everyone turned to look at the three figures who had suddenly appeared. Who are these three? I've never seen them before, but from the looks of it, they should be human cultivators. Of the two immortal saints, one seems to have just reached the true saint realm. As for the last person, I can't tell how deep he is. He seems to be a powerhouse. Some people were whispering among themselves. Chi, Hu, and the others were naturally stopped by the three figures. Who dares to block my way? Chi Hu's eyes were cold as he glanced at the three people in front of him. His tone carried a hint of condescension. I heard that the rules of the cities in the demon region are extremely strict. No one dares to be presumptuous here, but now it seems that they are just SOSO. Jian Wushuang sneered. He had thought that no one would dare to fight in these cities after reading the introduction on the star map, but that was clearly not the case. However, it was understandable. In this world, any rules were set by experts. As long as you were strong, you could break the rules no matter where you were. Humph, I don't care who you are. Listen to me. In the young Grandmaster of the Scarlet Gold Clan. If you don't want to die, get away from me. Otherwise, Chi Hu's eyes were emitting a cold light. The attendants behind him also showed a cold look. As one of the top clans in the monster region, the Scarlet Gold Clan could do whatever they wanted in the demon region. Even the four great divine clans would at least give the Scarlet Gold Clan some face. That was why Chi, who was so arrogant and domineering. But today, Chi Hu and the others had kicked an iron board. The Scarlet Gold Clan. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. I don't remember a single Scarlet Gold Clan among the four great divine clans. The Scarlet Gold Clan is not among the four great divine clans, but it's still considered a top clan. In terms of strength, it's only slightly weaker than the four great divine clans. Demon Master, Jinhua said. After all, he was an expert who had been left behind 200 million years ago. He still knew about the Scarlet Gold Clan. I see. No wonder I have never heard of it, Jian Wushuang said with a sneer. Jian Wushuang's wanton sneer, as if he did not care about the Scarlet Gold Clan at all, completely infuriated Chi Hu. You guys catch this kid for me. I want him to kneel in front of me and kowtow to me to apologize, Chi Hu ordered. Yes. The attendants behind Chi, who immediately prepared to attack. Once they moved, the guards could not sit idly by. Stop! The captain of the guard shouted in a low voice and rushed over with the guards. But at this moment, no need to go through so much trouble. Jian Wushuang raised his head slightly. At the moment he raised his hand, an invisible sword shadow condensed in front of him and then shot out. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Box Novel. Thanks. It was too fast. The speed of the sword shadow was beyond everyone's imagination. Almost in an instant, the sword shadow had already passed by Chi Hu's followers. Chi, 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 Chi. Heads were thrown out one by one. Not only did the sword shadow destroy their divine bodies, it also destroyed their divine power. In the blink of an eye, Chi Hu's followers were all dead. What? Everyone was stunned. Dead? All of them are dead. In an instant, all the true saints above rank 7 were killed. How dare he kill people in the Piahuo city? Exclamations were heard one after another, and countless shocked eyes were fixed on Jian Wushuang. The captain of the city protection army was also stunned. They had wanted to rush over to protect Jian Wushuang and the others, but they did not expect that Chi Hu's followers had died in an instant. After killing those followers, Jian Wushuang raised his hand again, and another sword shadow condensed in his hand. This sword shadow was obviously heading toward Chi Hu. Oh no! The captain of the city protection army was shocked. Chi, who was also shocked, When he saw the sword shadow rushing toward him, he immediately roared, "I am the young Grandmaster of the Scarlet Gold Clan. If you dare to kill me, my Scarlet Gold Clan will not let you go." Before he could finish his words, the sword shadow had already passed through his divine body. Just like his subordinates, Chi-Ha's divine body collapsed immediately. His divine power was also destroyed. He died instantly. Silence. At this moment, the entire Piaho city quieted down completely. Everybody around was stunned. They could not believe what they were seeing. The young Grandmaster of the Scarlet Gold Clan was actually killed on the spot in Piaho City? Something big has happened. The captain of the City Protection Army's expression changed drastically. He knew very well that the death of the Scarlet Tiger in Piaho City would cause a huge commotion. This matter had already completely gone out of his control. It was not something that a mere captain like him could solve. Hence, he immediately took out his communication talisman and sent a message to the few higher-ups of the City Protection Army within Piaho City. When the few higher-ups of the City Protection Army received the message, they were all shocked and immediately rushed over as fast as they could. In just a short while, four figures with monstrous auras appeared in the air. "Greetings, General." The captain of the City Protection Army immediately bowed respectfully to the person who had just arrived. The auras emitted by the four people who had just arrived were all the principal's masters. The one in the lead was a burly man wearing purple armor with a single horn on his forehead. This burly man glanced at the ground below. Although the godly bodies of the Scarlet Tiger and his followers had collapsed and their divine power had been completely annihilated, their corpses were still left behind. "It really is Chi-Hu." The burly man in purple armor looked at Chi-Ha's divine body and his face turned livid. He then asked in a low voice, "Who did it?" "General, it's him." The captain immediately pointed at Jian Wushuang. "How dare you kill people wantonly in Piaho City? And you killed the young patriarch of the Scarlet Gold Clan." The burly man in purple armor said with a gloomy face, "The city guards of Piaho City and the other 7 cities of the Demon Region supported the top tribes of the Demon Region, and the Scarlet Gold Clan occupied a very big position among them. Usually, if a member of the Scarlet Gold Clan died in these 8 cities, it would cause a great commotion. And now, the young Grandmaster had died. This matter was too big. It was so big that the consequences might even implicate him. Hence, toward the person who had killed the Scarlet Tiger, this burly man in purple armor gritted his teeth. Chapter 3443, Third Brother? According to the rules, anyone who dares to kill someone in Piaho City can be executed on the spot. The purple armor man said coldly, "Commander, this person killed a Scarlet Tiger after all, and this matter is of great importance. Why don't we suppress him first, then hand him over to the Scarlet Gold race, and let them decide what to do with him?" A principal's master beside him said, "Yes, it's best to hand him over to the Scarlet Gold Clan." The burly man in purple armor nodded. However, Jian Wushuang smiled when he heard the burly man's words. "You talk as if you can do whatever you want of me. Aren't you going to ask me if I agree or not? Boy, you're a saint. Do you think you can resist me?" The burly man in purple armor said in a low voice, "I'm sorry, but I don't intend to let you deal with me. Besides, you're not qualified to do so." Jian Wushuang sneered. Then he glanced at Demon Master Qinhua and said, "Qinhua, I'll leave it to you." Demon Master Qinhua nodded slightly and took a step forward. It seemed like a step, but the moment he took that step, boom! An earth-shattering might erupted like a landslide and a tsunami, directly suppressing the entire area. For a moment, the entire void started to tremble madly. It was as if the space could not withstand this pressure and was about to explode. Even the heaven and earth void was like this, and the people in this area were all extremely terrified. This is... The violet-armored, burly man's eyes were wide open. Although he was a peak 4th level void realm principal's master, he was still trembling under this pressure. The principal's masters beside him were even more terrified than him. Void 6th level. He is a peak Void 6th level expert, and judging from his power, he is probably an extremely powerful existence among the Void 6th level. It is very likely that he is on par with the 4 great clan leaders of the divine race. The body and mind of the burly man in purple armor began to tremble madly. Seeing that the deterrent effect was almost over, Demon Master Chinhua withdrew his power, and the people around him heaved a sigh of relief. So, do you still want to suppress me and hand me over to the Scarlet Gold Clan? Jian Wushuang looked at the purple-armored, burly man with a faint smile. The purple-armored, burly man's face twitched slightly. He said, seriously, you have experts at the peak of the 6th Void Realm with you. The guards of the Piahuo City can't fight against you, so we can't suppress you. However, the rules of the Piahuo City and the other 7 cities in the Demon Region are made by the clans of the Demon Region. Since you have violated the rules of the Piahuo City, I will still inform the clans who made the rules and let them decide. The burly man in purple armor said it beautifully, but in fact he knew it very well. Although many people thought that the rules of the Piahuo City were very strict, the rules were made by experts. As long as one reached a certain level of strength, he could ignore any rules and restrictions. And the Demon Master, who was beside Jian Wushuang, was such an expert. An expert at the peak of the 6th realm of the Void Realm could kill a city in the Demon Region, including the 4 divine races. Even if he killed a city in the Demon Region, let alone in the Piahuo City, at most he could only talk about it. It would be impossible for him to kill such an expert. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, myboxnovel.com. Thanks. His strength had reached the level of the Demon Master Chinhua, and even a Saint Realm Master might not have the confidence to kill him personally. On the other hand, the 4 great clans and the entire Demon Region did not have any Saint Realm Masters or ruler-level experts. Therefore, even if he reported this matter to the higher-ups, the top clans, including the 4 great clans, would probably turn a blind eye. Even the Scarlet Gold Clan would not dare to have any thoughts of revenge after knowing that the person who killed Qi, who was accompanied by an expert at the peak of the 6th Void Realm. I don't care how you report this matter to those clans, but I have some private matters to deal with in the Piahuo City. You'd better go far away and stay away from me, Jian Wushuang said indifferently. As long as you don't continue to kill people in the Piahuo City, the City Protection Army will not follow you, the burly man in purple armor said. Don't worry. As long as no one dares to provoke me, I won't do anything, Jian Wushuang said. That's good. The burly man in purple armor let out a sigh of relief and then ordered the sergeants of the City Protection Army. You, clean up the corpses below. The rest of you, disperse. Upon hearing this, everyone began to disperse. However, when they left, everyone was still discussing animatedly. What they were discussing was naturally the scene just now. What a fellow! He killed someone in Piahuo City. He even killed the young clan leader of the Scarlet Gold Clan. However, this person is actually completely fine? Nonsense, didn't you hear? This person has a peak 6th level Void Realm existence by his side. Even the 4 great divine races do not dare to provoke such a super expert. How would the City Protection Army dare to attack? This is a true expert. He is clearly violating the rules of the Demon Region, but no one dares to do anything to him. Compared to that peak level 6 Void Realm expert, I am more curious about the identity of the person who killed Qi Hu. He is clearly an immortal saint, but that peak level 6 Void Realm expert by his side seems to be just a guard? A guard at the peak of the 6 Void Realms? Who is he? Everyone left in shock. After the people around them began to disperse, Jian Wushuang and the other 2 rushed toward the green-robed woman and the white-robed young man whose legs had been broken by Qi Hu. Seeing Jian Wushuang and the other 2 arrive, the green-robed woman quickly bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings, my lords." Yuner, hurry up and bow. The green-clothed woman urged the white-robed young man. "Greetings, my lord." The white-robed young man also reacted and saluted. "My lord." Jian Wushuang was stunned at first, but then he immediately reacted. The muscles on his face began to tremble, and in the blink of an eye he had returned to his original appearance. "Big sister, look, who am I?" "Sister." The green-clothed woman was stunned. Then she looked up at Jian Wushuang. Although it had been so many years, his extremely familiar and friendly appearance had not changed much. The green-clothed woman immediately recognized Jian Wushuang. "You are my third brother." The green-clothed woman's voice was excited. "It's me, sister." Jian Wushuang laughed. In this life, besides his parents, he had an elder sister and an elder brother. This elder sister was Zhuobing, the woman in green. Chapter 3444 Reunion. Are you really my third brother? Zhuobing was still in disbelief. It was not her fault. After all, her impression of Jian Wushuang was still in the Golden House 9 Realms, a small witch desert region. At that time, although Jian Wushuang was extremely talented, his strength was only at the level of a divine master. At that time, an immortal saint was like a god and even existed only in legends. Now, after so many years, they had also come to the demon region. In this place, the immortal saint was nothing. There were many top-notch immortal saints here, so Zhuobing naturally learned a lot. Because of this, she was unable to associate the shocking expert in front of her with her third brother, who had killed Qi Hu easily, and even the City Protection Army could not do anything to him. The gap between them was too big. "Elder sister, look carefully. I am your third brother, the real one," Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Zhuobing stared at Jian Wushuang for a while and finally confirmed it. "Third brother, I finally meet you." Zhuobing immediately became excited. At the same time, she pulled the delicate, white-robed young man beside her and said, "Yun-er, quick, call me uncle." Qiu Yin was a little stunned at first, but he immediately reacted and called him uncle. After calling him uncle, his expression became strange again. "This big shot who dared to kill Qi, who is my uncle?" Qiu Yin was confused. Looking at the mother and son, Jian Wushuang indeed smiled faintly and could not help thinking of the scene in the desert region. At that time, Zhuobing was very tough, but after coming to the demon region, where experts were as numerous as clouds, it seemed that her character had been erased. It was obvious that she had become a married woman and had a child. "Elder sister, how are father and mother?" Jian Wushuang asked. "They are very good, but they often talk about you and worry about you. Now, if they know that you have come, they will be very happy." Zhuobing smiled and said, "Let's go. Third brother, I will take you to see them." "Okay." Jian Wushuang nodded and immediately followed. On the other side of the floating fire city, there was a residential area where many human cultivators lived. Zhuobing brought Jian Wushuang to a courtyard near the center. "Third brother, we live here. Father and mother are also here," Zhuobing said. "Okay, I have already sensed it." Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. His soul power had already sensed 2 familiar auras in the center of the courtyard. These 2 auras were her parents in this life, Zhu Yunfeng and Luo Xinqin. It seems that father and mother are doing well. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. "Come, let's go in." Zhuobing immediately led Jian Wushuang into the courtyard. As soon as they entered the courtyard, Zhuobing immediately shouted, "Father, mother, look, who is back?" If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Box Novel. Thanks. "Who is it?" A voice came from the room. When Zhu Yunfeng and Luo Xinqin walked out of the room and saw Jian Wushuang, they were both stunned. "Father, mother, and back." Jian Wushuang directly knelt down. His body trembled and he was a little excited. "Shuang-er." Zhu Yunfeng and Luo Xinqin were immediately pleasantly surprised. "Get up, you child. Luo Xinqin quickly helped Jian Wushuang up. Father, mother, I've been unfilial. I've made you suffer, Jian Wushuang said. It's good that you're back, Zhu Yunfeng said with a smile. A moment later, the group sat down in the hall. Shuang, your mother has been worried about your safety all these years. She was afraid that you would run into danger while you were traveling alone. I've told her many times that you're going to become a top expert, so you must go through the necessary hardships. You just need to find a way to get over it, but she hasn't listened to you, Zhu Yunfeng said. How dare you say that to me? Aren't you the same? Luo Xinqin rolled her eyes at Zhu Yunfeng, who was also embarrassed. This scene made Jian Wushuang feel warm. After exchanging a few words, Jian Wushuang asked, Father, mother, how have you been these years? Not bad, Zhu Yunfeng said. When we were in the Witch Desert region, we were picked up from the Witch Desert region. After several years, we were sent here. After we were sent here, Miss Shower saw us in person and bought us a courtyard in the floating fire city. After that, we lived here all these years. There are many experts in this place, but because of the City Protection Army, no one dares to mess around in the city. Therefore, although we are weak, we won't encounter any threats in the city. At least, no one will come to find trouble with us. Not long after we settled down, your elder sister met your brother-in-law. They were like equals, so they got married and then had Yun'er. Brother-in-law. Jian Wushuang's expression changed. Who is my brother-in-law? Your brother-in-law is Qiu Mo, a human cultivator. He is the deputy director of a chamber of commerce in the fluttering fire city. He has a high position in the chamber of commerce. Miss Shower has been protecting us all these years. With your brother-in-law around, our lives are quite comfortable, Zhu Yunfeng said. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. What he was most worried about was the situation and safety of his family members. Now that he knew that they had been doing well, Jian Wushuang felt relieved. Father, since you have dealt with Miss Shower and have been protected by her all these years, how much do you know about her? Jian Wushuang asked. Well, Zhu Yunfeng revealed a strange expression. Shuang, isn't Miss Shower your friend? You should know more about her than us, right? Hearing this, Jian Wushuang smiled bitterly. To tell you the truth, I'm only an ally of Miss Shower, but I don't know much about her identity and background. I asked him to take you away because I didn't have time to think about it. Is that so? Zhu Yunfeng's brows raised. Following that, he said with a serious expression, Actually, we don't know much about this Miss Shower's background. We only know that this Miss Shower is very strong and her methods are even more formidable. Even the Piahuo City's military lord is extremely respectful when facing this Miss Shower. I also heard that this Miss Shower seems to have established a large faction, but we don't know what faction it is. After all, we haven't even been out of Piahuo City since we were picked up here. Chapter 3445 Decadence, is that so? Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes slightly. Miss Shower was really mysterious. Let's not talk about her. By the way, I have been back for so long. Why haven't I seen second brother? Where is he? Jian Wushuang asked. In this life, besides having an elder sister, he also had a second brother, Zhuopeng. Your second brother, he... At the mention of Zhuopeng, Zhu Yunfeng's expression became a little strange. What's wrong? Did something happen to second brother? Jian Wushuang frowned. Nothing major happened, but he has been a little dispirited these years, Zhu Yunfeng said. Dispirited? Jian Wushuang was stunned. It's like this, Zhu Bing said. As you know, your second brother is a wild man and doesn't like to live a comfortable life. After he came to Piahuo City, he longed to become an expert because of the excellent cultivation conditions here. Therefore, he worked hard and even entered a small force around Piahuo City to cultivate. But unfortunately, his talent was limited, so his achievements were naturally not that high. He suffered a setback or two. Fortunately, Miss Shower came forward, so nothing happened. Later on, he also thought things through, so he wanted to live a comfortable life in Piaho City. And just now, Father also told him to help you. Your brother-in-law is a deputy director in a chamber of commerce in Piaho City, so he has a certain status. Therefore, your brother-in-law arranged a position for him in that shop. It used to be peaceful, but not long ago, a girl came to the chamber of commerce. She was received by your second brother. It doesn't matter if she was not received, but for some reason, the two of them fell in love with each other. Now, the girl often comes to the Chamber of Commerce and is received by your second brother. The two of them have developed a bond. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang smiled and said, "Isn't that good? Do you agree with her?" "It would be good if that's all. But soon, your second brother will know that the girl's background is very big." Zhuo Bing continued, "The girl is from the Blood Marten clan, and she is the beloved daughter of the clan leader of the Blood Marten clan. This background was too powerful. Your second brother was just an ordinary cultivator at the level of a saint, and he didn't have any power or status. He only held some moderate positions in an ordinary chamber of commerce. Naturally, the Blood Marten clan looked down on your second brother. Therefore, even though that girl was extremely unwilling, after the Blood Marten clan found out about this, they still forced the two of them to cut off contact. Some experts of the Blood Marten clan even went out to warn your second brother to stop having any improper thoughts. That girl also returned to the Blood Marten clan, and she never came to Piaho City again. After that incident, your second brother became dispirited. He spent all his time drinking and never went to the Chamber of Commerce again." "Is that so?" Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. He had completely understood what had happened. Being trapped by love, especially when you know where your beloved is, but you can't bring him back or keep him by your side. It's really not a good feeling. I can see that my second brother is also a lover. Jian Wushuang said with a faint smile, "Third brother, your second brother is really in pain now. Can you find a way to help him?" Zhuo Bing looked over, but she had just finished speaking. "Nonsense!" Zhuo Yunfeng directly shouted in a low voice. "The girl who made your second brother dispirited is the beloved daughter of the Blood Marten clan's grandmaster. She has a noble status. The Blood Marten clan is already very merciful to only warn him and make him stop thinking. At this time, what do you want your third brother to do?" "But father, with my third brother's ability, if he really wants to help, maybe—" Zhuo Bing had not finished her words. "Shut up!" Zhu Yunfeng scolded again. "Your third brother is quite talented, and he has been adventuring outside these years. Although his strength has improved a lot, he is still a member of the Blood Marten clan, one of the top tribes in the demon area. Such a tribe is not something that can be easily provoked. Visit Rietal, me for extra chapters." Zhuo Yunfeng had stayed in the fluttering Fire City for so many years, so he knew a little about the many clans in the demon region. He knew how terrifying the Blood Marten clan was, so he reprimanded Zhuo Bing. This made Zhuo Bing extremely speechless. At this time, Jian Wushuang finally spoke. "Father, don't be anxious. Tell me first, what is the overall strength of the Blood Marten clan? Who is stronger and who is weaker than the Scarlet Gold clan? Although I've been in the fluttering Fire City all year round, I still know a little about the top clans in the demon region. It's said that the Blood Marten clan was able to challenge the 4 divine clans at its peak. Although it has declined, it's still a top clan in the demon region. As for its overall strength, it should be slightly weaker than the Scarlet Gold clan. But it's definitely not much weaker," Zhu Yunfeng said. "Oh, just like that." Jian Wushuang could not help laughing. Zhuo Bing, who was beside him, also said, "My third brother dared to kill Qi Hu, the young grandmaster of the Scarlet Gold clan. The Blood Marten clan is not as strong as the Scarlet Gold clan. In front of my third brother, they are nothing." "What did you say?" When Zhuo Yunfeng and Luo Xinqin heard this, they were both stunned. "You just said who did Shuanger kill." Zhuo Yunfeng looked at Zhuo Bing in shock. Qi, who is the young grandmaster of the Scarlet Gold clan. Zhuo Bing said, "Today in Piahuo City, that Qi who had a small conflict with Yun so he humiliated Yun on the street. At this time, third brother rushed over and killed Qi, who and his followers without saying a word." "You mean Shuang killed people in Piahuo City? And killed the young grandmaster of the Scarlet Gold clan?" Zhuo Yanfeng's eyes were wide open. "Yes, but my third brother clearly violated the rules of Piahuo City. However, the City Protection Army of Piahuo City, including the commander of the City Protection Army, didn't dare to attack my third brother. They said that even if my third brother killed Qi Hu, it would be in vain. After that, many top clans in the Demon region, including the Scarlet Gold clan, wouldn't dare to come and find trouble with my third brother," Zhuo Bing said. Is this true?" Zhuo Yunfeng looked at Jian Wushuang in astonishment. "Yes, it's true." Jian Wushuang smiled. "Father, I can tell you that if nothing goes wrong, I can absolutely do whatever I want in the Demon region. Even if I kill a young grandmaster of the Scarlet Gold clan in Piahuo City, the top clans in the Demon region can only watch and do nothing to me. As for the Blood Marten clan, they are nothing more than that." Hearing this, Zhuo Yunfeng was a little stunned. Jian Wushuang looked at Zhuo Bing and said, "Elder sister, where is second brother now? Let him come over first. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 3446 Marriage Proposal. Yun'er, go and call your uncle over," Zhuo Bing ordered. "Yes." Qiu Yin nodded and immediately went out of the courtyard. Before long, Qiu Yin and Zhuo Peng came back together. "Third brother." When Zhuo Peng saw Jian Wushuang, he immediately revealed an ecstatic expression and rushed over to give Jian Wushuang a hug. "Second brother, long time no see." Jian Wushuang also smiled. "You also said that you haven't heard anything for so many years. We were worried about you," Zhuo Peng said. "Aren't you back safely?" Jian Wushuang smiled and said, "By the way, I heard from Father that you encountered some trouble." "Father told you?" Zhuo Peng glanced at Jian Wushuang and then sighed. "Although and I agreed to marry her, the gap between our statuses is too big. Let's ignore the gap between our statuses for now. Second brother, let me ask you, do you want to marry her?" Jian Wushuang asked. "Yes, of course, I want to marry her. Even in my dreams, I want to marry her, but she is a member of the Blood Marten clan and the daughter of the clan leader of the Blood Marten clan," Zhuo Peng said. "I told you to ignore your statuses for now. Since you want to marry her, it's easy," Jian Wushuang said with a smile. "Third brother, do you have a way?" Zhuo Peng looked at Jian Wushuang expectantly. "Of course, and it's very simple. You just need to go with me to the Blood Marten clan to propose marriage. Then I will help you bring your sweetheart back." Jian Wushuang said with a smile. "Really?" Zhuo Peng's eyes lit up. "Of course it's true. Second brother, I'm afraid you don't know that third brother is now standing at a height that we can't imagine. Today he killed Qi Hu, the young grandmaster of the Scarlet Gold clan, on the spot in Piahuo City. But the City Protection Army of Piahuo City didn't dare to do anything to him. Vu's with third brother's current strength and status, if he goes to the Blood Marten clan to propose marriage, I'm afraid the Blood Marten clan won't dare to disrespect him," Zhuo Bing said. "He killed the young grandmaster of the Scarlet Gold clan in Piahuo City, and he's still fine." Zhuo Peng immediately became fanatical. "Third brother!" "Second brother, why don't you make some preparations?" "Well, go to the Blood Marten clan now, how about it?" Jian Wushuang said. "Okay, of course. I'll make some preparations right away." Zhuo Peng became excited and immediately began to make preparations. Zhuo Yunfeng looked at Jian Wushuang and said, "Shuanger, isn't it too rushed to go to the Blood Marten clan to propose marriage right now? Besides, since we're going to propose marriage, we must prepare the betrothal gifts, but we haven't prepared the betrothal gifts yet. Don't worry, I have the betrothal gifts. I promise I won't let my future sister-in-law suffer, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. He had killed so many experts, including several principal's masters, and even the Nether Master. As a top principal's master, the Flame Divine Guard naturally had a lot of treasures and resources. As long as he took out some of them as betrothal gifts, the Blood Marten clan would be tempted. Third brother, can you take me with you to propose marriage this time? Zhu Bing suddenly asked. I want to go too, Qiuyan also said. Jian Wushuang could not help smiling. If you want to go, of course. Father, mother, why don't you go together? Well, Zhu Yinfeng and Luo Xinqin looked at each other, and then Zhu Yinfeng said with a smile, then let's go together. Let's go and pick up the daughter-in-law of our Zhu family. Yin go and call your father, Zhu Bing said. Okay. Qiuyan immediately went. Not long after, Jian Wushuang left the drifting fire city with his family and went to the clan land of the Blood Marten clan. The clan land of the Blood Marten clan was not far from Piaho City, but it took Jian Wushuang more than half a day to get there with Zhu Yinfeng and the others. Is this the territory of the Blood Marten clan? Jian Wushuang looked at the vast territory covered by the restriction. The range of the restriction was so wide that it covered almost a whole and huge mountain range. Because of the restriction, even Jian Wushuang could not see the scene below. This restriction seems to be quite strong, Jian Wushuang said calmly. Visit Rietal, me for extra chapters. I've heard of the Blood Marten clan. A long time ago, the Blood Marten clan was only a medium-sized clan in the Demon region. But later, because of this Blood Marten clan, a very powerful expert appeared. It said that his strength has reached the peak of the 6 Void Realms, and is even infinitely close to the peak of the 6 Void Realms. It was under his leadership that the Blood Marten clan became the top clan. At that time, they even dared to challenge the 4 great divine clans. However, after the strongest expert of the Blood Marten clan left the divine beginning realm and ventured into the depths of the universe battlefield, the strength of the Blood Marten clan gradually declined. Until now, they have only managed to maintain their position as a top clan. Now, the restriction covering the entire ancestral land should be created by the strongest expert of the Blood Marten clan, said Demon Master Qinhua. Infinitely close to the pinnacle of the 6 Void Realms? Isn't that the same as you? Jian Wushuang glanced at Demon Master Qinhua. Demon Master Qinhua only raised his eyebrows and did not say anything. Second brother, you go. With me here to support you. You don't need to be afraid or worried. Just tell me why you're here, Jian Wushuang said. Okay. Zhuo Peng took a deep breath and rushed toward the entrance of the Blood Marten clan. Jian Wushuang stayed in the void above and watched everything below. Zhuo Peng went directly to the entrance. Before he got close, someone stopped him. Who is it? Several Saint-level members of the Blood Marten clan were guarding the entrance. They stared at Zhuo Peng with cold faces. I am Zhuo Peng. I am from Piaho City. This time, I am here to propose marriage, Zhuo Peng said solemnly. Propose marriage? The few members of the Blood Marten clan were stunned at first, but then they burst into laughter. Kid, did you go to the wrong place? You are an immortal saint of the human race. Yet you came to my Blood Marten clan to propose marriage? Who in my Blood Marten clan would fancy you? The one I want to propose marriage is your Blood Marten clan's Princess Ing. You can just call her out, Zhuo Peng said. What a joke. What status does my princess have? Why would she like a human kid like you? You're clearly scheming against us. Hurry up and scram. One of the Blood Marten clansmen immediately berated. But at this moment, what's going on? A low voice sounded. At the entrance, an evil-looking man in a black robe walked out with his hands behind his back. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 3447 Offense, Lord Erkong. Seeing the arrival, the few blood Martin clansmen who were guarding immediately saluted, respectfully. At the same time, one of them said, "I don't know where this human kid came from." He said that he came to propose marriage, and the person who proposed marriage was Her Highness the Princess. "Oh." The black-robed man glanced at Zhuopeng and smiled wickedly. "Who did I think it was? It's you? You human ant. How dare you dream of marrying the princess of my Blood Martin clan? To be honest, if not for Princess Ying's pleas, the clan leader would have killed you long ago. How dare you take the initiative to offer your life to me? Erkong, am here to propose marriage to Ying asking her to come out and see me," Zhuopeng said. With Jian Wushuang behind him, Zhuopeng was confident. "See you." "Haha, I advise you to stop daydreaming. The princess will never come to see you. To tell you the truth, in order to save your life, the princess has promised the clan leader that she will never see you again. Moreover, she has agreed to the engagement that the clan leader made for her. It won't be long before the princess gets married, but it won't be you. You'd better give up now," the wicked man Erkong said. "What did you say?" Zhuopeng's expression changed greatly. Jian Wushuang, who was in the void above, could not stand it any longer. He immediately moved to Zhuopeng's side. "Third brother." Zhuopeng looked over. "Leave it to me." Jian Wushuang smiled and gestured for Zhuopeng to step aside while Jian Wushuang looked at Erkong. "Your name is Erkong, right? Please go in and inform him that I, Heavenly Sword Marquis, want to meet the clan leader of the Blood Martin clan." "Heavenly Sword Marquis?" Erkong's expression changed. He immediately felt that the name was familiar, but he did not immediately remember where he had heard it. However, because he had already noticed that Jian Wushuang's aura was only at the Saint Realm, he said directly, "Clan leader, you are too busy to meet a random person. You'd better take the boy and get lost." "Oh, really?" Jian Wushuang smiled. "It seems that I was too polite." After saying that, Jian Wushuang reached for the Blood Mountain sword behind him with his right hand. The blade was slowly unsheathed, and a cold aura gradually spread in the surrounding area. "What do you want to do?" Erkong's face turned cold. However, Jian Wushuang did not pay any attention to him. He unsheathed the Blood Mountain sword, and with shocking power, it directly slashed toward the huge restriction on the ancestral land of the Blood Martin clan. Whoosh! The cold sword light instantly magnified and tore the space apart. A shocking sword shadow that was more than 300 meters long appeared in front of everyone. This sword, Erkong, who had not thought much of Jian Wushuang at the beginning, was shocked when he saw this sword. He saw that Jian Wushuang was just an immortal saint, but the power of this sword was obviously much stronger than that of many principal's masters. "Heavenly Sword Marquis! Heavenly Sword Marquis!" Erkong repeated the name and suddenly had an idea. "I remember now. He is Heavenly Sword Marquis, the #1 genius in the history of the divine beginning realm. It's actually him." Erkong's heart trembled. However, that shocking 300-meter-long sword shadow had already mercilessly slashed at the barrier. Rumble. Under the impact of the sword shadow's power, the entire barrier began to tremble slightly. Meanwhile, within the ancestral land of the Blood Martin clan, the earth and mountains began to shake. What's going on? Why is the surrounding world shaking? If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, myboxnovel.com. Thanks. It's the clan protecting formation shaking. Someone is attacking it. How can it shake the clan protecting formation like this? The person who is attacking must be a principal's master at the 4th realm of the void. The entire Blood Martin clan was in an uproar. The rule masters of the Blood Martin clan were also alarmed. They immediately rushed toward the entrance of the clan. When they arrived, they saw Jian Wushuang in front of them. You are Heavenly Sword Marquis. The principals masters of the Blood Marten clan were not as ignorant as Kong. They recognized Jian Wushuang at a glance. It's me, Jian Wushuang admitted directly. When they learned that the person who attacked the clan-protecting formation was Jian Wushuang, the principals masters of the Blood Marten clan were shocked, but also angry. Heavenly Sword Marquis, why did you attack the clan-protecting formation of the Blood Marten clan? Urxiu, the clan leader of the Blood Marten clan, asked in a low voice. I came here with great sincerity. I told you my name at the beginning and asked your people to go in and report it. However, your people said that you, the clan leader of the Blood Marten clan, are too busy to meet a nobody like me. They also told me to get lost. What do you think I should do? Jian Wushuang said indifferently. Hearing this, the principals masters of the Blood Marten clan were shocked. To compare this super genius, Heavenly Sword Marquis, who was famous in the divine beginning realm, to a nobody, and to ask Heavenly Sword Marquis to get lost? Even the 3 great sages and the 3 great Freedom Alliance would not dare to say this, right? In the current divine beginning realm, who dared to treat Heavenly Sword Marquis as a nobody. Immediately, they understood why Heavenly Sword Marquis attacked the Blood Marten clan's protective array. It was obvious that the words of the Blood Marten clan's clansmen had offended or even humiliated the other party. After understanding this point, the Blood Marten clan's principals masters could not help but glare at Kong angrily. Kong also knew that he had caused trouble. Sensing the gazes of these principals masters, he immediately lowered his head. However, he had already caused trouble, so the Blood Marten clan could only clean up for Kong. Mr. Heavenly Marquis, I'm afraid there's been a misunderstanding. Kong has always stayed in the clan and rarely interacted with the outside world. So he might not have heard of your name, so he might have offended you. I hope you can be magnanimous and don't blame me, the Blood Marten clan leader, Xiao, said apologetically. Although he was the clan leader and the Blood Marten clan was one of the top clans in the Demon region, they did not want to provoke a terrifying existence like Jian Wushuang unless it was absolutely necessary. Since it's a misunderstanding, and since your Blood Marten clan is a little apologetic, I won't be so stingy to pursue it. However, I came to your Blood Marten clan for another matter, Jian Wushuang said. What's the matter? Ursa asked. Second brother, come over. Jian Wushuang waved to Zhuopeng behind him. Chapter 3448 Rejection. Zhuopeng, who was standing at the back, had some misgivings even though he had confidence in Jian Wushuang. After all, he was now facing the Blood Marten clan, one of the top clans in the Demon region. However, when he saw that the clan leader of the Blood Marten clan, Xiao, did not dare to put on airs in the face of Jian Wushuang's strength. On the contrary, he was very humble. Zhuopeng no longer had any misgivings. Upon hearing Jian Wushuang's greeting, he immediately walked up. Clan leader of the Blood Marten clan, nice to meet you. Zhuopeng greeted him politely. And you are? Xiao looked puzzled. Clan leader. He is the human cultivator who has a dispute with the princess, Kong said immediately. You. Xiao's face darkened. Clan leader of the Blood Marten clan, let me introduce you. This is my second brother. We are blood-related brothers, Jian Wushuang said. What? Xiao was stunned. The experts of the Blood Marten clan were also stunned. They were all high-level experts of the Blood Marten clan, so they naturally knew that their princess had a relationship with a human cultivator in the Piaho city not long ago. They had already investigated his background. He should not have a big background, and Zhuopeng's talent and strength were not that great. Although their princess liked such a human cultivator, they completely looked down on him. If it was not for Princess Ying's request, the Blood Marten clan would have sent people to kill him. But it was this human cultivator who did not have any status and ability in their eyes, and now he actually brought in a big shot. Heavenly Sword Marquis, this name, no matter which faction it was, they probably did not dare to look down on him in the slightest, and no faction dared to look down on his ability. It was true that even though he was not ridiculously strong right now, and many factions were not afraid of him in terms of pure strength, what made Heavenly Sword Marquis the most terrifying was his terrifying potential. He was the #1 genius in the history of the divine beginning realm. He was a super genius who could easily defeat many Principal's masters and even severely injure Saint Realm masters. More importantly, this person's ability to protect his life was incredible, and he basically could not die as long as he was not dead. His strength would undoubtedly reach an extremely terrifying level after a period of time. The Blood Martin clan should be in awe of such a super genius. If they could avoid making enemies, they should not make enemies. Clan leader Blood Martin, you should know the origin of my trip after seeing my second brother, right? Jian Wushuang looked at Heir Xiao in front of him with a faint smile. I'll be frank. I heard that my second brother and Princess Ing of the Blood Martin clan are very compatible, so I'm here to propose a marriage for my second brother. This is the betrothal gift from my Zhua family. Take a look. Jian Wushuang directly threw an interspatial ring to Heir Xiao. Jian Wushuang was indeed here to propose a marriage, and he was very sincere. For example, Jian Wushuang had given a lot of betrothal gifts in the interspatial ring. There were 4 or 5 supreme treasures, which was already very good. However, after taking Jian Wushuang's interspatial ring, Heir Xiao and the experts of the Blood Martin clan around him frowned. Normally, the Blood Martin clan would be very happy to have a relationship with Jian Wushuang. Since Heavenly Sword Marquis had come to propose marriage in person and given them a lot of betrothal gifts, naturally, the marriage would not be a problem. But now it was different. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Box Novel. Thanks. The Blood Martin clan was in a very delicate situation, and the marriage of Princess Ing was more important to the Blood Martin clan. Therefore, after a simple exchange with the experts of the Blood Martin clan, Heir Xiao quickly made a decision. Mr. Heavenly Marquis, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid our Blood Martin clan can't agree to this marriage, Heir Xiao said. Oh, why? Jian Wushuang's face darkened. Is it because I didn't give enough betrothal gifts? Or does your Blood Martin clan still think that my second brother is not good enough for your princess? No, Mr. Heavenly Marquis. You've given a lot of betrothal gifts and you're very sincere. As for your second brother, since you're here, of course he can be a good match for my daughter. However, Mr. Heavenly Marquis is a step too late. My daughter already has a lover, Heir Xiao said. Impossible. Zhuo Peng immediately shouted in a low voice. I'm very clear about Ing Heir's character. We've only been separated for 3 years. How could she have someone else in her heart? There's nothing impossible about it. You're indeed a step too late. Not only does my daughter have someone else in her heart, but both parties have already decided on a marriage contract, Heir Xiao said with a smile. How can this be? Zhuo Peng's body began to tremble. No, I don't believe it. Unless you let her come out and tell me personally, I will only believe what she says. Clan leader Blood Martin, did you hear that? Why don't we invite Princess Ing out and let her explain it to my second brother face to face? As long as she can explain it clearly and make my second brother completely stop thinking about it, then I'm not the kind of person who will force my second brother to leave immediately. How about it? Jian Wushuang looked at Heir Xiao. Well, Heir Xiao pondered for a moment and then shook his head. No, my daughter is going to be betrothed to someone else soon. How can I show my face in public at this time and get involved with others? If this gets out, won't it be a disgrace to my Blood Martin clan? What will my daughter do in the future? Oh. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and gave Heir Xiao a deep look. Then he smiled and said, Clan leader Blood Martin, I'm afraid it's not that your daughter doesn't want to show her face in public, but as a father, you don't dare to let her meet my second brother, right? How dare you? Air Xiu's voice suddenly sank. Mr. Heavenly Marquis, although I respect your talent and strength, we are in front of the ancestral land of the Blood Marten clan. You said that it's not convenient for my daughter to meet outsiders. Are you going to force me? Thanks. Upon hearing this, Jian Wushuang praised. Clan leader Blood Marten, I'm very curious. Where did you get the courage to not give me any face? What made you so determined and unwilling to marry Princess Ing-Er to my second brother? But it doesn't matter. I'll know soon enough. Heavenly Sword Marquis, what do you want to do? Air Xiu narrowed his eyes and stared at Jian Wushuang. What do you think? Since your Blood Marten clan doesn't want to let Princess Ing come out to meet us, we can only go in and meet her ourselves. Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Haha, what a joke. What kind of place do you think my Blood Marten clan is? Do you think you can just enter as you please? Air Xiu could not help sneering. Chapter 3449 Attack the Magic Array. The high-level experts of the Blood Marten clan also looked at Jian Wushuang with contempt. Although they knew that their talent was extremely heaven-defying and their methods were extraordinary, talent was talent, and it was different from true strength. The Blood Marten clan had existed in the Demon region for so many years as a top clan, so its foundation was naturally extraordinary. Without the consent of the Blood Marten clan, it was naturally extremely difficult for others to break into the territory of the Blood Marten clan, not to mention others. Just the huge protective array covering the territory of the clan was not something ordinary experts could shake. In the face of the ridicule of the experts of the Blood Marten clan, Jian Wushuang smiled coldly and looked up. Qinhua, Demon Master Qinhua, appeared beside Jian Wushuang and asked, What? Do you want me to attack again? Of course, I can't defeat this formation alone. But with your strength, you should be able to defeat it, right? Jian Wushuang asked with a smile. I'm not sure, but I can try, Demon Master Qinhua said. Then let's try first, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Demon Master Qinhua did not say anything. He moved and appeared in front of the clan-protecting formation. He stood there and was less than half a meter away from the Blood Marten clan's clan protection formation. Then he extended his hand and touched the light membrane of the formation. He immediately sensed an extremely shocking power from the formation. When the many experts of the Blood Marten clan saw this scene, they all sneered. What is this person doing there? From the looks of it, is he planning to break the clan protection array? Humph, what a joke. The clan protection array was created by the ancestor who led the Blood Marten clan to greatness. No one has been able to break it for a long time. Although this person looks like an expert, it's impossible for him to break the clan protection array. The many experts of the Blood Marten clan had absolute confidence in their clan protective array. Therefore, even when they saw the Demon Master Qinhua appear in front of the array and clearly had the intention to attack the array, they did not stop him. They believed that it was impossible for the Demon Master Qinhua to break the array. But at this moment, the Demon Master Qinhua had already made his move like lightning. He did not make much preparations. After feeling the power of the array formation, he clenched his right hand into a fist and threw a punch at the array formation. The brutal punch was simple and crude. It contained unimaginable power as it instantly smashed into the light membrane of the array formation. The light membrane that was hit immediately produced a large number of ripples like giant rocks that were like water. These ripples spread out crazily in the surroundings. The entire array formation also began to tremble violently. This kind of trembling caused the earth and mountains within the Blood Marten clan to shake as if an earthquake had occurred. How could it be? When the Blood Marten clan leader, Air Xiu, saw this scene, his eyes immediately widened. The power of a punch actually caused such a huge tremor in the protective array formation of our Blood Marten clan. Could this person be a super expert of the 6th level of the void? The 6th realm of the void. The other experts of the Blood Martin clan were also shocked. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, myboxnovel.com. Thanks. They could not sense the specific aura of Demon Master Qinhua, so they thought that Jian Wushuang alone would not be able to threaten them. But now that Demon Master Qinhua had made a move, his strength had indeed frightened them. The sixth realm of the void, this was the top expert of the divine beginning realm. Fortunately, even though this person has the strength of the 6 realms of the void, our Blood Martin clan's clan protection array was personally created by that ancestor. If we want to break this clan protection array, just one of the 6 realms of the void is definitely not enough. This person can at most slightly shake the array, but he definitely can't break it, said Ershio. Hearing this, the experts of the Blood Martin clan heaved a sigh of relief. What they did not know was that Demon Master Qinhua did not use his full strength in the beginning. His punch was just to test the sturdiness of the magic array. The person who created this magic array is indeed very capable. The power of this magic array is also very impressive. Demon Master Qinhua stood at the edge of the magic array and secretly praised. Qinhua, there are so many people watching. Don't embarrass yourself. Jian Wushuang's laughter came over. Demon Master Qinhua narrowed his eyes slightly and then flipped his palm. A full set of scarlet gold appeared on his hands. This scarlet gold glove was Demon Master Chenyuo's own offensive magic weapon. It had already reached the level of a top-tier supreme treasure and was extremely powerful. After putting on this scarlet gold glove, his overall combat power naturally increased by a lot. He was still standing less than half a meter away from the light membrane of the array, but his eyes were still shining with a fierce light. In his right palm, there was a shocking power condensing. Heavenly divine extermination. Demon Master, Qinhua growled. He clenched his right palm, and in an instant, a brilliant golden light surged up, enveloping the entire world in a golden color. The fist formed by his palm, it was like a huge golden sun. This golden sun was extremely dazzling, illuminating everything in the world. Under the attention of the surrounding people, it suddenly struck the light membrane of the array formation. Instantly, boom! A series of violent explosions shook the entire void. Outside the light membrane, around the body of the Demon Master, space had completely exploded, and a huge black hole appeared out of thin air. In front of Demon Master Qinhua, the light membrane of the array that had been smashed by the fist of Demon Master Qinhua had completely caved in. It caved in extremely deeply, directly affecting the entire array. Rumble, the entire array began to tremble madly, as if it was about to collapse. Even the entire ancestral land of the Blood Martin clan began to turn upside down. Upon seeing this scene, all the experts of the Blood Martin clan were stunned. They knew very well that although the array in front of them had not been directly broken, from the scene, it was obvious that this array had already reached the limit that they could endure. Buzz, buzz, the might of Demon Master Chenyuo's punch was finally exhausted. The frantically trembling array protecting the tribe gradually regained its calm. Seeing this, Demon Master Qinhua was not angry but happy instead. Haha, not bad, not bad. The power of this array is indeed impressive. It can actually block my full force attack of the God Extinguisher. It seems that this array is qualified for me to use the God Extinguisher of the Dragon. God Extinguisher of the Dragon. Hearing Demon Master Qinhua talking to himself, the faces of the experts of the Blood Martin clan changed drastically. They could tell from the words of Demon Master Qinhua that the punch just now was not the strongest move of Demon Master Qinhua. He had yet to use an even stronger move. Chapter 3450. Bow your head. How is this possible? The clan protection array of our Blood Martin clan was personally set up by the most powerful ancestor back then. Furthermore, the ancestor had also instructed that unless one was like him, a supreme expert who had reached the peak of the 6th level of the void. No one would be able to forcefully break through this array. But this person, could it be that his strength is comparable to that of the ancestor at his peak? Xiao widened his eyes. At this moment, the members of the Blood Marten clan had already noticed that a large amount of power was once again beginning to gather on the body of the demon master Qinhua. Not good. The expressions of the experts of the Blood Marten clan changed drastically. They could all see that the attack just now from the demon master Qinhua had already reached the limit of the clan protection formation. It was estimated that the clan protection formation would not be able to withstand another 2 or 3 such attacks. What demon master Qinhua had just said meant that the attack he was about to unleash would be even stronger than the previous one. Stop, stop! Xiao did not dare to let demon master Qinhua attack the formation again. After all, the formation had protected them for so many years. If it was broken by force, the formation would collapse. No one in the Blood Marten clan could restore the clan-protecting formation. So they immediately shouted. "Qinhua, stop," Jian Wushuang said. Upon hearing Jian Wushuang's words, the power gathered by Demon Master Qinhua gradually calmed down. Seeing this, the experts of the Blood Marten clan finally heaved a sigh of relief. Clan leader Blood Marten, weren't you very confident just now that I could enter your Blood Marten clan whenever I wanted? Jian Wushuang looked at Xiao mockingly. Now that I'm standing here, do you dare to repeat what you just said? This, Xiao's face could not help twitching. He dared to say that just now because he had absolute confidence in the Blood Marten clan's protective array. He believed that Jian Wushuang's strength would not be able to shake the array, but he did not expect that Jian Wushuang also had a terrifying demon master of the Qinhua clan by his side. With the help of the demon master of the Qinhua clan, it was not impossible to break the array. Mr. Heavenly Marquis, it is indeed my Blood Marten clan's fault. I apologize to you, Mr. Heavenly Marquis, but my daughter has already been engaged to someone. I definitely did not lie about that, Xiao said. Even if there is an engagement, it's probably decided by your Blood Marten clan. I'm afraid it's not agreed by Princess Ing herself, Jian Wushuang said. Xiao was silent. Humph, I knew it. Even if Inger doesn't see me anymore because of your Blood Marten clan, she wouldn't agree to the engagement so soon. It turns out that everything is decided by your Blood Marten clan, Zhuo Peng said in a low voice. Clan leader of the Blood Marten clan, since I came here personally to propose the marriage and brought a great betrothal gift, I have already given face to your Blood Marten clan. But now I'm curious, who did you betroth princessing to that is worthy for your Blood Marten clan to come and ruin my face? Jian Wushuang looked at Xiao coldly. Xiao frowned and hesitated for a moment, then said, To tell you the truth, the one who has an engagement with my daughter is the young clan leader of the Scarlet Gold clan, Qi Hu. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Box Novel. Thanks. Qi Hu. Jian Wushuang was stunned. Zhuo Peng, Zhu Yinfeng, and the others who were watching quietly from above were also stunned. They had been guessing who the Blood Marten clan had betrothed Princess Ing to. They had not expected that it would be Qi Hu. Haha, this is interesting. Jian Wushuang laughed. His smile was very strange. After a long while, he stopped laughing. He said, Blood Marten clan, since the engagement is with Qi Hu, I can tell you now that the engagement has been cancelled. Cancelled? Xiao was stunned. The experts of the Blood Marten clan were also puzzled. Jian Wushuang continued, I'll tell you directly. Not long ago, in the Piahuo city, I killed Qi Hu, the young grandmaster of the Scarlet Gold clan, because he offended me. What? Xiao was shocked. The experts of the Blood Marten clan were also stunned. Qi, who had been killed? Mr. Heavenly Marquis, Qi, who is really dead. Did you lie to me? Xiao did not quite believe it. I'm not going to lie to you for such a thing. I killed Qi, who in the Piaho city, and it caused quite a stir. The ancestral land of your Blood Martin clan is not far from the Piaho city, and there must be clansmen in the city. You can send a message to your clansman in the Piaho city and ask him to inquire about it. He should be able to find out, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Xiao immediately ordered the people next to him to send a message. After a short while, they received a definite result. He's dead, Qi, who is indeed dead. According to the news from Piaho City, the one who killed Qi, who was an immortal saint who used a sword. He killed Qi Hu and caused a huge commotion in Piaho City. Even the commander of the Piaho City's City Protection Army personally rushed over. But because the other party had a super expert by his side, the City Protection Army didn't dare to make a move at all. Now, it seems that the one who killed Qi, who is this heavenly sword marquis, and the super expert by his side is this terrifying existence who has reached the peak of the 6 states of the void. The experts of the Blood Martin clan had already made their own judgment. After a brief discussion, Xiao took a deep breath. Then he solemnly said, Mr. Heavenly Marquis, you're right. Since Qi, who is dead, the engagement between him and my daughter naturally doesn't count. Now that Mr. Heavenly Marquis has personally proposed the marriage, please come to my Blood Martin clan for a chat. If you had done this earlier, it would have saved us a lot of trouble. Jian Wushuang smiled and beckoned Zhu Yunfeng and the others to come down. Then they entered the ancestral land of the Blood Martin clan. In a magnificent hall in the ancestral land of the Blood Martin clan, Jian Wushuang and Xiao sat side by side, while Demon Master Qinhua sat casually beside them. Zhu Yunfeng, Zhu Peng, and the others also sat casually. Mr. Heavenly Marquis, there are indeed many misunderstandings about today's matter. Normally, if you came to propose marriage in person, the Blood Martin clan would certainly give you a name. But this time, we did it out of helplessness. Xiao sighed. I see. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. He could see that the Blood Martin clan must have some special reasons. Otherwise, they would not have been so tough in the beginning and directly refused his proposal. Even if it was the Scarlet Gold clan on the other side, the clan leader of the Blood Martin clan must know that Jian Wushuang might not be inferior to the Scarlet Gold clan in terms of weight alone. Chapter 3451 Divine Moon Palace Clan Leader Blood Martin, tell me. Jian Wushuang knocked on the armchair casually. Celestial Marquis, to tell you the truth, the Blood Martin clan arranged the marriage between my daughter and Qi, so that the Blood Martin clan and the Scarlet Gold clan could get closer through marriage. This way, we can have more confidence when we face the Blood clan, Xiao said. Blood clan. Jian Wushuang's expression changed. What does the marriage between you and the Scarlet Gold clan have to do with the Blood clan? Mr. Heavenly Marquis, you may not know this, but although the Blood Martin clan has always been a top clan in the Demon region, in fact, our clan only had a period of glory when the ancestor was still alive. After the ancestor went to the universe battlefield, our clan gradually declined. Although we are still a top clan now, we are already at the bottom of the top clans. Many other races also secretly said that the Blood Martin clan was not worthy of its name and no longer had the strength of a top race. In addition, the Heavenly Sword Marquis may also know that the competition between many races in the Demon region has always been very cruel, and our Blood Martin clan has been fighting with many races all year round. Now that our Blood Martin clan is underestimated, our overall strength has already pulled away from many other top races. Naturally, many races want to replace our Blood Martin clan, and there are even races that want to directly annex our Blood Martin clan. Are you saying that the clans that want to annex your Blood Martin clan are the Blood clan? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes. Xiao nodded heavily. Among the many top clans in the Demon region, even if some of them have designs on the Blood Martin clan, they would at most occupy the territory resources of the Blood Martin clan. However, they would never want to annex or exterminate the Blood Martin clan. After all, the Blood Martin clan has had its glory. A camel that is about to die is bigger than a horse. In addition, there is the sect-protecting formation set up by the ancestor. The top clans in the demon region would not dare to truly fight with the Blood Marten clan. However, the Blood clan is different. Blood clan, you are one of the 4 great divine clans. Your foundation and strength are far beyond that of the Blood Marten clan. Even when the Blood Marten clan was at its peak, we were still inferior to the Blood clan when the ancestor was around, let alone now. There is no doubt that the Blood clan has the ability to directly devour and annihilate the Blood Marten clan. From the actions of the Blood clan over the years, it seems that the Blood clan does have such a thought. It's just that they are worried about the other divine clan, the Nine-Tailed clan in the nearby territory. That's why they haven't made a move yet. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes slightly. The most powerful clans around the Piaho city were not only the Scarlet Gold clan and the Blood Marten clan, but also the even more terrifying Nine-Tailed clan. As for the Blood clan, they were still some distance away from this territory. If the Blood clan took action against the Blood Marten clan, it would be equivalent to encroaching on the territory near the Nine-Tailed clan. Of course, the Nine-Tailed clan would not sit idly by. Since the Nine-Tailed clan is keeping the balance, what do you need to worry about? Jian Wushuang asked. I didn't worry about it before, but over the years, the Nine-Tailed clan has also encountered some troubles, Ershio said. Oh, what troubles? Jian Wushuang asked. It's a newly risen clan. To be exact, it's a newly risen force, Ershio said. Power. Jian Wushuang's expression changed. Yes, it's called Divine Moon Palace. It was founded hundreds of years ago. At first, it was very low-key and didn't attract much attention. But in just a few hundred years, it has developed into a map that even the Nine-Tailed clan wouldn't dare to underestimate. Especially 30 years ago, Divine Moon Palace even annexed the Howling Demon clan and made the entire clan submit to it, Ershio said. The Roaring Demon clan. Jian Wushuang's pupils constricted. Among the many clans in the demon region, he knew not only the 4 great divine clans, but also a few powerful top clans. The Roaring Demon clan was undoubtedly an extremely powerful top clan. Although there were no experts of the 6th Void Realm in the clan, it was said that there were 2 experts at the peak of the 5th Void Realm and many powerful Principal's Masters. In terms of overall strength, the Roaring Demon clan was much stronger than the Blood Marten clan, even stronger than the Scarlet Gold clan. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Box Novel. Thanks. How could such a top clan be annexed by the Divine Moon Palace, which had been established for only a few hundred years? The Divine Moon Palace had amazing methods. What's next? Jian Wushuang asked. After the Divine Moon Palace annexed the Roaring Demon clan, its overall strength skyrocketed. It has become a force above all the top clans, and it is qualified to threaten the status of the 4 great divine clans. As the only divine clan in this territory, the Nine-Tailed clan also sensed the threat, so they wanted to suppress the Divine Moon Palace. Unexpectedly, the Divine Moon Palace directly fought with the Nine-Tailed clan. Ershio exclaimed, The Divine Moon Palace is not fighting indirectly, but directly. It can even be said to be a direct declaration of war. The Nine-Tailed race will naturally not be outdone. Therefore, the Nine-Tailed race and the Divine Moon Palace have been fighting fiercely all these years. Although the Nine-Tailed race has the upper hand, they do not have an absolute advantage. Instead, the Divine Moon Palace has been recruiting experts everywhere all these years. As their strength grows, the threat they pose to the Nine-Tailed race also grows. At this time, the Nine-Tailed clan has put all their attention on Divine Moon Palace, so they have no time to care about the fights between the other clans. Therefore, they have given the Blood clan an opportunity. Not long ago, experts from the Blood clan came here one after another, and even fought with the Blood Marten clan. Is that why you want to recruit the Scarlet Gold clan to fight against the Blood clan through marriage? Jian Wushuang looked at Ershio. Yes, the Blood Martin clan is not the only one who has noticed the Blood clan's intention. The Scarlet Gold clan has also noticed it. We have a tacit understanding with each other in this marriage alliance. Now that the marriage alliance has been formed, it's suitable for the two top clans to fight against the Blood clan together. With the combined strength of the Blood Martin clan and the Scarlet Gold clan, as long as the Blood clan doesn't come out in full force, we'll be able to protect ourselves, Airshio said. After you proposed the marriage, I also thought about giving up the marriage with the Scarlet Gold clan and choosing you. But you are a human cultivator and don't stay in the demon region all year round. If something happens to the Blood Martin clan, you won't be able to come in time. Secondly, although you are very talented and have great potential, your current strength. Before Airshio finished his words, Jian Wushuang had completely understood. Chapter 3452 Alliance? Although I'm talented, I'm afraid that the Blood clan won't respect me, let alone respect me. Clan leader Blood Martin, is that what you mean? Jian Wushuang said. Airshio smiled awkwardly. From his laughter, it was clear that he had tacitly agreed. Jian Wushuang was helpless about this. Of course, that's because our Blood Martin clan didn't know that you had an expert who had reached the peak of the 6th realm of the void. Otherwise, our Blood Martin clan would have decisively given up on the Scarlet Gold clan and chosen to form an alliance with you, Airshio said. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang understood. If he alone was not enough to make the Blood clan fear him or her, then the addition of Demon Master Qinhua would definitely be enough. If the Blood clan knew that the Blood Martin clan had an expert at the peak of the 6th void realm as a helper, they would definitely not dare to have any thoughts about the Blood Martin clan. Clan leader Blood Martin, since we've already said this, I'll speak frankly. My second brother is definitely going to marry Princess Ing of your Blood Martin clan, and our Zhua clan and your Blood Martin clan will naturally become in-laws. If your Blood Martin clan is in trouble at this time, our Zhua clan will naturally not sit idly by. As a member of the Zhua clan, of course, I will also take action, Jian Wushuang said. I'm relieved to hear your words, Mr. Heavenly Marquis. I'll send my daughter here immediately. Airshio hurriedly called out to the Blood Martin clan. Hurry, go, and bringing her here. Yes. Someone from the Blood Martin clan immediately went over. Not long after, Zhua Peng's beloved princess Ing appeared in front of everyone. This is my second sister-in-law. Looking at the delicate and beautiful girl in front of him, Jian Wushuang's expression could not help but change. He could not help admiring his second brother's good taste. Seeing the girl, Zhua Peng was pleasantly surprised. Zhua Peng, why are you here? Princess Ing was a little surprised. She had thought that she would never see Zhua Peng again. She did not expect that Zhua Peng would come to the land of the Blood Martin clan. Ing, your father has promised to marry you to me. From now on, we will never be separated. Zhua Peng walked to Princess Ing and said excitedly, What? Princess Ing was stunned at first, but then she looked at Airshio in disbelief. Father, daughter, Zhua Peng is a good boy. I can see that he really likes you. Father will naturally fulfill your wish, Airshio said with a smile. Great, great. Princess Ing also shouted happily. A moment later, Zhua Peng pulled Princess Ing to Jian Wushuang. Inger, it's all thanks to third brother's help that we can be together this time. Let's thank him together, Zhua Peng said. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Box Novel. Thanks. Third brother. Princess Ing looked at Jian Wushuang in confusion. Airshio, who was beside her, hurriedly said, Ing Mr. Heavenly Marquis is the #1 genius in the divine beginning realm. The reason why you and Zhua Peng can be together this time is largely because of Mr. Heavenly Marquis. Thank you, Mr. Heavenly Marquis. Princess Ing bowed and said gratefully, Second brother, second sister-in-law, we are family. There's no need to be so polite. Jian Wushuang smiled. Princess Ing stood up, but she still looked at Jian Wushuang with some doubt. This person is Zhuo Peng's third brother? That means he is younger than Zhuo Peng. But why is father so humble when facing him? Princess Ing muttered in her heart. Second brother, you and second sister-in-law haven't seen each other for a while. Go and have a good chat. You can meet father and mother in an instant, Jian Wushuang said. Okay. Zhuo Peng immediately led Princess Ing to Zhuo Yunfeng and Luo Xinqin. Jian Wushuang, who was still sitting side by side with Heir Xiu, said in a soft voice, Clan leader Blood Martin, the marriage between our two families has been decided. Now, let's talk about another matter. May I know what you are talking about? Heir Xiu asked. I have just agreed that if the Blood Clan threatens your Blood Martin clan, I will do my best to help. But at the same time, if I encounter some trouble in the demon region, I'm afraid I will also need your Blood Martin clan's help. So, why don't we form an alliance? Jian Wushuang said. An alliance. Heir Xiu was stunned, but then he laughed. Of course, it's the best. Heir Xiu could not wait to form an alliance with Jian Wushuang so that he could completely tie Jian Wushuang to his side. Don't be in such a hurry to agree. This matter is not as simple as you think, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Oh. Heir Xiu was surprised. To tell you the truth, I will be in the demon region for a long time. Of course, I have a lot of things to do. I'm afraid that you, clan leader of the Blood Martin clan, and your entire clan won't be able to accept some of these things, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Oh, what is it that our entire clan won't be able to accept? Heir Xiu asked. For example, fighting a celestial race or even destroying one. Can your Blood Martin clan accept that? Jian Wushuang laughed. What? Heir Xiu was completely stunned. Fighting a celestial race or even destroying one. Mr. Heavenly Marquis, are you kidding? I'm not kidding. It's really possible. That's why I want you to think carefully. Jian Wushuang smiled. Mr. Heavenly Marquis, do you really want to attack a celestial race? Heir Xiu looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise. It's not that I want to attack, but I'm afraid that my other ally will do so. Jian Wushuang smiled. Who's my other ally? Heir Xiu asked. My other ally, if I'm not mistaken, is the Divine Moon Palace you mentioned earlier. Jian Wushuang said. What? Heir Xiu was shocked. The Divine Moon Palace, the mysterious force that had only risen for a few hundred years, but was already able to challenge the nine-tailed clan? Mr. Heavenly Marquis, are you the helper that the Divine Moon Palace hired to deal with the nine-tailed clan? Heir Xiu asked in shock. I can't be sure for now, but I think it's most likely, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. According to Heir Xiu, the Divine Moon Palace had only risen for a few hundred years, but it had developed at a terrifying speed. Moreover, the Divine Moon Palace was obviously aimed at the nine-tailed clan. Therefore, Jian Wushuang immediately thought of Miss Shower. According to his guess, Miss Shower should be the one who created the Divine Moon Palace. Only Miss Shower had the strength and motive to do so. Chapter 3453 Goodbye. Shower, it's actually very easy to determine whether Divine Moon Palace is my ally or not. Jian Wushuang smiled. Clan leader, if you want the Blood Clan to be afraid of your Blood Martin clan and not dare to attack it, then naturally, you must let the Blood Clan know about my relationship with your Blood Martin clan. If that's the case, then you can take the initiative to spread the news. Moreover, when I killed Scarlet Tiger in Piahuo City previously, I caused quite a commotion. I also let the City Protection Army in Piahuo City know that I have an expert at the peak of the 6th level of the Void. This news will also be spread out. When that time comes, the Blood Clan will not dare to act rashly. And if that ally of mine is really the Divine Moon Palace, then they will naturally come looking for me. We only need to wait here. When that time comes, you can decide whether you want to form an alliance with me or not. I understand. I'll send someone to spread the news now. Besides, Chi-Hu is dead, so the engagement between the Blood Martin clan and the Scarlet Gold clan doesn't count. I have to make it clear to the Scarlet Gold clan. Heir Xiu immediately went to make arrangements. Jian Wushuang stayed in the Blood Marten clan and waited quietly. As time passed, the news that Heavenly Sword Marquis had arrived in the demon region and that an expert had reached the 6th realm of the void had spread throughout the entire demon region. The entire demon area was in an uproar, especially when the Heavenly Sword Marquis had killed the young patriarch of the Scarlet Gold clan in Piaho City and married the Blood Marten tribe. This meant that the Heavenly Sword Marquis had arrived in the demon area. He did not just pass by. The various tribes in the demon area naturally began to pay attention. In the grand meeting hall of the Scarlet Gold clan, many high-level experts of the Scarlet Gold clan gathered together. He's going too far. This Heavenly Sword Marquis is really going too far. Roars sounded continuously in the hall. It was the current chief of the Scarlet Gold clan. Son, Heavenly Sword Marquis, you killed my son. If I don't take revenge, it'll be a father in vain. The chief of the Scarlet Gold clan clenched his fists. His nails dug into his flesh. After a while, he said, "Didn't Heavenly Sword Marquis kill someone in Piaho City? This is against the rules set by the races of the demon area. What did the other races say?" Clan leader, you know how capable Heavenly Sword Marquis is. Even the 3 Saint Realms can't do anything to him. Who else can kill him? Moreover, the news from the Piaho City said that Heavenly Sword Marquis had a super expert at the 6th realm of the void with him. He had extraordinary potential, and with such an expert by his side, who would dare to provoke the races of the demon region, naturally they would turn a blind eye and pretend not to know, said an elder of the Scarlet Gold clan. Pretend not to know? We made the rules together. How can we pretend not to know now? The Scarlet Gold clan leader was furious. There's nothing we can do about it. The Heavenly Sword Marquis is not easy to provoke. Even the 4 great celestial races are not willing to provoke him, let alone the top races. Moreover, the Heavenly Sword Marquis seems to be in a marriage alliance with the Blood Marten clan. The Blood Marten clan is also on his side. No one else dares to talk about gods, continued the elder. By the way, it's not as if all the races in the demon region don't know about it. One of the 4 great celestial races, the 9-tailed race, has condemned him. However, the 9-tailed race is mainly because the Heavenly Sword Marquis killed the 9 Palace Saintess. Furthermore, the 9-tailed race has to deal with the Divine Moon Palace, so they have no time to worry about the Heavenly Sword Marquis. Therefore, they can only say it verbally. Humph, a bunch of trash. The Scarlet Gold clan leader snorted coldly. Tribe leader, that Heavenly Sword Marquis is indeed not to be trifled with. Why don't we just forget about this matter? The elder said softly. However, the moment he finished speaking, he was immediately met with the piercing cold gaze of the Scarlet Gold clan leader. He was so frightened that he did not dare to say anything more. Humph, forget about it? What kind of joke is this? How can I not take revenge for killing my son? The Scarlet Gold clan leader's voice was icy cold. Heavenly Sword Marquis, just you wait. Maybe I can't do anything to you now, but no matter what I do, I will make you pay for it. And the Blood Marten clan, do you think you can kick the Scarlet Gold clan away with the ship of Heavenly Marquis Sword? In your dreams. The cold voice echoed in the hall, causing the air in the hall to freeze. Jian Wushuang was waiting quietly in the Blood Marten clan. Meanwhile, the Blood Marten clan had already lit lanterns and prepared for the wedding of Zhuo Peng and Princess Ing. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Box Novel. Thanks. The 2 parties had already set a date and were waiting to get married. The location of the wedding was in the Blood Marten clan. However, on this day, someone came looking for him. Mr. Heavenly Marquis, Mr. Heavenly Marquis. Heir Xiu rushed to Jian Wushuang, clan leader of the Blood Marten clan. Why are you in such a hurry? Is someone really here? Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Yes, someone is here, and he specifically asked for you. In addition, the clansmen of the Blood Martin clan who are guarding outside have sent a message to someone. The person is very mysterious, so we can't see his face clearly. It's even difficult to capture his aura. However, we can tell that he is definitely a real expert, Ershio said. That's most likely true. Let's go and welcome him. Jian Wushuang smiled and immediately rushed toward the entrance of the Blood Martin clan with Ershio, along with Demon Master Qinhua. As soon as they reached the entrance, Jian Wushuang immediately saw two gray-robed figures in the void in front of him. The two gray-robed figures were completely out of the gray robe's coverage. The surrounding void was quite hazy, so he could not see their appearance. However, Jian Wushuang did not need to see their appearances. He only needed to sense their unique aura to recognize them. It really is her, Jian Wushuang said with a faint smile. The two gray-robed figures had also stepped down. Miss Shower, it's been many years. How have you been? Jian Wushuang looked at the clearly delicate figure in front of him. The gray robe retreated, and the surrounding haze disappeared. The delicate figure raised her head, revealing a peerless beauty with a deep charm. It was so charming that people could not help but bow their heads. The moment they saw the woman's face, the clansmen of the Blood Martin clan were stunned. They stood there like stones, not moving at all. Miss Shower's charm is really getting better and better. She doesn't even need to speak. Her every move is probably enough to make some weaker cultivators lose their minds completely, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. He had personally experienced Miss Shower's charm. At the same time, the 9 Palisaintis in the Bloodwave realm had also used the same trick on him. However, the 9 Palisaintis' seductive methods were far inferior to Miss Shower's. Chapter 3454, Shower's Origin. Jian Wushuang, the last time we met, you didn't even step into the Divine Master Realm. But in the blink of an eye, so many years have passed, and you're already recognized as the #1 genius in the Divine Beginning Realm. Even the 3 Saint Realms can't do anything to you. You're really extraordinary, Shower said. Her voice was sweet and intoxicating. Miss Shower, aren't you different now? If I'm not wrong, the Divine Moon Palace, which has just risen in the Demon region, was created by Miss Shower, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. It's just a small trick. Shower smiled, tacitly acknowledging the relationship between the Divine Moon Palace and her. A small trick? It's not a small trick to be able to create a major force in a short period of time that can challenge the 9-tailed clan and have an expert of the 6th realm of the void with you. Demon Master Qinhua suddenly spoke. His eyes were intentionally or unintentionally looking at the gray-robed figure behind Shower. The gray-robed figure was still shrouded in the gray robe and did not reveal his appearance. His aura was also very hazy. However, with the strength of Demon Master Qinhua, he could naturally sense the hidden aura of the other party. The 6th realm of the void. Jian Wushuang also revealed a surprised look. I spent a lot of effort to subdue this servant beside me. Unlike you, a super expert at the peak of the 6th realm of the void would willingly follow him as a guard. This is really surprising, Shower said. A servant. Jian Wushuang and the experts from the Blood Martin clan around him were secretly shocked. They had thought that the expert behind Shower was just an expert under her command. They did not expect that he was just a servant. To make a super expert of the 6 realms of the void a servant. Although Qinhua is working with me as a guard, we are working together as equals. Unlike you, Miss Shower, who directly makes an expert of the 6 realms of the void a servant, Jian Wushuang said with a faint smile. Well, let's not talk about these unnecessary things. Let's go to the Blood Martin clan and talk about it slowly. Okay. Shower nodded. Yunler, Mr. Heavenly Sword Marquis, and Miss Shower, please come in, Ershio said respectfully. He knew very well that although he was the Grand Master of the Blood Martin clan, he was nothing in front of Jian Wushuang or Miss Shower. Jian Wushuang had amazing potential. He was even a threat to the three Saint Realms, and he was accompanied by the guards of experts at the peak of the 6 Void Realms. As for Miss Xiao, he had just heard that she was the mysterious expert who founded the Divine Moon Palace. The Blood Marten clan could not afford to offend either of them. The group returned to the Blood Marten clan and then came to the meeting hall of the Blood Marten clan. Because the people who came to discuss the matter were too special, the entire hall had been covered by a magic array. There were only 5 people sitting in the hall. They were Jian Wushuang, Xiao, Air Xiao, Demon Master Chenhua, and the servant who followed Xiao. Except for the 5 people, no one else was qualified to enter the hall. Jian Wushuang, do you still remember what we talked about? Xiao looked at Jian Wushuang. Of course I do. We formed an alliance and helped each other, Jian Wushuang said. That's right. As my ally, you now know that I created the Divine Moon Palace, so you naturally know what I need your help with, Xiao said. I know. I'm just going to help you deal with the 9-tailed clan. But before that, there's something I have to figure out, Jian Wushuang said after a moment of silence. Then he said, That's where you come from. And what kind of grudges do you have with the 9-tailed clan? Well, Xiao's expression changed slightly. Why? Can't you tell me about it now? Jian Wushuang shrugged. You are my ally and have enough strength. Of course, you are qualified to know about this, but Grandmaster Air Xiao, Xiao looked at Air Xiao with interest. Air Xiao and the Blood Marten clan were not allies of Divine Moon Palace. Grandmaster Blood Marten has also intended to form an alliance with us. The main purpose of this visit is to form a true alliance between the 3 of us, Jian Wushuang said. Oh, is that so? Xiao raised her eyebrows. At least the Blood Marten clan knows what's good for them. It saves the Divine Moon Palace from having to take action personally. What? Air Xiao was surprised, but then he said in a low voice, Miss Xiao, do you mean that you had planned to take action against the Blood Marten clan? What do you think? Xiao looked at Air Xiao with a sneer. In this territory, other than the 9-tailed clan, there are only 2 top tribes, your Blood Marten clan and the Scarlet Gold clan. Now, my Divine Moon Palace has been developing very fast, but it has basically reached its limit. If you want to increase your strength again, you can only think of ways to annex or control other tribes. Your Blood Marten clan and the Scarlet Gold clan are naturally the best targets for my Divine Moon Palace. I'm not afraid to tell you now that I've secretly controlled some members of the Blood Marten clan, including a few core figures. If you don't plan to form an alliance with Jian Wushuang, my Divine Moon Palace will make a move within 3 years at most. At that time, your Blood Marten clan will definitely take the initiative to provoke my Divine Moon Palace. Then, my Divine Moon Palace will use this as an excuse to swallow your Blood Marten clan with lightning speed. Believe me, if my Divine Moon Palace really wants to devour your Blood Marten clan, then even the 9-tailed clan won't have the time to react. Upon hearing Xiao's words, Air Xiao's face turned pale. At the same time, he felt a lingering fear in his heart. He knew very well that Xiao's words were not the slightest bit exaggerated. With the Divine Moon Palace's current strength and means, it would be too easy for them to devour his Blood Marten clan. If it were not for the fact that the 9-tailed clan would stop them, they would not have to prepare anything. Now the Divine Moon Palace had made careful preparations. They would not give the Blood Marten clan any chance to react. Just like when Divine Moon Palace swallowed the Roaring Demon clan. The Roaring Demon clan was much stronger than the Blood Marten clan, but they were suddenly swallowed by Divine Moon Palace. At the thought of this, Air Xiao was even more shocked. Clan leader Air Xiao, Jian Wushuang, just said that your Blood Marten clan only intends to form an alliance with the Divine Moon Palace? Xiao looked at Air Xiao again. No, Miss Xiao. I've already decided that my Blood Marten clan will form an alliance with the Divine Moon Palace and Mr. Heavenly Marquis now. No matter what your orders are, my Blood Marten clan will not refuse. Even if you want my Blood Marten clan to help the Divine Moon Palace fight against the Nine-Tailed clan, we can do it, Air Shio said solemnly. Chapter 3455 Nine Life Charming Heaven Skill. Jian Wushuang and Xiao laughed at his words. Clan leader, from now on, your Blood Marten clan is our ally, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Although the Blood Marten clan is at the bottom of the top clans, it is still a top clan and has a good foundation. It would be great if we can get the Blood Marten clan to help us without fighting, Shower added. Miss Shower, since the Blood Marten clan is now our ally, clan leader Urxiu is also qualified to know everything. Now you can tell us about the grudge between you and the Nine-Tailed clan, Jian Wushuang said. Sure. Shower nodded and was silent for a moment. Then she said, Jian Wushuang, when we first met, you already knew that I am a reincarnated cultivator. But what you don't know is that this is not my first reincarnation. Oh. Jian Wushuang's expression changed. Before this life, I had reincarnated 8 times. This time it was the 9th time. It was the 9th time that the secret skill that I cultivated had truly reached perfection. From then on, I could do everything I wanted to do. The previous 8 lives were just the middle of the transition, Shower said. 9 reincarnations, just to cultivate a secret skill to the perfection level? What secret skill is that? Jian Wushuang was puzzled. However, Air Shio's eyes suddenly widened. Could it be Clan leader Air Shio, do you know the secret skill I cultivate? Shower looked at Air Shio. I know a legendary secret skill that requires 9 reincarnations to reach the perfection level. This secret skill is said to come from the universe battlefield and is an extremely magical and incredible secret skill. It's called the 9 Lives Succubus skill. Air Shio said, as expected of the leader of the Blood Marten clan. Your knowledge is indeed extraordinary. That's right. The secret technique I'm cultivating is precisely the 9 Lives Succubus technique. Shower said with a smile. How can it be? Air Shio was extremely shocked. 9 Lives Succubus technique. Isn't that a secret technique that the Nine-Tailed clan doesn't impart? You have such a great enmity with the Nine-Tailed clan. It's obvious that you have the intention of completely exterminating the Nine-Tailed clan. How can you cultivate the Nine-Tailed clan's supreme secret technique? Moreover, it's said that since the Nine-Tailed clan obtained the 9 life charm, no one has been able to successfully cultivate it. They don't even have the qualifications to cultivate it. In all these years, no one has ever cultivated this secret skill. But you actually succeeded? Haha, no one can cultivate this secret skill? Yes, before me, no one could cultivate it, but now it's different. As for why I cultivate this secret skill, it's actually very simple. Because I'm originally a member of the Nine-Tailed clan, Shower said. As expected. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes, but he was not surprised. Since Shower had been entangled with the Nine-Tailed clan and possessed the unique enchantment skill of the Nine-Tailed clan, he had guessed that Miss Shower might be from the Nine-Tailed clan. However, Air Shio found it difficult to understand. You're clearly a clansman of the Nine-Tailed clan, and since you can cultivate the 9 life enchantment skill, the Nine-Tailed clan must have attached great importance to you and even treated you as a treasure. But how could you end up hating the Nine-Tailed clan so much? I'm not lying. My real name is Daji, and am originally a member of the Nine-Tailed clan. Furthermore, I have the purest Emperor Phoenix bloodline in the Nine-Tailed clan. The Emperor Phoenix bloodline is the bloodline of the Nine-Tailed clan's royal clan. In the Nine-Tailed clan, only the owner of the Emperor Phoenix bloodline can become the clan leader of the Nine-Tailed clan and lead the entire clan. Hence, after I was born, many members of the Nine-Tailed clan did treat me as a treasure, and everyone treated me with great respect. Everything was going well for me, but after that, because of one thing, it completely changed. My family and my clansmen abandoned me, completely ignoring my life and death. In the end, the Nine-Tailed clan even did not hesitate to kill me with their own hands. As Xiaoer spoke up to this point, their body began to tremble slightly, and their eyes were filled with shocking hatred. However, Jian Wushuang was still puzzled. He could not help but ask, "Miss Xiaoer, what exactly is the matter you mentioned?" "It has something to do with the seven-star Xian sect." Xiaoer glanced at Jian Wushuang lightly. She knew that Jian Wushuang had a deep relationship with the seven-star mysterious sect. When Jian Wushuang used the seven-star mysterious sect's secret skill in front of her in the Witch Desert Realm, Xiaoer recognized him at a glance. Jian Wushuang was shocked. It was related to the seven-star mysterious sect? Then, "Jian Wushuang, do you know why I chose to ally with you instead of killing you when I first saw you and saw you use the seven-star mysterious sect's secret skill?" Xiaoer stared at Jian Wushuang. "To be honest, you were nothing but an ant in my eyes at that time. You were not qualified to ally with me at that time. However, I proposed the alliance because of the seven-star mysterious sect behind you. You may not know this, but I have always been on the side of the seven-star mysterious sect because the person I love the most is from the seven-star mysterious sect." "The person you love the most?" Jian Wushuang was stunned, but then he looked at Xiaoer in shock. "Miss Xiaoer, is your husband an expert from the seven-star mysterious sect?" "Husband? Humph, he is just a heartless man. Although I have a marriage contract with him, I didn't have the time to get married. But he was almost everything to me at that time," Xiaoer said softly. "Miss Xiaoer, who is the person you're talking about? What's his name?" Jian Wushuang asked. "His name is Di-Shur-San. You have a close relationship with the seven-star mysterious sect. Have you heard of him?" Xiaoer asked. However, when Jian Wushuang heard Xiaoer's entire name, he suddenly widened his eyes, and his heart instantly surged. Di-Shur-San? He had heard of this name more than once. In his previous life, among the experts left behind by the seven-star mysterious sect in the eternal chaotic world, he had first come into contact with Di-Shur-San. He was the first Sword Emperor who had saved his life several times in the eternal chaotic world at that time. Jian Wushuang had even come into contact with Sword Principle with his help and had also cultivated it for a period of time in the trials he had arranged. It could be said that, aside from his master, Di-Shur-San was the expert that the seven-star mysterious sect had left behind in the eternal chaotic world. This was an absolute swordsman that even Jian Wushuang could not help but admire and admire. And this person was actually the husband of Miss Xiaoer. Chapter 3456, Xiaoer's Hatred. Jian Wushuang, you seem to have heard of him. Xiaoer asked, "I do know him. Not only that, I have met him and had many dealings with him." Jian Wushuang said, "You have met him?" Xiaoer's body suddenly trembled. How is that possible? He died in battle when the seven-star mysterious sect was destroyed. How many years has it been since that battle? How can you have met him? Is he still alive? Xiaoer looked at Jian Wushuang with an unprecedented glint in her eyes. Jian Wushuang naturally noticed the look in Xiaoer's eyes. At the same time, he could see the anxiety and anticipation in her eyes. It was obvious that Miss Xiaoer had long determined that Di-Shur-San had died with the seven-star mysterious sect. After hesitating for a moment, Jian Wushuang raised his head again and said, "Di-Shur-San is indeed alive." Upon hearing this, the light in Xiaoer's eyes instantly soared to the maximum, and her face revealed a look of ecstasy. "Really?" Xiaoer was still a little apprehensive. "Of course it's true. To tell you the truth, he was the one who guided me to truly enter the Sword Principle. Moreover, he once saved my life and was a great benefactor to me," Jian Wushuang said. "Where is he now? Why hasn't there been any news about him after so many years?" Xiaoer asked hurriedly. "It's because his current location is very special and completely isolated from the divine beginning realm. Of course, I know about the existence of that place, but am still too weak. It's still unknown whether I can enter it successfully. However, it won't be long before I go there. As long as I can reopen that space, not only Di-Shur-San, but also many experts left behind by the seven-star mysterious sect will have a chance to see the light of day again, Jian Wushuang said. That's great, that's great. Xiao was so excited that she did not know what to do. Even after so many years, no one could replace Di-Shur-San in her heart. Miss Xiao, if I really enter that space and see Di-Shur-San in the future, I will naturally tell them about you, Jian Wushuang said. Okay. Xiao was filled with anticipation. At this moment, Jian Wushuang asked, Miss Xiao, did you just say that the nine-tailed clan abandoned you because of the seven-star mysterious sect and Di-Shur-San? Yes. Xiao nodded slightly. At that time, Di-Shur-San and I were in love, and we matched each other in terms of status and background. Our marriage was decided. Everything was going well, but something unexpected happened. It happened during the world-ending war. In that war, the three Saint Realms led the attack. With the power of the will of the heavenly Tao, many top forces of the divine beginning realm attacked the seven-star mysterious sect at the same time. At that time, no one knew the exact reason. The four divine races and the 8 directions divine sect didn't care if they had any grudges with the seven-star mysterious sect. They all obeyed the orders of the 3 Saint Realms and charged into the seven-star mysterious realm together. You have to know that at that time, Di-Shur-San and I were already engaged. Everyone knew Di-Shur-San's status in the seven-star mysterious sect. The nine-tailed race and the seven-star mysterious sect were already on good terms. Logically, the nine-tailed race should be on the side of the seven-star mysterious sect. However, in reality, the nine-tailed race also listened to the orders of the 3 great Saint Realms. They betrayed their trust and charged into the seven-star mysterious sect together. As the saintess of the nine-tailed clan, I naturally opposed it. However, not only did the clan leader of the nine-tailed clan not care about my position, she even ordered me to be secretly executed when she found out that I was going to the seven-star mysterious sect to fight together with Di-Shur-San. How could that be? Jian Wushuang frowned. Even if the patriarch of the nine-tailed clan forbade you to have any relationship with Di-Shur-San for some special reasons, he shouldn't have killed you directly. After all, you have the Emperor Phoenix bloodline. Emperor Phoenix bloodline? Humph! In that era, there were 2 people in the nine-tailed clan who had awakened the Emperor Phoenix bloodline. Besides me, the other one was Dizai's daughter. She wanted his daughter to inherit her position and become the next patriarch of the nine-tailed clan. Therefore, he made things difficult for me in the nine-tailed clan. And that time he found an opportunity to kill me. Xiao sneered. Is that so? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. He had said that things could not be so simple. It turned out that there was a struggle for the patriarch's throne. You were indeed looking for an opportunity to kill me, but unfortunately my reputation in the nine-tailed clan was not low at that time. Many elders of the nine-tailed clan were on my side at the beginning. Although everyone objected because of the seven-star mysterious sect, many elders did not agree to my execution. In the end, one of the elders who was closest to me secretly let me go. However, she continued to pursue me and killed me. In the end, I died at her hands. Xiao said, She killed you. Jian Wushuang was stunned. Yes, I did die once, but it was an opportunity for me to find the cultivation method of the 9-life succubus skill. I entered the reincarnation passage and began my 9-life cultivation journey. Xiao stopped. After a while, she looked up again. Jian Wushuang, you should know why I hate the nine-tailed clan, right? Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. It was true that Miss Xiao was a member of the nine-tailed clan and an extremely important possessor of the Emperor Phoenix bloodline. However, the entire nine-tailed clan had abandoned her, and she was even hunted down and killed once. Now that she had finally experienced the 9 reincarnations and cultivated the 9-life charm to perfection, she had the ability to fight against the nine-tailed clan. Naturally, she wanted revenge. Miss Xiao, Although the Nine-Tailed clan has treated you unfairly and indeed abandoned you, you still have the bloodline of the Nine-Tailed clan. Moreover, it's not as if no one in the Nine-Tailed clan was on your side back then. I can understand that you hate the Nine-Tailed clan, but if you want to destroy the Nine-Tailed clan just like that, it's too— Jian Wushuang had not finished a sentence. Xiao waved her hand. I know. That's why my initial goal was not to destroy the Nine-Tailed race. All I wanted to do was to take back what originally belonged to me. Besides that, there's also Di Shi. Although she went to the universe battlefield, her descendants are still fine within the Nine-Tailed race and are still occupying the position of clan leader. Chapter 3457 The Alliance was reached after listening to Shower's explanation. Jian Wushuang finally understood. Miss Shower had spent so much effort building the Divine Moon Palace to fight against the Nine-Tailed clan. Her real goal was not to destroy the Nine-Tailed clan, but to destroy Di Shi, who had once ruled the clan. What she really wanted, she should kill Di Zai's descendant, the current clan leader of the Nine-Tailed clan, and replace him to take control of the Nine-Tailed clan. It had to be said that with Miss Shower's experience, she was indeed qualified and had a reason to murder Di Zai's descendant. Jian Wushuang and clan leader Air Xiao, now that you know the specific grudge between me and the Nine-Tailed clan as my allies, I need you to do your best to help me take back the position of clan leader of the Nine-Tailed clan. Are you willing? Shower looked over. Of course. Air Xiao had long been frightened by Shower's words, so he agreed without thinking. He had no choice but to agree. If he did not, the Divine Moon Palace would directly attack his Blood Marten clan. Moreover, judging from the current situation, it was not necessarily a bad thing for his Blood Marten clan to choose to stand on the side of the Divine Moon Palace. Jian Wushuang, what about you? Shower looked at Jian Wushuang again. I can help you deal with the Nine-Tailed clan with all my strength, but after I help you regain control of the Nine-Tailed clan, I also need your help to deal with another clan, Jian Wushuang said directly. With your current ability and the presence of this top expert beside you, you shouldn't care about ordinary clans, even top clans. But now, you want the help of my Divine Moon Palace and the Blood Marten clan. Don't tell me you're going to deal with a great divine clan as well. Xiao asked. Yes, I'm going to deal with the Blood Clan, one of the 4 great divine clans. To be exact, I'm going to deal with someone in the Blood Clan, Jian Wushuang said. Who? Xiao asked. The clan leader of the Blood Clan. He must die, Jian Wushuang said in a deep voice. But upon hearing Jian Wushuang's words, both Shower and Air Xiao were shocked. Air Xiao looked at Jian Wushuang in astonishment. As for Shower, although she looked calmer, she was equally astonished. Jian Wushuang, you want to kill the Blood Clan's Grandmaster? Yes, because of a special matter. I need the help of Spirit Ancestor from the Divine Ancestor Daoist sect. Spirit Ancestor's condition is to kill the Blood Clan's Grandmaster, Jian Wushuang said. Spirit Ancestor? Shower narrowed her eyes. I've heard of her as well. The hatred between her and the clan leader of the Blood Clan is indeed great. However, Spirit Ancestor is most talented in her soul. You want to ask her for help because of her soul, right? Yes, I need her to perform a soul peeling for my most important person and to ensure the integrity of that person's soul to the greatest extent, Jian Wushuang said. Soul extraction requires a lot of soul control ability. I can say that no one in the divine beginning realm can guarantee that a person's soul will not be damaged in the slightest when the soul is extracted. However, if the soul is extracted by Spirit Ancestor, even if there is no guarantee, there is still a 99% chance. Shower nodded secretly. Miss Shower, you are from the Nine-Tailed clan and have cultivated the 9-life heaven enchanting skill to the perfection. If you were to strip your soul, would you be comparable to the Spirit Ancestor? Jian Wushuang suddenly asked. He found that Miss Shower had a great background and must have high attainment in the soul. If she could reach the same level as the clan leader of the nine-tailed clan in the soul aspect, he could have asked Miss Xiao or to help him without seeking the help of the spirit ancestor. However, upon hearing Jian Wushuang's words, Xiao shook her head. Jian Wushuang, you don't know that the members of the nine-tailed clan have a lot of innate talent in the soul aspect. For example, the current clan leader of the nine-tailed clan should be no weaker than the spirit ancestor in the soul aspect. However, this is also because the current clan leader specializes in cultivating. There is another cultivation system in the nine-tailed clan, which specializes in enchantment. Although the enchantment is closely related to the soul, it is not a thorough study of the soul. Therefore, the attainments in the soul are not as good as those in the cultivation of the soul. As for me, including the 9-life enchantment, I belong to the enchantment school. Therefore, my attainments in the soul are not very high. If I were to strip someone's soul, it would not cause any harm to their soul. At most, I would only have an 80% chance. Jian Wushuang was stunned, but then he forced a smile. It seemed that it was impossible for Xiao to do the soul stripping for his wife. In that case, I can only ask the spirit ancestor to help. Then I must kill the blood clan leader, Jian Wushuang said in a deep voice. But the blood clan leader has a cultivation at the peak of the 6 void realms. Even if the top expert beside you personally helps him, I'm afraid he won't be able to win. Moreover, this is only a direct battle. It's too difficult to kill an expert at the peak of the 6 void realms, Xiao said. I know. That's why I'm asking for your help. I'll also find more helpers to help me, Jian Wushuang said. Okay, I can promise you that after I regain control of the nine-tailed clan, I'll do my best to help you kill the blood clan leader. But if I can't kill him in the end, you can't blame me, Xiao said. The Blood Marten clan will also do our best, Xiao quickly said. Of course. Xiao also knew that his help was just words. If he really wanted to kill the clan leader of the Blood Marten clan, he must rely on the top experts, and he, the strongest member of the Blood Marten clan, had just reached the 5th void realm, so he could not pose any threat to the clan leader. Then it's a deal. Jian Wushuang smiled. Although he knew it would be too difficult to kill the clan leader, it was still better to have 2 allies, the Divine Moon Palace and the Blood Marten clan, than to be alone. Especially Miss Xiao, who was already in control of the extremely powerful Divine Moon Palace. If she could help her control the nine-tailed clan, she would definitely be very powerful. She would definitely be able to help him a lot. Since it's already agreed, the most important thing now is to help me control the nine-tailed clan again. It won't be easy to complete this step, Xiao said. Miss Xiao, you've been preparing for so many years. Judging from the activity in your Divine Moon Palace, you should have a detailed plan, right? Jian Wushuang asked. Chapter 3458 The plan, Xiao smiled faintly. My original plan was to hide in the dark and find the right time to swallow the 2 top races, the Scarlet Gold clan and the Blood Marten clan, with lightning speed. In this territory, only the nine-tailed clan and my Divine Moon Palace will be left to contend for hegemony. Moreover, by swallowing these 2 top races, my Divine Moon Palace's overall strength will also be stronger. By then, we will definitely be able to suppress the nine-tailed clan. However, now that the Blood Marten clan is on our side, and with your help, Jian Wushuang, it will be easier to carry out this plan. Hearing this, Xiao's heart trembled. He had wondered if Xiao was just trying to scare him by saying that he would attack the Blood Marten clan. But now it seemed that the annexation of the Scarlet Gold clan and the Blood Marten clan was indeed part of the Divine Moon Palace's plan. The Blood Marten clan is already on our side. Does this mean that the Scarlet Gold clan is your first target? Jian Wushuang looked at Xiao. Yes, the Scarlet Gold clan is extremely powerful. If we can annex them, our Divine Moon Palace's strength will definitely rise to another level, Xiao said. If we attack the Scarlet Gold clan, the clan will fight to the death. It will be very difficult to swallow them without paying too much. Jian Wushuang asked. I understand. Of course I have a way. Shower smiled and glanced at the gray-robed figure next to her. The gray-robed human figure followed Shower to the Blood Martin clan. However, his face had always been hidden under the gray robe. Moreover, the aura on his body had always been concealed. However, under Shower's instructions, the gray-robed human figure had finally stood up, after which he withdrew the gray robe on his body and revealed his own appearance. This was an old man with a thin face and a goatee. His eyes were like the stars and were exceptionally dazzling. When he saw the goatee, Ershio shouted, "Lord Su, you are Lord Su!" Lord Su. Jian Wushuang's expression changed. Over the years, he had obtained information about some top experts in the divine beginning realm from the space-time temple, including many powerful universe masters who had gone into seclusion. Lord Su was one of them. Lord Su was an extremely powerful expert at the 6 levels of the void, and he was a lone wolf. One had to know that the 6 levels of the void were super experts who stood at the top in the divine beginning realm. Such a super expert was also a lone wolf. He did not have any restrictions and could do whatever he wanted. In the divine beginning realm, he could also do whatever he wanted. Among the various factions in the divine beginning realm, no one was willing to provoke a lone expert of the 6 realms of the void, including the 3 great holy regions. Most likely, none of them were willing, but such an expert was actually following by Shower's side at this moment. How could it be? Lord Su was famous for being stubborn. He had lived for so many years and had a very strange temper. During this period, many large factions had tried to make connections with him, but they were all rejected by him. It was basically impossible to want him to join a certain faction, but now... Ershio looked at Lord Su in astonishment. Lord Su has a strange temper and a proud personality. It's known to all that it's impossible for him to work for someone. But in front of Miss Shower, Lord Su is just a servant. It seems that Miss Shower has controlled Lord Su with a special method. If I'm not mistaken, it must be the enchantment, right? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes, Lord Su was indeed controlled by my enchantment. It's the 9-life heavenly charms technique that you all know of. Of course, I also spent a lot of money and experience, and there was also a lot of luck involved in it. That's why I was able to control him. Shower laughed. With my current strength, even if I used the 9-life heavenly charms technique, it would still be too difficult for me to control an expert at the 6th level of the void. However, as long as it's not the 6th realm of the void or a small number of experts with strong mental states who are not affected by my charm, it's difficult for an ordinary expert of the 5th realm of the void to resist my charm. Miss Shower, do you mean that you can directly control the high-level experts of the Scarlet Gold Clan with your charm? Jian Wushuang looked over. Yes. Shower nodded. My ultimate goal is the 9-tailed clan. Besides worrying that the Scarlet Gold Clan will be in the way when dealing with the 9-tailed clan, the most important thing is that there are many high-level experts of the Scarlet Gold Clan. There are nearly 10 principals masters, and there is a patriarch of the 5th void realm and 2 principals masters at the peak of the 4th void realm. This battle strength is not weak. If I can control this power, it will greatly improve the overall strength of the Divine Moon Palace. As for the ordinary clansmen of the Scarlet Gold Clan who are below the Rule Master level, they are of no use to me. I don't even bother with them. The reason why the Divine Moon Palace was able to completely annex the Roaring Demon Clan is because the principals masters of the Roaring Demon Clan are all under my control. They obey me completely, no matter what orders I give them, even if I want them, including the entire Roaring Demon Clan, to die. They will do it unconditionally. I see. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. That is to say, if we want to deal with the Scarlet Gold Clan, we only need to control the high-level experts of the Scarlet Gold Clan. Yes, my plan was to control the high-level experts of the Scarlet Gold Clan one by one, and then disintegrate the clan from the inside. When the Scarlet Gold Clan is almost disintegrated, The Divine Moon Palace will take action to control the entire Scarlet Gold clan. But now, with the help of the Blood Marten clan and you, Jian Wushuang, there is no need to go through so much trouble. We can attack the Scarlet Gold clan right now and forcibly take control of the clan, Shower said. Jian Wushuang nodded secretly. If it was just the Divine Moon Palace, they would have to be more cautious when dealing with the Scarlet Gold clan alone. After all, the Divine Moon Palace had to guard against the Nine-Tailed clan. But now, with the addition of Jian Wushuang and the Blood Marten clan, the overall strength of the Divine Moon Palace had increased greatly, so there was no need to be so cautious. Miss Shower, when do you plan to make a move? Jian Wushuang asked. I'll go back and prepare my men. In 3 months. We'll do it directly, Shower said. In 3 months. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and nodded. In 3 months. We'll wait for your news, Miss Shower. Chapter 3459, Breaking the Formation Shower, and Lord Su soon returned to Divine Moon Palace. After all, they were going to deal with the Scarlet Gold clan, so Divine Moon Palace had to be prepared. Jian Wushuang stayed in the Blood Marten clan. 10 days later, Zhuo Peng and Princess Ing got married in the Blood Marten clan's territory. The wedding was quite grand. Experts from the surrounding clans and forces were sent to attend the wedding, and the gifts were also quite generous. After all, one of the 2 families that got married was the Blood Marten clan. The other one was the most famous Heavenly Sword Marquis in the Divine Beginning Realm. The clans in the Demon region naturally had to give him face. During the wedding, Jian Wushuang only showed up briefly and did not have much interaction with these clans. However, the wedding went smoothly, and Zhuo Peng got married to Princess Ing as he wished. After the wedding, the Blood Marten clan began to secretly prepare. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. In a secluded void not far away from the Blood Marten clan, several figures stood there waiting quietly. Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Chenhua were among these people, in addition to the 6 principals masters of the Blood Marten clan, including Ershio. Suddenly, everyone in the void raised their heads. They're here. Jian Wushuang also looked forward. Sure enough, in the void in front of them, there were more than a dozen figures, led by 2 gray-robed figures. Although the 2 gray-robed figures concealed their appearances and auras, Jian Wushuang and Ershio both knew that they were Shower and Lord Su, who had become slaves. As for the experts behind them, they were naturally the experts of Divine Moon Palace. There were a total of 18 principals masters, and their auras were very strong. Almost all of them had reached the 3rd realm of the void, and there were many principals masters in the 4th realm of the void. Even there were 3 experts in the 5th void realm. As expected of Divine Moon Palace, which is able to fight the Nine-Tailed clan head-on. What a powerful lineup. Jian Wushuang secretly praised these experts. Clan leader Ershio, you should have told the Blood Marten clan's principals masters the whole story, right? Shower first looked at Ershio. Miss Shower, don't worry. I have already informed them. Furthermore, the entire Blood Marten clan has agreed to stand on the same side as the Divine Moon Palace and the Heavenly Sword Marquis. Ershio laughed. The 5 experts from the Blood Marten clan behind him immediately nodded. These masters of the rules of the Blood Marten clan had also learned of the Blood Marten clan's alliance with the Divine Moon Palace from Ershio. At the same time, they also learned of the purpose of this trip. In the beginning, their hearts were extremely shaken. However, after so many days, they had calmed down. At the same time, Ershio had already told them about the relationship between the Blood Marten clan and the Divine Moon Palace. Therefore, no one in the Blood Marten clan objected to this matter. It's good that you all understand. Since we have chosen to attack the Scarlet Gold clan, the Divine Moon Palace will certainly use the people that we had painstakingly planted in the Scarlet Gold clan. Therefore, we must not make any unexpected changes in the middle of this attack. Otherwise, once all our efforts have been wasted, the Scarlet Gold clan and the Nine-Tailed clan will be on guard. It will be too difficult to control the Scarlet Gold clan with the same method in the future, Shower said. Miss Shower, your Divine Moon Palace and the Nine-Tailed clan have been fighting fiercely for years. You've mobilized so many experts at once. The Nine-Tailed clan should have noticed it, right? Jian Wushuang asked. Don't worry. I've made preparations this time. I've temporarily diverted the attention of the Nine-Tailed clan. Although I've mobilized these experts, they haven't noticed me. But just to be on the safe side, we must be as fast as possible. We must finish the battle quickly. We mustn't give the Nine-Tailed clan any time to react, Shower said. In that case, what are we waiting for? Let's go to the Scarlet Gold clan now, Jian Wushuang said. Okay. Shower nodded. More than 20 principals, masters immediately headed toward the territory of the Scarlet Gold clan as fast as they could. With the speed of the principal's masters, they arrived at the void outside the territory of the Scarlet Gold clan in less than half a day. The Scarlet Gold clan is right in front of us. Air Xiao looked at the hazy void in the distance. After all, it's the nest of a top clan. If I'm not mistaken, the Scarlet Gold clan should also have a very powerful clan-protecting formation, Jian Wushuang said. Of course. Air Xiao nodded. Our Blood Marten clan and the Scarlet Gold clan are in the same territory. Over the years, we have fought with each other many times. Both sides know very well that the Scarlet Gold clan also has a very powerful clan-protecting formation. Although the power of the clan-protecting formation is not as powerful as ours, it would be quite difficult to break it by force. Of course, if a super expert at the peak of the sixth realm of the void attacks, when Air Xiao said this, he could not help but glance at Demon Master Qinhuo beside him. This defensive array of the Scarlet Gold clan is indeed not weak. However, it is not too difficult to break it. Xiao smiled, after which she glanced at Lord Su beside her. Go. Lord Su nodded. His body flashed, and he had already rushed toward the Scarlet Gold clan alone. The principals, masters of the Blood Marten clan, revealed a puzzled expression when they saw this scene. Could it be that Miss Shower wants Lord Su to break the formation alone? Air Xiao frowned. Although Lord Zu's strength is outstanding, he is not considered the top amongst the 6 void realms. It is unlikely for him to break the formation of the Scarlet Gold clan alone, right? Haha, just be prepared and watch. Shower smiled confidently. Seeing Shower's expression, Jian Wushuang's expression changed slightly, but he already understood. I'm afraid Miss Shower doesn't want Lord Su to break the formation alone, but someone in the Scarlet Gold clan should cooperate with him. Jian Wushuang remembered that Miss Shower had just said that if they wanted to attack the Scarlet Gold clan, they had to use the people who had been planted in the Scarlet Gold clan. If nothing unexpected happened, they would be able to break the clan-protecting formation. Sure enough, not long after Lord Su arrived outside the Scarlet Gold clan, the inside of the clan-protecting formation of the Scarlet Gold clan suddenly, boom, with a violent boom, the entire clan-protecting formation of the Scarlet Gold clan shook violently and then began to shake crazily. And at this moment, Lord Su directly attacked. Qi, an incomparably sharp black spear, carrying with it a shocking might that only 6th-level Void Realm experts possessed, pierced through the space and ferociously stabbed toward the defensive formation of the Scarlet Gold clan. Chapter 3460, Defeat the Scarlet Gold clan. The power of the Scarlet Gold clan's clan protection formation was indeed extraordinary. If Lord Su alone were to attack it head-on, 1 or 2 attacks might not be enough to defeat the clan protection formation. However, if someone were to provide support from the inside, if they were to attack the clan protection formation from the inside, coupled with Lord Su, the clan protection formation would not be able to withstand it. As expected, when Lord Zu's black spear, which carried an earth-shaking power, struck the clan protection array, the entire array collapsed and a large amount of power began to dissipate. The Scarlet Gold clan, which was originally covered by the array, was completely exposed in this world. The clan protection array of the Scarlet Gold Clan has been broken. Help me and attack the Scarlet Gold Clan together with me. Remember to try not to kill the upper echelons of the Scarlet Gold Clan. Use lightning-like methods to suppress them before leaving them to me to control. In addition, we have to be as fast as possible. As soon as Xiaoer finished speaking, many principals, masters of the Divine Moon Palace and the Blood Marten clan immediately covered the territory of the Scarlet Gold Clan like dark clouds. As for Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Chenhua, they also followed the crowd as if they were strolling in a garden. When they arrived at the territory of the Scarlet Gold Clan, the entire clan was already in chaos. Qili, what are you trying to do? Elder Qili, are you crazy? Qili, my Scarlet Gold Clan has done nothing wrong to you. Why did you break the clan protection array of my Scarlet Gold Clan today? Low cries resounded through the entire sky. The principals, masters of the Scarlet Gold Clan had already risen up, and they were all extremely shocked and furious. The one who was surrounded by the principals, masters of the Scarlet Gold Clan was a golden-robed old man. The golden-robed old man had a smile on his face at this moment. This smile was extremely demonic. Elder Qili! The eyes of the Scarlet Gold Clan leader were cold as he stared at the golden-robed old man. However, the gaze of this golden-robed old man suddenly turned toward the empty space in front of him. He is here. The many principals, masters of the Scarlet Gold Clan, also immediately sensed it. They all turned their heads over. When they saw this, their expressions changed greatly. They saw a large group of figures. None of them emitted an extremely majestic and powerful aura that had reached the level of principals masters. A total of over 20 people pressed down like dark clouds. A powerful pressure that could suffocate people was emitted from these figures. At the same time, hearty laughter reverberated within the entire Scarlet Gold Clan. Haha, the Scarlet Gold Clan is very lively. This is my first time coming to the Scarlet Gold Clan, one of the top races in the Demon region. Clan leader Scarlet Gold, how have you been? This unbridled laughter resounded throughout every corner of the Scarlet Gold Clan. The ordinary clansmen of the Scarlet Gold Clan were all in a daze. They did not know what had happened. Only the principals, masters, all of their faces were extremely ugly. The principals, masters of the Blood Marten clan are inside. Other than that, there are even more principals, masters from the Divine Moon Palace. The eyes of the Scarlet Gold Clan leader narrowed. It's the Divine Moon Palace. The Divine Moon Palace wants to attack our Scarlet Gold Clan. The Scarlet Gold Clan leader immediately understood and made a decision. Quickly send a message to the Nine-Tailed Clan. All the elders work together and block them. The Scarlet Gold Clan leader shouted sternly. Instantly, the many principals, masters of the Scarlet Gold Clan who were originally surrounding the golden-robed old man immediately rushed forward to meet those principals, masters who were attacking them. Seeing this scene, the golden-robed old man laughed out loud. Ha ha ha! Just these principals, masters of the Scarlet Gold Clan, want to block my Divine Moon Palace? They are simply daydreaming. Indeed, although the Scarlet Gold Clan was a top clan, they were also very strong among the top clans. They had a total of 10 principals masters, including the Scarlet Gold Clan leader. He was an expert at the peak of the 5th Void Realm. However, his battle strength was nothing in front of the combined forces of the Divine Moon Palace, the Blood Marten clan, and Jian Wushuang. Boom! Ira V is, with a loud boom. Lord Su rushed to the front of the crowd. His aura was overwhelming, and the power of the experts of the 6 Void Realms was fully displayed in his hands. He was also extremely fast. He immediately rushed into the group of principals, masters of the Scarlet Gold Clan. Chi! The 2 strange spear shadows pierced through the void and the divine bodies of the 2 principals, masters of the Scarlet Gold Clan, without any hindrance. The divine bodies of these two principals, masters, immediately collapsed, losing nearly 40% of their divine power on the spot. Following that, many experts from the Divine Moon Palace and the Blood Marten clan came pressing over. The difference in battle strength between the two sides was too great, and the situation was directly one-sided. In just a single exchange, 6 of the 10 principals, masters of the Scarlet Gold Clan, had their divine bodies crushed on the spot. Then, after a few rounds, the principals, masters of the Scarlet Gold Clan, were completely crushed. At this moment, Miss Xiao'er also directly took action. In just a short moment, she used her charm to control a total of 3 principals, masters of the Scarlet Gold Clan. This time, the Scarlet Gold Clan had even less ability to resist. Run, quickly run. When the Scarlet Gold Clan's Grandmaster saw the situation in front of him, he already understood that the Scarlet Gold Clan had no way to resist the other party. And although the Nine-Tailed Clan had sent their experts over as soon as they received the news, even if they were to use the spatial passage, it would take some time for them to resist the enemy. However, during this time, the group of principals, masters in front of them was fully capable of wiping out the entire Scarlet Gold Clan. Therefore, in order to better preserve the Scarlet Gold Clan, the Scarlet Gold Clan leader immediately gave the order to abandon the clan and flee. Upon hearing the order of the Scarlet Gold Clan leader, the experts of the Scarlet Gold Clan immediately gave up resisting and began to flee in defeat. However, just as they were about to flee, Jian Wushuang, who had been standing in the void nearby and had not made a move, suddenly made a move. He gently raised his hand and drew a line in the void around him. A wave of the power of space-time principles instantly swept out. Buzz, buzz, buzz! The world shook. With the help of the Golden Banner, Jian Wushuang completely confined the space-time around him in an instant. The space-time binding immediately applied to the experts of the Scarlet Gold Clan. The power of the space-time binding was shocking. It immediately slowed down the principals, masters of the Scarlet Gold Clan, and made it impossible for them to escape from the experts who were chasing them. No, no. Scarlet Gold's clan leader body trembled, and his eyes were filled with fear. Right under his nose, the principals, masters of his Scarlet Gold Clan were being chased by the experts of the Divine Moon Palace or the Blood Marten clan, and then trapped and suppressed. Not long after, they were forcefully controlled by Xiao'er with her enchantment, and Lord Su was already blocking in front of him. In just a short moment, 9 out of the 10 principals, masters of the Scarlet Gold Clan, were controlled by Xiao'er. The only one who was still controlled was the Scarlet Gold Clan leader. Chapter 3461, all under control. It had been less than 15 minutes since the guardian array of the Scarlet Gold Clan had been destroyed and the Divine Moon Palace and the Blood Marten race had attacked the Scarlet Gold Clan. However, the Scarlet Gold Clan had already calmed down. The many clansmen of the Scarlet Gold Clan had been appeased by the principals, masters, who had been controlled by the Scarlet Gold Clan. After all, most of them did not know what had happened. With the appeasement of the elders, most of them did not think too much about it. And the entire Scarlet Gold Clan had naturally been completely controlled by the Divine Moon Palace. If there was only one thing that had not been controlled, it would be the Scarlet Gold Clan leader. In the void at the center of the Scarlet Gold Clan, a layer of temporary array had been set up around this void. This array had blocked the vision and soul probing of the Scarlet Gold Clan's clansmen. In other words, the members of the Scarlet Gold Clan did not know what was happening in the void. In this void, many principals, masters of the Divine Moon Palace, the Blood Marten race, and the Scarlet Gold Clan were gathered there. However, at this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the person in the middle. It was naturally the Scarlet Gold Clan leader. Scarlet Gold Clan leader, at this point, aren't you going to surrender? Xiao looked at the Scarlet Gold Clan leader with a mocking expression. Xiao! Scarlet Gold Clan leader's eyes were bloodshot like a hungry beast. Your Blood Marten clan actually defected to the Divine Moon Palace? Defected? No, my Blood Martin clan is an ally of the Divine Moon Palace. Mr. Heavenly Sword Marquis can testify to that, Airshio said with a smile. Heavenly Sword Marquis? Clan leader Scarlet Gold immediately looked at Jian Wushuang again. His eyes were bloodshot, and a shocking hatred rose from the bottom of his heart. He had killed his son with Jian Wushuang, and today Jian Wushuang had attacked his clan with many experts from the Divine Moon Palace and the Blood Martin clan. Although Jian Wushuang did not fight with the experts from his clan, Jian Wushuang only used the time-space restriction and time-space restriction at any time. It completely blocked the escape route of the experts from his clan. Because of this, none of the principal's masters of the Scarlet Gold clan could escape. Everyone was left behind and then controlled by Miss Shower. Clan leader, I personally don't have any malice toward the Scarlet Gold clan, but unfortunately I was born in this world and have no control over many things. Today, the Scarlet Gold clan has been reduced to such a state. You can only blame yourself for being too weak, Jian Wushuang said coldly. Haha, too weak? Yes, too weak. If we were not only a top clan, but also a divine clan, we wouldn't have been so easily defeated by you. How dare you kill my son? Clan leader, Scarlet Gold shouted. Well, it's all over now. Clan leader Scarlet Gold, you'd better behave. Maybe you'll suffer less. Otherwise, Shower's eyes shone with a strange light. Upon seeing Shower, the Scarlet Gold clan leader revealed a terrified expression. It's you, it's you! It was you who used a method to control Elder Chili, allowing Elder Chili to act as an insider and destroy our tribe's protective array. It was also you who turned all the principals, masters of our clan, into palace masters. You demon! The Scarlet Gold clan leader roared crazily, and his gaze was directed at the principals, masters of the clan, who originally belonged to the clan. At this moment, these principals' masters were standing in the surrounding void like wooden blocks. They looked at him with a hint of mockery and ridicule. Bastards, idiots, they are all a bunch of idiots. The Scarlet Gold clan leader could not help but shout in shock and anger. Don't worry, you will soon become like them. Shower smiled, then she said, This Scarlet Gold clan leader still looks lively and vigorous. It seems that he still has a lot of godly power left. Lord Su, destroy his godly body once more and make him lose the ability to resist. Yes. Lord Su nodded and then attacked again. With Lord Zu's power at the 6th level of the void, it was too easy for him to destroy the divine body of the clan leader of the Scarlet Gold clan when the clan leader of the Scarlet Gold clan could not escape anymore. In just a moment, the divine body of the clan leader of the Scarlet Gold clan was destroyed again, and the remaining divine power was also damaged. However, Lord Su did not destroy the last bit of divine power left by the clan leader of the Scarlet Gold clan. He left the clan leader of the Scarlet Gold clan with his life, and at this moment, Shower appeared in front of the Scarlet Gold clan leader. Scarlet Gold clan leader, look at me, Shower said softly. Her voice was so beautiful that people could not help but feel intoxicated. Demon, you demon. The Scarlet Gold clan leader clearly knew Shower's methods and knew that he could not look at Shower. However, when he heard Shower's voice, he could not help but look over. When he looked over, his eyes quickly became empty and he was stunned. In the void beside them, Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Qinhua stood there quietly, making everyone pay attention to the scene in front of them. They saw Scarlet Gold clan leader and Shower looking at each other. The former was completely stunned, as if he was possessed, while Shower was mumbling something to him. Scarlet Gold clan leader nodded stiffly on the way. After a while, well, go and recover your divine power, Shower said softly. Yes, master. Scarlet Gold clan leader nodded and then flew toward the void. This scene made Jian Wushuang's pupil shrink. Miss Shower's enchantment is really amazing. An expert at the peak of the 5th void realm became her slave in a short time. Jian Wushuang murmured. It is indeed a terrifying enchantment. Fortunately, Miss Shower's cultivation is not very high. She is only at the 4th Void Realm. If she reaches the 5th Void Realm or even the 6th Void Realm, no one among the Masters of Rules would be able to resist her enchantment. Even I don't have absolute confidence, Demon Master Chinhua said. Fortunately, Miss Shower is my friend, not my enemy. Otherwise, I would have killed her earlier, Jian Wushuang said. After controlling all the experts of the Scarlet Gold Clan, Shower flew toward Jian Wushuang. Miss Shower, congratulations. After controlling the Scarlet Gold Clan, your Divine Moon Palace's overall strength has reached a new level. I'm afraid that the Divine Moon Palace won't be afraid of the Nine-Tailed Clan even without the help of me and the Blood Marten Clan, Jian Wushuang said. It's nothing. Although my Divine Moon Palace can compete with the Nine-Tailed Clan, I'm still far from taking control of the Nine-Tailed Clan. You and the Blood Marten Clan are indispensable, Shower said with a smile. Chapter 3462 shook the demon realm, of course, after controlling the Scarlet Gold Clan and controlling all the principals masters of the Scarlet Gold Clan. The overall strength of our Divine Moon Palace has indeed surpassed that of the Nine-Tailed Clan. If we include the Blood Marten Clan and you, Jian Wushuang, the strength of our camp is far beyond that of the Nine-Tailed Clan. With such a huge difference in strength, we can truly declare war on the Nine-Tailed Clan, Shower said. Declare war? Why? Has your Divine Moon Palace not truly declared war on the Nine-Tailed Clan? Jian Wushuang was puzzled. No, Shower said. Although my Divine Moon Palace and the Nine-Tailed Clan have been fighting and fighting, we have never declared war on the outside. However, I want to let the entire Demon Realm and even the entire Divine Beginning Realm know that my Divine Moon Palace wants to fight to the death with the Nine-Tailed Clan. I also want to openly retake control of the Nine-Tailed Clan. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and did not say anything more. Soon, the Divine Moon Palace sent a message to declare war on the Nine-Tailed Clan. In addition, although the Divine Moon Palace had attacked the Scarlet Gold Clan with lightning speed, completely controlling the Scarlet Gold Clan and all the principal's masters, the news of the attack on the Scarlet Gold Clan still spread. Although the Scarlet Gold Clan quickly calmed down, many people immediately recalled the Howling Demon race from before. When the Divine Moon Palace attacked the Howling Demon race, they had also attacked with lightning speed. Not long after, the Howling Demon race calmed down as if nothing had happened. But after that, the Howling Demon race had completely submitted to the Divine Moon Palace. The Scarlet Gold Clan situation was clearly the same as the Howling Demon clans. Naturally, many people guessed that the Scarlet Gold Clan might have submitted to the Divine Moon Palace as well. By annexing 2 top races in a row and declaring war on the Nine-Tailed Clan, the Divine Moon Palace's actions shocked all the races in the Fey domain. The entire Fey domain was also showing signs of a storm brewing. In the territory of the Nine-Tailed Clan, in the magnificent palace, many high-level experts of the Nine-Tailed race gathered together. Most of the members of the Nine-Tailed race were women, and only a small number of them were men. Even among the highest-level experts, almost all of them were women. At this moment, the high-level experts of the Nine-Tailed race all had solemn expressions. Divine Moon Palace, after such a small fight for so long, are you finally going to go all out? The 3rd princess of the Nine-Tailed Clan, Diyu, sat near the leader's seat. As the 3rd princess of the Nine-Tailed Clan, and with her cultivation base at the 4th realm of the void, Diyu's status in the Nine-Tailed Clan was naturally extremely lofty. Under the premise that the clan leader of the Nine-Tailed Clan had been in closed-door cultivation, all this while the only people in the entire Nine-Tailed Clan whose status was comparable to this were the few elders whose strength had reached the 5th realm of the void. Humph! The Divine Moon Palace is fine if they don't make a move, but now that they've made a move, they've directly taken control of the Scarlet Gold Clan, 6th Princess Desu said coldly. Although there's no clear news from the Scarlet Gold Clan, we can be sure that the Scarlet Gold Clan is definitely like the Howling Demon Clan. Many of their experts have been controlled by the Divine Moon Palace through some unknown means. After the Divine Moon Palace annexed the Howling Demon Clan, they were already extremely powerful. They are not much weaker than our Nine-Tailed Clan. Now that they have annexed the Scarlet Gold Clan, and judging from the distress message sent by the Scarlet Gold Clan leader, there are also experts from the Blood Marten Clan who attacked the Scarlet Gold Clan. In other words, the Blood Marten Clan is very likely controlled by the Divine Moon Palace, or they are already on the side of the Divine Moon Palace, said a 5 states Void Realm Elder from the Nine-Tailed Clan in a low voice. If that's the case, the 3 top races that originally existed around our territory are already on the side of the Divine Moon Palace. In addition, it's said that the Blood Marten Clan is related to the Sword Heavenly Marquis. If the Heavenly Sword Marquis is on the same side as the Divine Moon Palace, then our Nine-Tailed race is indeed in a bad situation. Hearing this, the elders of the Nine-Tailed race fell silent. Indeed, the Nine-Tailed Clan could easily deal with the Divine Moon Palace alone. Even if the Divine Moon Palace annexed the Howling Demon Tribe, the Nine-Tailed Clan could still suppress them. However, if the Divine Moon Palace annexed the 2 top tribes, the Scarlet Gold Clan and the Blood Marten Clan, together with the help of Heavenly Sword Marquis, the Divine Moon Palace's strength would probably surpass the Nine-Tailed Clan's. Humph! Even if the Divine Moon Palace is powerful, our Nine-Tailed race is not weak. If they want to fight us to the death, we have to see if they have the ability to do so. Diyu sneered. Then she said, I'm not worried that the Divine Moon Palace will come and fight us head-on. What I'm more concerned about is the origin of the Divine Moon Palace. Also, what kind of methods did they use to control the Howling Demon Clan and the Scarlet Gold Clan? If we don't figure these things out as soon as possible, even if the Divine Moon Palace can't do anything to us now, they can still use the same method to deal with other top races. Or they can annex the weaker races in the surroundings and constantly strengthen themselves. Sooner or later, the Divine Moon Palace's strength will reach a level that even the Nine-Tailed Clan is far from being able to contend with. Third Princess is right. It is indeed the most important thing to find out the origins of the Divine Moon Palace and the means of controlling the experts of the Divine Moon Palace. However, our Nine-Tailed Clan has been investigating this matter for a long time, but we haven't found any clues. Even now, we still don't know who the palace master behind the Divine Moon Palace is, the elder of the 5th realm of the Void said in a deep voice. Diye's face darkened as she said sternly, no matter what, we have to figure this out first. Otherwise, the Nine-Tailed Clan will be too passive. Yes. The ordinary elders of the Nine-Tailed Clan nodded one after another, and at that moment, boom, the void shook, and the entire Nine-Tailed Clan shook violently. Then, in a corner of the ancestral land of the Nine-Tailed Clan, a powerful aura rose up into the sky, as if a huge dragon that had been slumbering for hundreds of millions of years had suddenly woken up. The aura was too powerful, too powerful. As soon as it rose up, the entire Nine-Tailed Clan was in an uproar. Within the majestic palace, the elders who had been sitting upright suddenly rose to their feet when they sensed the aura. Numerous gazes turned to look at the source of the aura. Chapter 3460, 6 Realms of the Void 3. This aura, its mother. Diyu was the first to call out. Mother, you're coming out of seclusion? Desu was pleasantly surprised. Clan leader. Clan leader. The elders of the Nine-Tailed Clan who had reached the level of principal's masters were also pleasantly surprised at this moment. The clan leader of the Nine-Tailed Clan had been in closed-door cultivation since a long time ago. Naturally, he was in closed-door cultivation to strive for a higher level of strength. Everyone knew this. During the time when the clan leader was in closed-door cultivation, there were indeed many things in the Nine-Tailed Clan. For example, the princess was killed by Jian Wushuang, the sudden rise of Divine Moon Palace, and the fight between the Nine-Tailed Clan and Divine Moon Palace over the years. Although the fight was very fierce, the patriarch never came out of seclusion. She had been in seclusion and never came out even when her daughter died. But today, Mother, you are finally coming out of seclusion. Judging from your aura, I'm afraid that you are much stronger than before. Diyu said excitedly. This aura, an elder of the Nine-Tailed clan who had reached the peak of the 5th level of the void, exclaimed, You are too strong. You are much stronger than the ordinary 6th level of the void. Without a doubt, the clan leader's strength has reached the peak of the 6th level of the void. I wonder if he has reached that peak. After the Divine Moon Palace declared war on the Nine-Tailed clan, the clan leader has just come out of seclusion and his strength has improved greatly. This part-time job is to bless the Nine-Tailed clan. Haha, with the clan leader here, we don't need to worry about the Divine Moon Palace. The experts of the Nine-Tailed clan laughed and then rushed toward the source of the aura. The entire Nine-Tailed clan was also in a jubilant mood. Although the Divine Moon Palace had not risen for long, its lair was very vast. It was heavily guarded and had countless experts. Jian Wushuang and Demon Master Chenhua were currently in the lair of the Divine Moon Palace. It has only been a few hundred years since its rise, but there are really many experts in the Divine Moon Palace. I can sense more than 30 principals, masters in my consciousness alone, not to mention the Scarlet Gold clan and the Blood Marten clan. If these 2 top clans are added together, the Divine Moon Palace's camp would probably have more than 50 principals masters, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. 50 principals masters. If it was in an extremely short period of time, even a saint realm might not be able to gather such a number. One had to admit that the power that the Divine Moon Palace controlled was indeed terrifying. The number of principals masters that my Divine Moon Palace controls is indeed not small, but their quality isn't too high. Many of them have just reached the 2nd level of the Void Realm, and there aren't many who have reached the 3rd level of the Void Realm or above. Furthermore, there was only one super expert at the 6th level of the Void Realm, Lord Su. But now, according to what I know, there are 2 experts at the 6th level of the Void Realm in the Nine-Tailed clan. One of them has just broken through the 6th realm of the Void and is not as strong as Lord Su, but the other is the current patriarch of the Nine-Tailed clan. Her strength is extremely strong among the 6 realms of the Void. Just now, I received news from the Nine-Tailed clan that the patriarch of the Nine-Tailed clan has come out of seclusion, Shower said. Oh. Jian Wushuang's expression changed. He also knew that the clan leader of the Nine-Tailed clan had been in closed-door cultivation. Even though he had killed her daughter, the clan leader of the Nine-Tailed clan had never come out of his closed-door cultivation. Not only has she come out of her closed-door cultivation, but her strength has also improved greatly. If I'm not mistaken, her battle strength should have reached the peak of the 6 void realms. In my Divine Moon Palace's camp, I'm afraid that only Demon Master Chenhua, who is by your side, can contend with her, Shower said. The peak of the 6 void realms. Jian Wushuang frowned. If that's the case, won't we be in trouble? Jian Wushuang had been staying with Demon Master Chenhua all this time. He was well aware of the terrifying strength of an expert at the peak of the 6 void realms. Under normal circumstances, no force or sect would dare to provoke an expert at the peak of the 6 void realms as long as he was in charge. If an expert reached the peak of the 6 void realms, even a Saint Realm Master might not be able to kill him, let alone an expert of the same level. If he could not kill such an expert, it would be difficult for an ordinary person to resist his wanton slaughter. Yes, there is trouble, and it's not a small one. However, we have officially declared war on the Nine-Tailed clan. We have no choice but to take action. Moreover, we might be able to deal with an expert at the peak of the 6 void realms, Shower said. Do you have a way to kill her? Jian Wushuang glanced at Shower. Kill her? Of course not. But I want to regain control of the Nine-Tailed clan. All I need to do is to firmly control the clan. As for the 9 clan leaders, I can think of a way to drive them away, Shower said. Drive them away? Jian Wushuang smiled and said, "If the nine-tailed clan leader really reaches the peak of the sixth realm, even if Demon Master Chinhua takes action personally, he might not be able to win. I'm afraid it's very difficult to drive her away." "I know. That's why I've specially invited other experts over. When they join forces with Demon Master Chinhua, they'll have the confidence to drive the nine-tailed clan leader away," Shower said. "You've invited other experts? Who are they?" Jian Wushuang was puzzled. "Don't worry. They've already set off. I reckon they'll be here in 3 days. When they arrive, they'll definitely meet you," Shower said with a smile. Jian Wushuang did not insist. He waited quietly in the Divine Moon Palace with Demon Master Chinhua. 2 days later, the experts Shower had specially invited had arrived. "Jian Wushuang, let me introduce you. These 3 are Axe 1 Master, Marquis Duanyu, and Star Saint Master. They are all from Star Palace," Shower introduced. "Hello, Jian Wushuang." Axe 1 Master, who was wearing a golden robe and carrying a golden axe on his back, greeted Jian Wushuang with a smile. "You are Jian Wushuang? I've long heard of your name, but this is the first time I've actually met you." Marquis Duanyu, who was gentle and refined, also smiled faintly. As for Star Saint Master, he was rather cold. He only glanced at Jian Wushuang coldly and did not say anything. However, the 3 people in front of him made Jian Wushuang a little confused. These 3 people are all experts at the peak of the 6 void realms. How is this possible? There are only so many experts of the 6 realms of the void in the divine beginning realm. How come there are 3 of them all of a sudden? Moreover, I've never heard of these 3 people before. Chapter 3464 Star Palace, Jian Wushuang could be considered as a peak expert in the divine beginning realm. He was already at the top level, and his knowledge was not comparable to what he had seen before. In particular, through the temporal temple, he had a great understanding of the experts in the divine beginning realm. He had a great degree of understanding of them. Although he had never met or interacted with many of the top experts in the divine beginning realm, he had at least heard of and knew of them. But now he actually did not know of any of the 3 experts at the peak of the 6 void realms. This was a little too incredible. Star Palace. Jian Wushuang repeated the name. These 3 experts of the 6 void realms all came from Star Palace. It must be known that in the divine beginning realm, even in a saint realm, it was not possible to produce 3 experts of the 6 void realms at once. But Jian Wushuang had never heard of Star Palace before. But this time, it was 3 experts of the 6 void realms. Jian Wushuang, isn't it strange? Where did these 3 experts of the 6 void realms come from? Shower looked at Jian Wushuang. "Yes, it's very strange. And what exactly is this Star Palace?" Jian Wushuang asked. "I don't know much about the origin of Star Palace, but I know that it has been a terrifying force lurking in the dark for a very long time. Even so, no more than 10 people in the divine beginning realm know of its existence. Even I learned of its existence by chance," Shower said. Jian Wushuang was a little stunned. It was the first time he knew that such a terrifying force was hiding in the divine beginning realm. In the vast divine beginning realm, only less than 10 people knew about the existence of Star Palace. It must be very well hidden. Oh, I know one more thing. It's the leader of Star Palace, the palace master of Star Palace. I've met him before. He told me that his name is Xian God Daoist." Shower said, "Xian God Daoist?" Jian Wushuang was shocked, but he soon understood. "I see. Xian God Daoist was left behind by Master, or the 7 Stars Mysterious Sect. He had extraordinary means. After the 7 Stars Mysterious Sect was destroyed and the entire 7 Stars Divine Realm was sealed by his master, he was still active in the divine beginning realm. After such a long time, it's not a problem for Xian God Daoist to secretly accumulate strength and gather a powerful force." Jian Wushuang understood. Daoist Xian God, that was the mysterious person he had met when he was born. Although he had only met Taoist Xian God once, he had already understood many things. First of all, Taoist Xian God was on the same side as his master, Xian Yi. If he was not mistaken, Taoist Xian God was very likely a member of the seven-star mysterious sect. The Temporal Temple Master had told him before that at its peak, the seven-star mysterious sect had a total of 3 ruler-level experts. However, all he knew was his master, Shen-Yi Xianyan, the Palace Master of Divine Punishment, who was also sealed in the seven-star mysterious realm, was also in a deep sleep, but he did not know about the other one. The other one should be the sect master of the seven-star mysterious sect, and Jian Wushuang guessed that this seven-star sect master might be the Xian God Taoist. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang looked at the 3 people in front of him again. Heavenly Sword Marquis, nice to meet you. Haha, Heavenly Sword Marquis, you're too kind. Although it's your first time meeting us, I'm afraid we'll have to interact with each other in the future. Marquis Duanyu, who is the most amiable of the 3, said with a smile. Oh. Jian Wushuang's expression changed. Marquis Duanyu exchanged a glance with X1 Master and Star Saint Master. Then he said, "To tell you the truth, my friends, the 3 of us are here under the orders of the Palace Master to help you and Miss Shower regain control of the Nine-Tailed Clan. The Palace Master also told us that after Miss Shower takes control of the Nine-Tailed Clan, the 3 of us will not be in a hurry to return to the Star Palace. Instead, we will continue to stay here. During this time, Heavenly Marquis, if you have any trouble, the 3 of us will do our best to help you. All out help." Jian Wushuang's eyes suddenly lit up. Of course. He needed the help of these 3 people to kill the Blood Clan leader. He was worried that he could not kill the Blood Clan leader, but now he had 3 powerful helpers for no reason? Although the 3 people in front of him had not really fought, they were experts of the 6 void realms, so their strength was not too weak. If they waited for Divine Moon Palace to regain control of the Nine-Tailed Clan, their overall strength would greatly increase. By then, Demon Master Chenhua, Lord Su, Axe One Master, Marquis Duanyu, and Star Saint Master would have gathered the strength of 5 experts of the 6th realm of the Void. They might have a chance to kill the clan leader of the Blood Clan. The 3 of you, we can talk about the matter between you and Jian Wushuang later. But now, you have to help the Divine Moon Palace to control the Nine-Tailed Clan, Shower said. Of course. Now that we are here, we will do our best, Marquis Duanyu said with a smile. That's good. The overall strength of the Divine Moon Palace is far above that of the Nine-Tailed Clan. If we attack the Nine-Tailed Clan, there are 2 troublesome things. The first is the current patriarch of the Nine-Tailed Clan. Shower said in a low voice, according to the news from the Nine-Tailed Clan, the patriarch has come out of seclusion and his strength has improved greatly. He has reached the peak of the 6 void realms. His strength can pose a great threat to us. However, my Divine Moon Palace's camp already has 2 void 6-stage experts, Demon Master Chenhua and Lord Su, especially Demon Master Chenhua. His strength is definitely not inferior to that Nine-Tailed Clan leader, and it might even be even stronger. If we have 3 more people helping us, even if we can't kill that Nine-Tailed Clan leader, we can still crush her and make her flee in a sorry state. So, the second thing that's more troublesome now is the Nine-Tailed Clan's clan protection formation. Shower's expression became solemn. I'm originally from the Nine-Tailed Clan, so I'm very familiar with the clan protection formation of the Nine-Tailed Clan. That formation is extremely powerful, and it's far from what the Scarlet Gold Clan and the Blood Martin Clan's clan protection formation can compare to. If we want to directly destroy the formation, unless a Saint Realm Master or a ruler-level expert personally makes a move, even if 2 or 3 experts who have reached the pinnacle of the 6 realms of the Void join hands, they might not be able to defeat it.